Welcome back to the Director Dossiers. This episode is a deep dive into the history behind the writing, filming, editing, and the release of Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. For more on Kubrick, check out our episode in his entire filmography, as well as our deep dives on Eyes Wide Shut and Full Metal Jacket. We got episodes on Paul Thomas Anderson, James Cameron, Christopher Nolan, David Lynch, Scorsese, and more. And if you enjoy this episode, please like and subscribe, share with friends. Throw some hate comments in there if you don't enjoy it. We always appreciate those. And Danny, this is a big one.
Huge.
This is the biggest subject matter movie for the biggest podcast in the world. The best podcast in the world, some people might say.
Mm-hmm. Longest, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely the longest one. That's what I'm proud of with these episodes. At least they're probably the longest things that anybody's ever done.
Mm-hmm.
We'd rather give you too much information than not enough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And by we, he means him. He knows all the information. I'm just here.
You're just here to go, whoa, that's crazy, dude.
I know a little bit about
No, but
something.
like one of the, because somebody was like mentioned that, like it's just the other dude talking, which is like true. But like my favorite part about this is seeing your reactions to the stories, especially the funny ones. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you did know every single story that I knew, it would just be us going,
And I was just sitting here going, I know.
Yeah, I know that. Also, check out our feature film, The Documents. By the time this episode drops, you will be able to use our website to stream and download your own digital copy of the movie. You can buy your own Blu-ray, which includes 3 hours of special features, or you can get access to the movie and those special features through our YouTube membership program. So just subscribe, watch everything, cancel it, just make it a one-time subscription or one-time fee rather than a full subscription that you have to pay forever. Also, we're self-distributing this movie, so these are the best ways that we can get it directly to you. Click the website link in the description if you want to watch the trailer, and thank you for supporting us.
The writing of The Shining. After Barry Lyndon was a financial disappointment in the U.S. in 1975, Stanley Kubrick sought to make something more commercial, perhaps a horror story, a genre he wanted to tackle since 1966 when he first confided to friends and family that he wanted to make the world's scariest movie.
The audience right now, it knows that this episode's about to be a banger because they see this big binder on my lap. This might be the first of many appearances by this binder. And this is a new era in the Director Dossiers.
Intimidating binder.
Yes. So the first time that he mentioned wanting to make a horror movie to somebody, it was in 1966, and he first told his wife, Christiane. And according to her, he told her that he wanted to make a horror movie that was so scary that you go to the theater, buy your ticket, and sit down, and if you make it to the end, you get your money back. And he was really, really excited about it. He was like, oh, then we're going to do this, and we're going to do this. And she goes, Stanley, isn't that like a horrible financial decision? He was like, yeah, you're right. He kind of gave up on it.
What movie theater would agree to that, too?
That's true. Because, well, at this time, he just did, in 66, he just done Doctor Strangelove, so he was sort of still hot shit in the industry. But I'd imagine it'd be easier for him to do something like that after 2001 came out.
Mm-hmm.
But in those 11 years between, looking for a horror story, 1966 to 1977, these are some movies that I found that he was either offered or considered making. In the late 60s, he read a book called Rosemary's Baby, and he was really excited by it, and he inquired about the rights, and he found out that Roman Polanski already had the rights. Roman Polanski, he directed Chinatown and The Pianist. He's Sharon Tate's husband, both in real life and in the movie Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And he has the scene where he throws the ball and the dog goes and gets it.
Yeah.
And so he ended up making Rosemary's Baby in 1968, and it was a big hit. And there's a story. I'm going to bring up the story because it relates to The Shining, sort of. The director of photography on that movie, William Fraker, talks about how he goes, we were filming, and Roman goes, just get a shot of her in the door, like through the doorway, sitting on the bed. And I go, okay. So I composed the shot, and he goes, no, it's all wrong. Just like sort of obscure her with the frame, like move the camera to the left so that half of her is behind the doorway, and you can't see her. And he's like, why would you want to obscure her like that? And he goes, just do it. And then he goes, and I had no idea why he wanted me to do that until I went to see it with a crowd, and I was sitting in the back of the theater, and when that shot came on, the entire audience leaned their heads to the right to look around the corner. So like, as just a way to keep them invested. And I bring that up because Stanley Kubrick may have learned from that movie, since he was probably a fan of the movie too. Because in The Shining, there's a shot when Danny has the first vision of the blood running through the elevator and talks to Tony, and he has the whatever seizure happens. He's sort of framed in a similar way where he's sort of partially obscured by the door frame. That I might just be looking into that a little bit too much, but it could be a connection. Also, Roman Polanski, I have to bring up, he's a pedophile. He's not allowed in the country.
Great. It's good to hear that he's not allowed in the country. That's why I'm saying great, not great to the other.
Also, he's not allowed in the country, but The Pianist won Best Picture. Or no, he won. I think he won Best Director for The Pianist in 2004.
After the fact?
Yeah, he wasn't. This is in the 70s.
Oh my. Wait.
He was charged.
Oh my. And then he still
And then
won?
he fled the country. So he's making movies in Europe. Like,
we don't have to get too far into this.
no, let's get really into it.
Yeah, let's not.
Also, when I say that Roman Polanski isn't allowed in the country, he's not allowed in the sense that if he comes back in, he will be arrested for the charges that he pled guilty for. So another movie that Kubrick was offered during this time was The Exorcist, 1 and 2. And he did like the story of The Exorcist, but he said the main reason why he didn't want to work on it because he didn't want to work with a producer. He didn't want somebody like meddling. Not that the producer would meddle, but the producer would sort of maybe stand in for the studio and be like, Stanley, like they really want to do this, and he didn't want to deal with that at all. But he would watch The Exorcist for weeks on end when he was writing the script for The Shining with Diane Johnson, which we'll get to later. In 1975, I didn't know this, or maybe I did and I forgot about it, but we brought it up earlier. He was sent the script for Network, Paddy Chayefsky's Network.
Really?
And I don't know if we mentioned this on our episode on Network that we did, which you can watch on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcast. But he was offered the script. I don't know if he was offered, but he was sent the script, and he read it and expressed a very positive reaction to it. And he was like, "Hey, listen, guys, I might want to direct this. Like, this is pretty good." And Paddy Chayefsky found out about this, and like made sure that Kubrick wasn't going to work on the movie because Paddy Chayefsky was already a control freak in and of himself. He's like,
oh, he just knew.
He's like, Stanley Kubrick is exactly like me. There's no
Yeah,
way
that
two
would
of us.
never work.
Yeah, it would never work. And also, I know like people might be thinking like what the writer has say over but like Paddy Chayefsky is sort of like an Aaron Sorkin type now, where like Sidney Lumet directed Network, but on the credits it says Paddy Chayefsky's Network because he had a very high prestige as a writer back in the day. But all these movies are coming out in the 70s, like Rosemary's Baby, The Exorcist, The Omen, Wicker Man, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Jaws. And Kubrick kind of felt that he was getting outpaced by these movies in the horror genre, rather, because he was doing other things. Like he was doing Clockwork Orange and Barry Lyndon. But I can imagine he's seeing all these he's getting excited by all these horror movies coming out, and he's making Barry Lyndon. I'm sure a part of him was like, I want to go play over there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So what he did after he finished Barry Lyndon is in the months after that, he just scoured supernatural and occult literature to try to find a story that was worthwhile for him to tell. And this is some of the stories that he considered. One of them was called Zanoni by Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton. Can't believe I got that on the first try.
Name.
The Bulwer messes me up because I want to say Bueller, like Ferris Bueller.
Yeah.
Published in 1842. It's about a man who loses his power of immortality when he falls in love. Sort of like a Spider-Man 2 situation, minus the love part. Like he doesn't want to be Spider-Man anymore, so he keeps losing his powers. There was one called A Strange Story, the same author, 1862. And it's about a young scholar who wants to resurrect his dead wife, but is humbled by the supernatural world he discovers. Also, I didn't read these books and come up with these log lines. This is just something I found on Goodreads.
Yeah.
And then the most prevalent one, though, is The Shadow Knows, which was written by Diane Johnson in 1974. It's a psychological detective story following a divorced mother of 4 who one day comes home to find her door hacked with an axe, smeared with a mixture of blood and oil. A few days later, a strangled cat is left outside her apartment door, and every day she is plagued by mysterious, disturbing phone calls and plays detective to figure out who her enemy may be. However, Kubrick found it was unsuitable due to its first-person narrative. And you think, well, he did a first-person narrative on Barry Lyndon, so why would that shy him away from this story? Maybe he was frustrated with adapting Barry Lyndon from a first-person novel. You know what I mean? So he's like, I don't want to do that again.
He realized the struggles of it and didn't want to do it again.
Yeah, and also I bring up like the premise of that story because Kubrick loved that book and he actually seriously considered making it. But the door hacked with an axe was an image that came up because in the book.
Oh, does it? It comes up in The Shining?
Yeah, I don't know if you know that there's an axe in The Shining. He puts his face in the door. I don't know if you've seen this.
No.
He goes, "Here's Johnny." It's actually a reference to, that was an improvised line.
Oh, okay.
That was a reference to the Johnny Carson. So yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, I know. Kubrick's 11-year search for the perfect horror story finally concluded in early 1977 when Warner Brothers exec John Calley sent Kubrick the galleys for Stephen King's The Shining.
You got to love getting the galleys from the Callies.
Mm-hmm. I thought I almost said galleries. So I'm glad I
So
got
do you know
that.
what galleys are?
No.
They're like a preliminary version of the script. Like if I wrote a novel and I was like, this is my final draft of it, I'm not going to do any more revisions, and then I send it off to the proofreaders who make sure I didn't spell thoughts instead of though, which I do all the time. And then they take that sort of version when the production process starts, and then they send it out to studios if it's a popular book, like Stephen King was very popular at the time. Shop it out to different studios and stuff, and then that version ended up on Kubrick's desk. Also, Stephen King at this time, he wrote. I think he wrote only 2 books. I guess the Shining was his third one, I believe, and both of the first 2 were Carrie and Salem's Lot, and both of them were made into movies. Carrie was made into a movie. I think it was Brian De Palma with Sissy Spacek, who's Jack Fisk's wife. Jack Fisk worked with David Lynch, and we mentioned a lot of stories with him in our David Lynch podcast, which is available on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcast. And then Salem's Lot was a TV movie.
How do you know if those are more? Do those honor the script or the book more? Are they closer to the book?
There's been let's say 50 movies based off of Stephen King stuff. And The Shining is the only one that I know that he's like, fuck this movie.
Yeah, okay.
Emilio D'Alessandro, who was Stanley Kubrick's assistant for over 30 years, and he wrote the book Stanley Kubrick and Me, which we talk about a lot on the show, with a guy named I think he co-wrote it with a guy Filippo Ulivari maybe, and he has a lot of great stories because a lot of personal stories with Kubrick, not so much on the production side, but more just like who Kubrick was as a person. And he goes, he starts his chapter on The Shining, and it's just Kubrick going, "What do you know about horror films?" And Emilio didn't know anything about movies. Like he watched like maybe 4 in his whole life. And he goes, "Oh, well, horror films, do you mean like, moldy skeletons and graveyards and stuff like that?" And he goes, "Don't worry, Stephen King doesn't write that stuff." And he goes, "Well, if you're not going to have that, like what's going to be in the movie?" And Kubrick goes, "You'll see." But along with Emilio, there are 2 other crucial assistants that I want to bring up because you don't really hear them a lot in popular Kubrick stories, but they were crucial to his movies. Margaret Adams and Andros Epaminondas, who is probably Greek. They were crucial to him. And Margaret Adams has her own Shining story where she recalls the first time Stanley read the book. And she goes, I was sitting at my desk, and Stanley's office was on the other side of the wall, and it was during a reading frenzy that he had, like I described after Barry Lyndon, where he was just trying to find a story because he toiled over finding one that was worthwhile. And every 20 minutes, he would bang, because he would read 20 pages of the book, and then throw it against the wall, and she'd be like, "All right, he didn't like that one." Mm-hmm. And then he, another one, boom, throws it. It was like in J. Jonah Jameson and Spider-Man going, "Crap, crap, crap, mega crap. I'll give you $150 for the whole thing." But then she goes, "Hey, John Calley just sent in the galleys for The Shining. You want to read him?" He goes, "Yeah, sure, whatever. Who gives a shit? I'll never make another movie again." And then she closes the door, and then like an hour went by, and he didn't throw the book at the wall. Mm-hmm. So she was like, "Okay, I think he likes it." And Kubrick later called it compulsive reading, and I never knew why he liked it other than that one quote that I saw, because it's like, I guess, a popular one. But Kubrick talked about why he liked it to a guy named Michael Ciment, who's a French film critic and an author, and he made a documentary called Kubrick by Kubrick, the DVD of which is on the windowsill behind us if you're watching on video. It's basically 3 interviews that he had with Kubrick over the years that he recorded, one from 1975, let's say, one from 1987, and one in like 1996, like around Eyes Wide Shut. He compiled them into an hour-long documentary and then just put footage in there. And he told Cement, Kubrick did, "It was one of the most ingenious and exciting stories I had ever read. It seemed to strike an extraordinary balance between the psychological and the supernatural in a way as to lead the audience to think that the supernatural would eventually be explained by the psychological." Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And King had actually written a screenplay before Kubrick was even attached. And because I guess he knew that, they made my first 2 books, I might as well just get a head start and write the screenplay for this one. And then once Kubrick was, brought on as the director and he got the rights to the book, he was like, "Oh, he's going to read the script and let's see what he thinks." And Kubrick just never even...
He didn't even read it.
They told him, like, "Hey, he wrote a script." He's like, "I don't want to read it."
I wonder why, though.
I know exactly why.
Oh.
Because Kubrick, if you look at, movies like Lolita and Clockwork Orange, it says that he co-wrote the script with the authors, that being for Lolita, Vladimir Nabokov, and for Clockwork Orange, Anthony Burgess, or Burgess. I don't know what the G is for that. But what happened with both of those scripts is they were originally supposed to co-write, and Kubrick wrote he read the script that Nabokov wrote for Lolita and was like, I don't really know if I like this. So he said, well, this isn't working out. I'm just going to write it. I'm just going to adapt it my own. And same thing happened with Clockwork Orange to a certain extent. So both of the scripts that the authors wrote for those movies were largely unused. So much so that I think Nabokov actually published his version of the script, like my screenplay for, Lolita. So maybe he, after, those two experiences, he's like, I don't want to deal with King.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare or
He
whatever.
probably just knows that writing a book and writing a script are way different, so he just didn't feel like having to try to explain that to Stephen King, maybe.
Or not that Stephen King wouldn't know how to, but like their instincts would lead them in different directions. Where they wouldn't make good writing partners, because also Diane Johnson hadn't written a screenplay either. You know what I mean? So it's probably just like probably just the author thing.
Mm-hmm. It's funny thinking about how Kubrick and Diane Johnson, they hung out for a month before they even wrote one word. They just hung out talking about what the book was or the script was going to be about. It's just funny thinking about how before they even started writing, Kubrick was just like, come over, watch movies with me, and let's talk.
Well, that's sort of similar to, I bet most of that was probably him trying to just like sift her, like see if she's cool. Whereas like, I'm gonna have to spend like 3 months writing with this lady. I just want to hire her, But Diane Johnson was selected as the co-writer for the script, and she wrote The Shadow Knows. And I think, like, because we're talking about, well, why Diane Johnson and not Stephen King to co-write, even though she's an author too. And I think probably the reason was because, of course, he loved The Shadow Knows, but she was also teaching a class on the Gothic novel, which is basically just, the like dark supernatural stories type deals. And I think that was a big inspiration for Kubrick on The Shining. So he was like, I want to get her for this because she knows, how to get that sort of, ambience or, or she can apply aspects of that genre onto my script, She was teaching the Gothic novel at UC Berkeley.
Okay.
And then she was flown out to England. And of course, like you said, they just like chilled for a month. And even when after they finally started writing, they didn't even write together. They just got on a big, long table. And then Kubrick sits down and he goes, all right, let's get to work. And she sits down next to him and he goes, no, he goes, go over there. Like all the way to the other side of the table. And they just started writing. They just wrote their own outlines. Like they both had a copy of the book and just separately wrote their own outlines for like however long. And then they compared them and then, like tore up pages of the script and put it in like envelopes. Like, here's what's going to go here. Here's what's going to go here. And again, like you just said, like they just watched movies and stuff. They watched The Exorcist. They watched a bunch of horror movies. And there's not a lot of like stories about their time actually writing together, as opposed to like something like Frederick Raphael, who wrote Eyes Wide Shut with Kubrick. Frederick Raphael also wrote a whole memoir about his experiences with Kubrick on Eyes Wide Shut called Eyes Wide Open. And he sort of makes it like every other writer is like, yeah, Kubrick was always like super involved. We're up for like 14 hours a night, talking about the script. And then Frederick Raphael is just like, yeah, he just would call me like once a week and be like, how's the script going? Like he didn't, in that book, I'm not saying like anything's untrue in that, but like the sense I got from Kubrick in that book, which I don't know if it's true or not from Frederick Raphael, is that Kubrick was really hands off with the screenwriting process, which I don't know. But there wasn't any drama with Diane Johnson and Kubrick. It seemed to go pretty smoothly. There wasn't any drama like Frederick Raphael.
He said she was a great collaborator. Like she proved to be a great collaborator.
Also, she also talked about how, yeah, we watched The Exorcist for weeks at one point. On writing the script, Diane Johnson said, we read Freud a lot. His essay on the uncanny, Freud says specific things about why eyes are scary and why inanimate objects like puppets are scary in their animate shapes. And we're going to bring up Freud actually in our overall thoughts of the movie, probably near the end of the podcast. We'll see you in like 4 hours probably. Yeah. But that was interesting because if you look at the Overlook, there are a lot of like facial suggestions on like the Overlook. It's like some of the doors look like their faces. The elevator sort of looks like a face, where like the two like the arrows that point to what floor the elevator's on. They're like sort of semicircles, and it looks like a like the elevator is like a face, like with its mouth wide open and all the blood's pouring out. So I think that tracks. So it was interesting to read that. And then on writing the script, Kubrick said, with The Shining, the problem was to extract the essential plot and to reinvent the sections of the story that were weak. The characters needed to be developed a bit differently than they were in the novel, and it is the pruning down phase that is the undoing of many great novels. Usually occurs because so much of what's good about the novels has to do with the fineness of the writing. And the insight of the author and the density of the story. But The Shining was a different matter. Its virtues lay mostly entirely in the plot, and it didn't prove to be very much of a problem to adapt it into the screenplay form. Diane and I talked a lot about the book, and then we made an outline of the scenes we thought should be included in the film. And this list of scenes was shuffled and reshuffled until we thought it was right, and then we began to write. And we did several drafts of the screenplay, which subsequently were revised during different stages before and after shooting. Basically, what he's saying here is the plot's really good, but the writing kind of sucked.
I was gonna say that's the smartest sounding diss I've ever heard.
I would never be able to sound that smart while dissing somebody.
Yeah.
Because he did talk about, like, he goes, I got the sense that, because Stephen King writes, I'm not going to say that he's a bad writer, because he's not. But like, he writes so many, he's just so good that he only has to write it down like twice probably. Like, he doesn't have to rewrite the script or the manuscript. Jesus, he doesn't have to sit there rewriting it 10 times over, because he's so good at a certain point. He's like, I know this is the best I'll probably be able to make it in a certain amount of time, and because he writes he has like 2 books a year, I think maybe. But Kubrick said, like, I got the sense that he must have just typed down the manuscript twice and then never touched it again. And but even though I said earlier he didn't want King in the writing process, he would still call King all the time and ask him questions about the book. The first time he had a call with, like, the first time King describes a call with Kubrick, he was shaving in the bathroom and stuff, and he's in his underwear, and he has like all the stuff all over his face, and his wife goes, "Oh my God, Stanley Kubrick's on the phone," and he's like, "Shit." She's like, "Should I wipe this stuff off, or should I leave it on? Screw it, I'll leave it on." So he goes, "Hello, Stanley," and Stanley goes, "The idea of ghosts is actually quite optimistic, don't you think?" Like, he didn't even say hi.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Well, why do you think that?" Stephen King says, and he goes, "Well, because the ghost, it suggests that there's an afterlife, and anything with the afterlife is a win in my book." And he goes, "What about hell, Stanley?" And Stanley goes, "I don't believe in hell," which I thought was a funny little anecdote. But also, King talked about how Stanley pitched an alternate ending. Now we're getting into all the alternate endings. Like you said, you said earlier, I would love to see all like the different drafts or like outlines they had.
Yeah.
And this is the next best thing that we have, is all the different versions of the ending and some deleted scenes that were never filmed. So he pitched an idea to King that the Torrance family at the end of the movie, it was, everything's fine, and they're dining at a table in the Overlook. And, "Jack, can you pass the salt?" And he's like, "Yeah, shut up, Wendy. I hate you, actually." Because in the movie, Jack Nicholson, he literally just, like, Wendy's like, "Wow, we're really high up," and he goes, "Mm-hmm."
Yeah.
Like, you tell
you can tell from the
he's already, yeah. So, but she goes, "Pass the salt," and he goes, "Yeah, sure. We're just a big happy family, aren't we?" And then they see Ullman giving a tour to the new caretaker and his family. And Ullman's like, "Yeah, nothing bad ever happens here. Don't you worry about it. You're just a big family. It's not going to be a tragedy at all." And then the family is looking around, and Ullman goes, "Oh, look at the window over there." And the family looks right through the Torrances, and we get this, like, we understand that the Torrances are invisible ghosts.
Yeah.
And so Kubrick was like, "What do you think?" And Stephen King was like, "I don't know. The audience might feel like a little bit maybe cheated by that. I don't know. Like, just some back and forth between them." And but on the ending, Kubrick told a guy named John Hofstess, who was a Canadian writer, he says, "Very early on, I decided that the novel's original ending wouldn't do. I didn't want the conventional ending. The big bad place burns down." And I think that tracks, because I read the book for this. I'll talk about it in a few minutes. And I really like the book. Like, it is compulsive reading. Like, it is very easy to read. And but I do agree that the ending is very conventional. And that tracked for me.
Like, it's sort of a happy ending almost.
Yeah, essentially, as happy as it can be. We'll get to it. Honestly, I'll just say it now. So at the end, instead of like, Jack gets trapped in the maze and stuff, and Wendy and Danny get away, it's the original ending is like Jack's possessed. Oh, spoilers for the book. So Jack is like all possessed, and it's a mallet in the book. It's not a axe in the book. It's a mallet. And Jack is about to like get him. He's like, "I'm gonna kill you, Danny." And then he goes, "Dad, remember who you are." And he's like, "Fuck, I remember who I am. I love you, Danny. Get out of here." And then Danny goes, and then the place blows up.
Okay.
And then a few months later, they're at Dick Halloran's house, like on the lake or something, and they're fishing, or they see like whales or something. And he's like, "Isn't that beautiful, that whale?" And he's like, "Yeah, I love it." And they go, "It's a big," and then they were fine at the end.
Oh, okay.
So I thought it was a little bit inferior, but I think the rest of the book is really good. And while they were talking about like, "Oh, well, what should the ending be if we're not going to do that?" They decided to take the hedge maze and make that the ending. And because in the book there was the hedge animals that would like come to life and like bite people.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? So they were like, we can't do that. It's 1980. The Abyss hasn't come out yet. There's no CGI.
Yeah.
So they were like, we'll just do the maze thing. So that's where that came from. Johnson also suggested at one point that Danny should die. And Kubrick, because you think Kubrick's like the most like cynical, darkest film. Like his material is always so dark. He's like, yeah, I would love to kill that kid.
Yeah.
That son of a. But she goes, what do you think? Well, maybe Danny should die, Stanley. And he goes, oh no, that's impossible. Like he was very adamant that he didn't want Danny to die. And there was also in the early treatment that they had. So the treatment's like sort of written before the script is written. It's sort of like an outline that you mentioned earlier. So in that original treatment that they had, Jack and Wendy are like fighting, and Jack comes up from behind her and like starts beating the shit out of her. And then Wendy turns around and stabs Jack and kills him. And then they're like, "Oh shit, it's over." And then they hear the snowcat, and Halloran is arriving at the hotel. And then they're like, "All right, let's go get Halloran. He can get us out of here." And while they're going there, Danny has a vision of Halloran talking to Grady. And Grady, they shake hands. He's like, "Hey, you're here to kill them, right?" And Halloran's like, "Yeah, I'm here to kill him." And Halloran's like possessed by the hotel, and he runs around like trying to kill him. And Wendy's, has a knife and she's waving it. And then she ends up. What happens is Danny uses his psychic ability to subdue Halloran for like a few seconds and then Wendy kills him. So Wendy's just taking taking names or asking questions later. What is it?
Yeah, I don't know. Taking names
she's killing people and asking questions later. I don't know.
She's killing people. She's murdering.
Just pretend I said a good saying.
Yeah.
And then Halloran dies, and then they get in the snowcat and leave, and then it's like the camera goes on the scrapbook that Jack finds, which we'll talk about later. The scrapbook was much more prevalent in the novel.
Yeah.
And it might have been more prevalent in the movie, but they cut some scenes around it, which we'll get to. But in the scrapbook, there's a ball from 1919, and it's like in Jack's in the photo, and then a hand closes the scrapbook and then takes it off the table. And then there's a title card at the end that says, "The Overlook Hotel would survive this tragedy, as it had so many of these. It is still open each year from May 20th to September 20th. The end." And let's talk about some differences between the novel and the movie that we'll get to. If you don't care about this, just skip ahead. Sorry, I just have to flip through my pages and pages of heavily researched notes to get to my thoughts on the book.
You know what they say about big
binders?
Big binders.
Ladies, do the math. All right, so in the book, because in the movie, Jack and Ullman's like, I love this guy so much that people think there's a theory that Ullman has like a boner for Jack, which we'll get to.
One of them.
We'll get to
the biggest stretch.
And if right now, if you're listening,
No
going, what are you
pun
talking
intended.
about? Like, and replaying it, going, no, he doesn't have one. Just we'll get to it. But they hate each other in the book. The first words of the novel are Jack Torrance thought a vicious little prick, because also in the miniseries, which we'll talk to, Ullman does not think that Jack is the right guy for the job. He's like, oh, you're an alcoholic. Maybe you hurt your kid. Like, he doesn't like him at all. But there's one part where Ullman mentions our past guests include Rockefeller, the Rockefellers, the Astors, Vanderbilts, DuPonts, Presidents Wilson, Harding, Roosevelt, and Nixon. And the interesting thing that I thought, with that, because they don't name specific presidents when Ullman talks about it in the movie, but in the book they mention the Astors and stuff like that. And John Jacob Astor, do you recognize that name? From our Titanic podcast, he was one of the people who died on the Titanic. He was the world's richest man on the Titanic, I think, or the richest guy on the Titanic, or at the time was the richest man in the world and died on the Titanic. He's the one where he in Titanic where he goes, those aren't the New York Dawsons, are they? And he goes, no, they're the Wisconsin Dawsons. And he goes, oh yes, that guy. He's a real historical figure, and he died on the Titanic. And it's funny because there's conspiracies about the Titanic that it was sunk deliberately, one because of insurance fraud, or they want to do insurance claim, or they deliberately killed a bunch of rich people who were opposing the creation of the Federal Reserve, and John Jacob Astor was one of the people who opposed it. I'm not saying that's true or not. I'm just saying that is a conspiracy that people believe, and I thought it was interesting because we'll talk about it later when we get to the theories. We're going to talk about all the theories on The Shining, 3/4 in, and one of them is that maybe The Shining was Kubrick's movie was maybe talking about the creation of the Federal Reserve or making allusions to it with like the gold room and stuff like that. And we'll talk about it. I'm not saying it's true or not, but we'll talk about it. But I just thought it was an interesting connection because in the book, there's one point where they're talking about the elevator, and Ullman's going, "Don't worry, this elevator was safe," and Jack goes, "Well, so is the Titanic." So it was just a little funny, circle of connections there that I thought was worth bringing up.
So was a Titanic, directed by James Cameron.
Yeah.
He looks straight into the camera.
The character of Watson in the book, in the movie, he's just like a boring guy. He doesn't really say much. But in the book, he's I don't know if he's Irish, or he just has like a weird, I guess Midwestern accent. I don't know, but he has some more interesting. There's one line about him that I remember that I thought was a good line, where Stephen King writes, he blew his nose into his handkerchief and then looked to see if there was anything interesting, which I thought was just a funny way of describing that.
Is he as suspicious as he is in the movie?
No, he's totally just like, if you don't, the boiler, if you don't, release the pressure, it's going to blow up. Like he's pretty just self-explanatory. There's an interesting thing, and this isn't, I don't know how much of this is just like actual meaningful things or just coincidences that I'm seeing, but there's a line where they're talking about how Wendy hates her mother and stuff, and if Jack doesn't get a job soon, they're gonna have to move back in with the mother. And Jack goes, "Your mother said never to come back," and she goes, "How did you know that?" And Jack goes, "The shadow knows," which is the title of Diane Johnson's book. Which I'm like, is that so? Obviously, so maybe that's just a common saying that they use. And I looked it up. The saying, there was a popular radio show, I guess in the 30s, called "The Shadow Knows," and like the line that was popular from it was, "Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows." I'm assuming that was that was like the tone of it, because it's a radio show from the 30s. I don't know anything about them, but there's one point in the book, and I'm trying to figure out, like, also when I'm reading the book, I'm not so much trying to read the story and looking for, oh, well, since this is in the book, this means in the movie that this happens. No. What I'm trying to see is, if any ideas that the Kubrick made or any changes that he made in the movie, where could he have gotten those ideas from? So, like, I see here, Ullman led them through the corridors that twisted and turned like a maze. And I'm like, oh, maybe that's where he got the maze idea from, because there is no maze in the book. There's one, and speaking of it, Ullman buttoned into an expensive-looking brown mohair overcoat, and in the book, when he's leaving. And there's a deleted ending to the movie, which we'll talk about later, where Ullman is wearing this big, giant, furry coat. So that now I know that, okay, that's where Kubrick got the idea for that coat from. Because that's such a crazy coat for him to just be wearing in the middle of a serious movie. The doctor's visit, when Danny has like the seizure or whatever, that takes place while they're already at the Overlook.
Oh, okay.
So they leave the Overlook and go to the doctor, which I was like, well, I don't know. Maybe now that we know, I mean, because in the book they talk about, oh, the snow, we can't get anywhere. But I think it would have been more effective if it was just, they went to the doctor first and then went to the Overlook and stayed there the whole, Also, I have no idea what I'm talking about. I don't know how to write
But the
books.
feeling, if it was in the movie, the feeling that they can leave sometimes would have made it feel less claustrophobic almost, or, like the fact that they can't leave.
Yeah, it sort of undercut the isolation a little bit in the book, I thought. In the book, Jack finds a scrapbook, and it basically, details all the hotel's dirty laundry and stuff like that. And like I said earlier, they did film scenes of the scrapbook in the movie with Jack Nicholson, but they ultimately deleted them from the movie. The only one you see is when Wendy interrupts Jack's writing. You can see it's just right in the middle of...
Right in front of the typewriter.
Yeah, you can't read anything in it, but it's right there. And it's just one of those things you don't really even question. It's just like, oh, he has a big scrapbook for some reason. Also, in that scrapbook, he finds a ball photo, which is the same photo that you see of Jack at the end of the movie. But the ball photo that he's... What?
I'm sorry, you're just saying ball photo, and I'm just like
the big ball, the dance ball.
I know what you mean.
What do you call it?
It would be the photo. Yeah, like I know
the
what
ballroom
you
photo. The ballroom
but
photo. Jesus Christ,
sorry.
Danny.
Sorry.
You're acting like our demographic is 5+. Anyway, if you're still listening, thank you. But that photo was originally in the book. It was August 1945. And I was like, well, what's that signifying the end? Like, why is that historically relevant? That's the same month that the atomic bombs were dropped in Japan. So maybe they were celebrating the end of the war. But of course, in the movie, this was changed to 1921. So I was like, are there any significant dates in 1921 that happened? And the only thing I found that sort of was sort of similar to that idea of like celebrating the end of the war was in November 1919, which is also the original year that they had in the treatment for the photo that I mentioned earlier, but then it was changed to 21. On November 19th, 1919, and again on March 19th, 1920, the United States Senate voted against ratifying the Treaty of Versailles, forestalling American participation in the League of Nations. And the Knox-Porter Resolution in 1921 declared the end of World War I for the U.S. So the war was done for like 4 years, and the U.S. was still going, no, it isn't.
Yeah, we're still in it.
Yeah, we're still,
still money to be made.
yeah. Do you have any more 15-year-olds left? So yeah, I just thought that was also, if this is tedious to you, just skip. The hedge animals are replaced by the maze in the movie, of course, but the hedge animals are used way better in the book than they are in the TV series. Which I bought the DVD for the TV series and I watched it. It's 4.5 hours long.
Mm-hmm. It's funny that Stephen King is larger than The Shining.
Well, he's especially in books. He's like,
yeah,
they could just call it Stephen King.
Yeah,
and people will buy it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like Christopher Nolan. You know what I mean? So it's like putting Christopher Nolan's name out there. But the animals, the hedge animals, are done really well in the book because they're like the weeping angels in Doctor Who. That's the first exposure to this idea that I saw. My brother Quinn was watching it, and it's like every time you're not looking at them, they move. But when you look at them, they freeze.
Yeah.
So like you turn and like you just hear footsteps, and you know what I mean. So I thought that was very done. That was done very well in the book.
That's a concept. Oh, that's what they do when you're not looking at them. They move.
Yeah, in the book,
there's a lot
of
games
like
that have that concept now. Where
yeah,
you don't.
I know Resident Evil did that. Yeah, and I see clips of it.
And you used to do it when you'd be walking behind someone and you'd start
really?
running.
I would do that.
I remember you used to walk really fast at someone and then you'd turn around and you'd stop.
Damn, I didn't know how funny I was. In the book, Danny goes into room 217. It's 217 in the book, which is very well known, and he sees the woman in the bathtub. And in the movie, they just cut away from that, but in the books, it details like what happens. White man's burden, which is a line that Jack says in the movie. White man's burden, Lloyd. White man's burden. And I was always like, what does that mean? Like that's, but white man's burden is from the book, and it means it's a task that white colonizers had to impose their civilization on indigenous peoples. So it's like we have a responsibility. This isn't me saying this. This is a guy from 1800 saying this. We have to impose our civilized society on these savages, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, they thought it was good for everyone, kind of thing.
Right, and in the movie, I'm like, why is that in there? But I guess it's maybe it's sort of the American Indian, Native American illusion connection there.
Yeah.
But I think in the book, I guess in the movie, to a certain extent, it's used to suggest a resentment of his responsibility as the father. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I talked about how the elevator kind of looks like an open mouth or something. And then I'm like, where could Kubrick get the idea for that from? And in the book, it says Jack didn't take the elevator; it was too much like an open mouth.
Oh. Okay.
So and of course, the elevator in the movie looks like a face, and that made sense to me, given that they did all the Freudian research into why faces are scary, like inanimate objects and stuff like that.
It would be that's interesting too, because he's afraid to go in something that looks like a mouth, and then Tony lives in mouth. Like, just an interesting connection.
Did we just solve The Shining?
Yeah, you can sign off now. You're welcome.
Insert the red arrow in the thumbnail. This explains The Shining. The man in the bear costume and the man in the dog costume. In the movie, it's a guy in a bear costume who's doing oral sex on the guy. But in the book, it's a guy in a dog costume, and so here it's weird and it's gross. So it's a guy. It's basically I think Harry Derwent is like the owner or like the CEO of whatever who owns the company that owns the Overlook in the book. And they have these like flashbacks in the book to the parties. And at one of the parties, it's shown that Harry Derwent has like a homosexual relationship with a guy named Roger that he makes dress up as a dog and like do tricks and stuff. And there's a weird thing that happens, and this is we'll probably talk about this later when we get into the popular theories on The Shining, but there's a weird thing where, now we've associated this dog with like weird sex stuff, and then at a certain point in the book, all the people start calling Danny like puppy. They go, Danny, pup. They go, hey, pup. So it's like, now it's like, there's like a weird connotation to it. And there's even a scene where the guy in the dog costume goes, I'm going to eat you, Danny. He goes, I'm gonna eat. This isn't me saying it. He goes, I'm gonna eat that plump little cock.
He says that.
He says that in the book. It's insane. What? And I'm like, this is so strange. Like, there's a certain theory about
Who
Jack.
says that? It's like a
it's
ghost?
the dog man. Like, it's a ghost.
Yeah.
And there's a certain, like, that's such a strong idea in the book that that might be the catalyst for Kubrick putting something like that in The Shining, which we'll talk about when we talk about Jack and Danny's relationship and the theories. I said ending is bad. Whoever, remember who you are. Yeah. Also, I like the book as a whole. Good. Like I'm not like anytime if you're a Stephen King fan and you're watching this, I'm not shitting on Stephen King at all. I like the book. It's just the ending sucked, I think. So yeah, sorry if I spent too much time on that, but I thought there was some interesting anecdotes in there.
That is like this movie, The Shining in general, is one of the examples where it seems like most people actually enjoy the film better. I don't know. That's just from an outside perspective. That's me also not having read the book either.
Yeah.
So.
That's a good point. Actually, I might bring that up later.
Okay, yeah. The filming of The Shining. On June 5th, 1977, the Los Angeles Herald-Examiner announced that Stanley Kubrick was returning to the U.S. to shoot his next film, The Shining, in Colorado. Kubrick hadn't filmed a movie in the U.S. since Spartacus in 1959, and although he seriously considered relocating the production, he ultimately chose to remain in England.
So for anybody listening who's going, wait a minute, Spartacus was released in 1960, buddy. Yeah, but they filmed it in 1959. So don't
burn.
Gotcha, hypothetical guy.
Gotcha, hypothetical
or
guy.
lady.
Yeah,
women can be wrong too. I swear I love equality. So, okay. So Kubrick sent Roy. Also, Kubrick inquired about housing in the U.S. That's how seriously he considered it. So he called, a guy he knew when he lived in the U.S. and he talked about a house that they used to live in Long Island. I think it was Alexander Walker, because they did some kind of photo shoot or story on the front lawn of where he used to live. And he goes, "Hey, is that house still available?" And he's like, I think it's still available. Why? You're thinking about coming here? He's like, "Yeah, I'm thinking about it." And of course he didn't, because he realized, well, what I can just do is send a bunch of guys to Colorado, and they can just photograph all the hotels, and we can just copy whatever the most interesting stuff we find in the hotels. So the two guys he sent were Roy Walker, who was the set decorator, who he was also Ken Adams' assistant on Barry Lyndon. Ken Adams was the production designer, set decorator of Barry Lyndon. And he got Roy Walker got promoted to set decorator on this movie. I guess maybe Ken Adams couldn't do it. Or I'm sorry, it's Ken Adam, not Adams. Also Ken Adam. I'm sorry, I got it confused with Ken Adams, who is Joey Tribbiani's alternate alter ego in the show Friends.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we're getting back on track. So he sent Roy Walker there, and he sent also a guy named Murray Close, who was working for Kubrick. I don't know what came first, him working for Kubrick or him dating Kubrick's daughter, Anya.
Probably working for Kubrick.
Probably, honestly, no. I think it might have been because I think it's probably the boyfriend thing first, and then worked for him, because Jan Harlan, who's his producer, is also Christian's brother. It's also his brother-in-law, is Jan Harlan. So I think I think the whole thing is like he would just get people close to him to work on the movies with him.
Yeah.
So
just using everyone.
Yeah, or maybe he was testing out Murray Close. Like, oh yeah, you want to date my daughter? Go to the U.S. to go take some pictures for me. So
I'll
basically,
send you Murray far. Sorry.
This is what you look like, Murray Close. We're getting back on track, I swear. But Roy Walker, when they were there, whenever they found like an interesting place, he would just measure the halls and like everything, so that he can build floor plans to like, because let's say they went back to the U.S. and Kubrick was like, "Oh, I like that hotel. Let's take part of that one." He's like, "All right, let me go back." No, he was just like, "I'll just avoid that by taking measurements of everything we see." They went to the Stanley Hotel, which is coincidentally where Stephen King stayed and then wrote The Shining based off of that hotel, the Stanley Hotel. And in the TV series that they made, they used the Stanley Hotel as the Overlook Hotel.
Is it called in the book? It's called the Stanley Hotel.
No, it's called the Overlook in the book, but it's in real life it's called the Stanley Hotel.
Yeah. I know in real life, but I was wondering if he called it that, and it's funny to think that Stanley Kubrick is reading it, and that's the only reason he liked it.
This is a really good hotel. So anyway, so Roy Walker got all of those measurements, and then once they decided that the Timberline Lodge was the one that they wanted to copy, at least in the exterior and maybe some of the interiors, they made a miniature of it. And what they did after they made the miniature is they got one of the workers from the Timberline Lodge and flew them to England and showed them the miniature and said, like, is this good? And reportedly, these are the questions that Kubrick asked him. Are the trees the right height? Is there a door missing? Are the windows good? Are the stones okay like that? How are the pathways? Are those too wide? Like, he was just everything.
Mm-hmm.
And the worker was like, yes, it's fine. Don't even worry about it. Now, this is probably the best story that this is just one of the stories where it makes doing the podcast worth it. So now that they were ready to film, they had the miniature and they knew the sets they needed to build, and they knew that they can pull it off, filming the whole thing in England.
Mm-hmm.
That they didn't have to go to the U.S. with the exception of the helicopter shots, which Kubrick wasn't there for. They filmed that in a similar way to how they filmed Dawn of Man sequence, or at least the plates for the Dawn of Man sequence in 2001. The background, basically, of those were giant photos that were taken by a team that he sent down there. And like they would send back the photos and be like, all right, how's this one, Stanley? And he goes, all right, so put the mountain peak there, put that on E1 instead of E2. And then they would go back and take the photo again. Anyway, so, but they didn't get the green light for the movie yet. Like every movie needs to be greenlit, no matter how big of a director you are. And Warner Brothers hadn't read the script yet because Stanley didn't want them to. So I think it was Paul Hitchcock, Terry Semel, and who was the other guy? Bob Daly, who worked at Warner Brothers. They were executives. Paul Hitchcock, I'm pretty sure, was an executive there as well. Terry Semel would end up being the CEO of Warner Brothers, and I'm pretty sure he worked with Stanley Kubrick on Eyes Wide Shut. And they're like, they go to England because they're like, Stanley, we want to read the script. And Stanley's like, well, okay, fine. You know what? Yeah, come here. I'll show you the script. And so they fly. He's living in Abbott's Mead at this point, which is the house he lived in before he moved to Chidwickbury, which is where he lived the rest of his life. And they show up, and they go. We walk in, and it's freezing in there. He Wolf of Wall Street them, dude. He made the room he made it very cold in there.
Yeah.
And then he comes out. They're waiting for. He goes, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. And they're sitting in this this waiting room or the conference room, whatever, with a table in there, and Stanley comes back in and he's just fully decked out with a bunch of guns, like rifles and in holsters with the pistols or whatever.
That's awesome.
And he basically just did the scene from Iron Man 2 with Sam Rockwell where he's showing Rhodey all the guns.
Yeah.
And he's going, the Belgian 9mm, semi-automatic. I'm telling you, they make a whole lot more than waffles over there. That type of thing. This is the 6-cylinder minigun. The troops on the ground call this one Uncle Caspacho or Puff the Magic Dragon. Like just totally showing off the guns. And for like an hour.
Yeah.
And now he has guns. So they're like, Stanley, where's the script? They don't say. They're too afraid to ask to see the script. So after an hour, Stanley goes, and this one is my favorite. So yeah. Anyway, thanks for coming, guys. I really appreciate it. And then he got the green light. They're like, all right, it's green light.
He never showed him the script.
He never showed them the script.
That's amazing.
That worked. Also, I mentioned the move from Abbott's Mead to Chidwickbury. Mm-hmm. There's a chapter in Emilio de Alessandro's book, Stanley Kubrick and Me, where he details he was basically like the guy who was mainly responsible for orchestrating the move from Abbott's Mead to Chidwickbury, which was occurring while they were in pre-production on The Shining. So it wasn't like he moved first. It was very hectic because now Stanley's whole personal life is being moved, and he's very very articulate about how everything has to be done. There's like 149 keys in his house for Chidwickbury, and he was like, make 3 copies, one for me, one for you, or 4 copies, one for me, one for you, one for Christian, and then one in case all 3 of us lose the same key.
Yeah.
Like stuff like that. Like that's how. So he was doing that and making a movie. It must have been insane. And in the same way that now that Stanley's team was taking over Chidwickbury and just like renovating it to make it suitable for his home, his team for The Shining was doing the same thing with Elstree Studios, where they filmed The Shining in England. I think in Boringhamwood, which is like it's like outside of London. And I don't know how many stages they had there, but Stanley took up, I think, stage 2, stage 1.
He took up the whole thing.
Stage 4, stage 7, 8, 9, and then the water tank. I think stage 12, and the offices.
The offices, yeah.
And the back lot. It took up like the whole thing. They're basically just invaded by they just became the Shining Studios essentially.
Yeah. He made changes that are still there.
Yes. So I'm going to get to that.
Yeah.
So stage 1 housed the maze set. Stage 3 housed the Colorado Lounge. Stage 4 housed the hotel lobby. Stage 5 housed the Gold Room. Stage 7 housed smaller sets, like Halloran's apartment and the ranger station, like on the radio. Stages 8 and 9 were used for the upstairs halls in the Torrance's room. And even this still wasn't enough room because they had to build the game room and the red bathroom and studio workshops that weren't even sets. They were like where they would make the sets.
Yeah.
And they had to build stuff in there. The Bloody Elevator was filmed in the Elstree water tank. Larry Durkin's gas station was filmed just outside the studio. And then the giant overlook exterior was filmed on the studio backlot. The kitchen was filmed in what they called the Enigma building, which was an office building which housed the initial editing and art department and Stanley's office. So it was just an office building, but they were like, we need to build in here. And they're like, fine, I guess. And there's also a great documentary that was released recently. It's like 20 minutes long called Shine On. And they get Katarina Kubrick, who's Stanley's stepdaughter, because I think she was the daughter that Christian already had when he married her. But she changed her last name to Kubrick. Jan Harlan, who I mentioned was Stanley's executive producer, who was Christian's brother, and Roy Walker, who was the set decorator. And they go through the what's left of Elstree Studios now in that building. They go, oh my God, this was the kitchen. Remember this? And it's really interesting. So go watch that. But make sure to listen to this whole thing first before you click off to go watch it.
Yeah, it's only 20 minutes and it's on YouTube, right? You said.
Yeah.
Wasn't Katarina? She would scout locations for him sometimes too.
Yeah, I think he had everybody. He had everybody working.
She was just anybody who he knew he'd be like, "Hey, can you check this out?"
Yeah. She did some work as well. Vivian did some work, which we'll talk about later. I don't know too much about if Anya did anything. I didn't hear anything about that in my research. All right, so now we're getting into like actually the nitty gritty of filming stuff. And in 1974, Kubrick was working on Barry Lyndon, and he was sent a demo tape by this guy Ed DiGiulio. Ed DiGiulio was the head of the Cinema Products Corporation, and they were basically just a corporation that made inventions for the advent of film, and they oversaw the invention of the Steadicam by Garrett Brown. So basically Garrett Brown filmed all this stuff on the Steadicam, showing like look how we're getting these perfectly smooth shots. There's no dolly track because look, we're rotating and there's nothing on the ground. And people were like, how are they doing this? The whole thing was like a mystery. That was like the marketing of it, where they sent it out to everybody in the industry, and everybody tried to figure out like how did they do this, and also in that demo, Garrett Brown, his girlfriend at the time, who then became his wife, he filmed her running up the stairs in Philadelphia, which they subsequently put in Rocky, because he was the camera operator on Rocky for the Steadicam stuff. But anyway, so they sent the demo tape out, and then Kubrick wrote back, and they're like, holy shit, Stanley Kubrick wrote back. And then Ed DiGiulio wrote out the letter to everybody in the offices. And this is what it said. Dear Ed, Mystery Stabilizer, it was spectacular, and you can count on me as a customer. It should revolutionize the way films are shot. But if you are really concerned about protecting its design before you fully patent it, I suggest you delete 2 occasions on the reel where the shadow on the ground gives the skilled counterintelligence photo interpreter a fairly clear representation of a man holding a pole which appears to be slowly moving. But my lips are sealed. Also, I have a question. Is there a minimum height at which it can be used? So now he's still like, how can I use? Yeah. So they were all like, holy shit, Stanley Kubrick figured it out. Like, there's no fucking way. So they went and subsequently deleted the frames. Because you think, imagine, especially in 1974, Stanley Kubrick there was a big like mystique and mystery and the prestige around him. So getting a letter, he already felt like this all-knowing genius. And then only for that to be confirmed to a certain extent that like, oh, he saw the shadows. God damn it. How did he pick that out? Nobody else picked that out.
Knowing him, I mean, he says it in the letter, he might have had the video sent to someone to be analyzed. But also of how good he is at sending work other places.
But also he's probably a good counterintelligence photo observer.
I know.
That's funny. But also like some of the theories in The Shining, the same way Kubrick's personal life was sort of overblown and sensationalized. I'm sure that happens with a lot of the theories we'll talk about in the movie. That's not to say any of the the stories about him being a genius or maybe a bit of a dick sometimes aren't true, because there's stories that are true that give examples of that. But like I think I said this in our full Stanley Kubrick episode. Whenever there's an idea about how big of a genius he is, you can imagine that some of those are exaggerated. And whenever they talk about how big of a lunatic and asshole he was, you can imagine that those were exaggerated too, just to be fair. like I said, the Steadicam was used on Rocky. It was also used on Bound for Glory, which was a Woody Guthrie movie, and that won Best Cinematography. It won Best Cinematography.
Mm-hmm.
But just pretend I said it right on the first try.
Gotcha.
And in a movie called Marathon Man, which is I think William Goldman wrote that, who's my favorite screenwriter, and stars Dustin Hoffman and Laurence Olivier. And there's a really good scene where Dustin Hoffman had to like do a scene and like he was very out of breath in the scene, so he went and ran like 10 miles before the take.
He ran a marathon.
He basically just ran like half a marathon before the take, and then came back and he was like, "Let's do the scene right now." And then Laurence Olivier goes, "What are you doing?" And he goes, I have to be like, out of breath for the scene. And he goes, why? What do you do if you have to be out of breath? And he goes, I act. What are you talking about? So that's just a famous story.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Garrett Brown, who sounds exactly like James Cameron. Exactly like James Cameron. It's insane. Talked about how he wasn't supposed to be the Steadicam pilot operator on The Shining. He just went there to sort of oversee like the new guy, whatever new guy they would, have on the Steadicam. And Stanley gave him a tour of the sets. And after seeing the tour of the sets and they discussed all the possibilities they can do, he was like, all right, I actually want to be the main camera operator for the Steadicam on this movie. And he also took a pay cut so that he can work on the movie, which we'll also get into later. Also, Bound for Glory. That was Rocky and Bound for Glory were nominated at the Oscars in 1977. So that was the Oscars for the movies that came out in 1976. And that's back when they had 5 Best Picture nominees instead of 5 to 10. And you look at the movies on there, it's Network, nominated for Best Picture, Taxi Driver, Rocky, Bound for Glory. That's 4. What was the 5th one?
If you don't get this,
All the President's Men.
Hey, thank
that
goodness.
was a close one.
That
The fact that it was All the
close.
President's Men too would have broke my heart. If somebody had to comment that, I would have deleted the podcast. Anyway.
I know. I know. I was gonna say.
I'm so glad I'm the fucking man, dude.
That's a good year.
That's a really good year.
That's a crazy year. Yeah.
That's an insane year.
Insane year for movies.
All right, let's move on.
Filming got underway on May 1st, 1978, after Kubrick had assembled a main cast of Jack Nicholson, Shelley Duvall, Scatman Crothers, and 5-year-old Danny Lloyd.
So originally for the role of Jack, James Brolin was considered, who is Josh Brolin's dad, and who also looked exactly like Christian Bale when he was younger. Harrison Ford. He was in this movie called Star Wars. He played this character Han Solo. I think he ended up having a pretty good career, even though he didn't get this role.
Yeah.
And Robert De Niro was considered for Jack. And when I think about that, I just imagine Wendy going, "Oh my God, you're gonna bash my brains in?" And he goes, "A little bit, a little bit." There's this guy Frank Caliendo, this comedian. He does a really good impression of. He goes, Robert De Niro played Mary Shelley's Frankenstein monster, and Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Are you imagining that now? Robert De Niro as Frankenstein's monster?
Yeah.
Look at me, huh? I'm the Frankenstein monster. I'm not doing it justice. It's fantastic. Go watch that after you're done with this episode. Don't you dare click off. Jack Nicholson. When he was approached for the role, he was trying to get a movie that he wrote called Going South made. And he also wrote it, and he also ended up directing it as well. And by the time they started filming on The Shining, I think it was all completed. Okay. And also, he was Kubrick kind of already had him in mind for a role because he also wanted Jack Nicholson to play Napoleon in his canceled Napoleon movie, which was sadly never made. In Kubrick's own words, he said, they were like, "Hey, was it going to be good?" And he literally just said it was going to be the greatest movie of all time.
I wish I could see that one.
Which is, go up to anybody. It's like with AI now. Yeah. All the guys who are making AI are like, it's going to change everything. Which is, of course, you would say that if we were making a movie, I wouldn't go, yeah, it's going to be pretty good. I'd be like, it's going to be the greatest movie ever. Not to say that AI. I'm not downplaying AI or anything. But
I think Kubrick's words have a little more weight.
I believe Kubrick more than whoever. What's Sam Altman's the guy's name? I don't know. But Jack Nicholson, I didn't know this. He was going through some pretty tough times at one point. So I think either before or during filming, he broke up with Angelica Houston. We mentioned her in the David Lynch podcast, where David Lynch was at the 1986 Oscars for Blue Velvet, or 1987 Oscars technically. And Angelica Houston said, "Hey, my dad's in the back. He wants to see you," because they met on a set somewhere. And he goes, "Okay." Her dad is John Huston, who is a very influential director who made Let There Be Light, which we talked about in our Paul Thomas Anderson episode, because that was a great influence on The Master. Anyway, so David Lynch goes back there, and he sees that John Huston's sitting next to Elizabeth Taylor, who presented when Oliver Stone won Best Director, and of course David Lynch didn't win Best Director, and she kissed Oliver Stone when he won, and David Lynch goes back there and Elizabeth Taylor goes, "I love Blue Velvet," and David Lynch goes, "It's a shame that Oliver Stone won because I really wanted to kiss you." And then she says, "Come here," and he smooched her.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry I'm getting off track, but that was a really good story not to bring up. But also Jack Nicholson in 1974, he found out that his sister June and his mother Ethel May were actually his mother and his grandmother. So he found out that his sister June was actually his mother, and his mother Ethel May was actually his grandmother. Because what happened is, also I'm not, obviously this is his personal life, but he's a historical figure now, so it's fair game. Sorry, buddy. But so what happened? When June, his mother, was like 18, she got pregnant, but her boyfriend at the time, she didn't know, was married. So he was like, "I don't want anything to do with this," because also it's like the 40s maybe, or the 30s, and so she was like, the Ethel May was like, "You better stay away from, this girl, because if the shame that it would bring her having a child out of wedlock in this time wasn't, would ruin her life." So Ethel May decided, "I'll just pretend it's my baby," and they just rolled with it.
Nobody thought ever.
And they just never told him because they were like, "Well, it's not, what it's going to harm him." But the problem is when he found out, because somebody was doing a piece on him and they found out this history, and but they died in like 1963. They were already both dead, so he never could tell, So that was just an interesting story that I didn't know about Jack Nicholson.
That's a crazy thing to learn post. After they're dead,
yeah.
Oh, that was actually my mom.
Especially because now you'll never get any like closure on it.
Yeah. You don't get to say what you would probably want to say to your mom.
Yeah,
it's sad.
So, Emilio D'Alessandro, who I talked about, Kubrick's assistant, also talked about meeting Jack Nicholson, and he says he walks into Kubrick's office, and him and Kubrick and Jack Nicholson are having a meeting about The Shining, and he goes, "Oh, Emilio, meet Jack Nicholson." He goes, "I didn't know who Jack Nicholson. Like, I only knew his name. I never saw him before." So, I shake his hand, I meet him, and Nicholson makes a few jokes about like, "Kubrick, you're lucky because this guy keeps your office clean. You should see my office." Like a couple of jokes like that, and then he walks out. And he said the whole time Jack was there, Kubrick was just looking at him, like studying him. And Jack Nicholson leaves, and Kubrick goes, "What did you think of Jack?" And he goes, "For what? The movie?" And he goes, "Yeah, he's perfect for Jack Torrance. You should see." And he goes, "I don't know if he's okay." He's okay. He goes, "Why? Who do you think should be Jack Torrance?" And he goes, "I don't know, maybe like Charles Bronson." And Kubrick's like, "No, he's not right for this role. Like, you'll see." And also, people hear that story, and they sort of clown on Emilio for like, "Oh, what? He thought Charles Bronson, like he doesn't know anything about movies." And like, "Yeah, you're right. He didn't know it. He was just Kubrick's assistant. Like he never claimed to know everything about movies. He just has a tremendous amount of history about a historical figure now."
Yeah.
That he feels like he has a responsibility to tell. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah, he doesn't have to share that information. And plus, it's Stanley Kubrick putting you on the spot. You have to give an answer. You can't say, "I don't know."
Right. Like
if you say, "I don't know" in that situation.
Right. Charles Bronson is a terrible answer. You know what I mean? But it's like saying you want, Clint Eastwood for Spider-Man or something. I don't know. But I'm just giving Emilio his story, this sort of context that like he will be the first to tell you he didn't know anything about movies. You know? But also the funny thing about how, because of course now Shelley Duvall comes into the picture, and Emilio in the book, because again he doesn't know anything about movies, he goes, "Yeah, I met Shelley Duvall. She was very nice, and she reminded me of Olive Oyl from Popeye, because she was very thin and stuff." And which is funny because the same year she played Olive Oyl in 1980 in Robert Altman's Popeye. It was also Robin Williams' first starring role in a movie. And I've seen that movie, and it's really funny. And there's a really funny scene in that where Popeye is in bed at night, and he has like a framed photo, and he's looking at it, and he goes, "Oh, me pappy," like he like misses his dad, and the camera like cuts to the shot of the frame, and there's nothing in it. It just says "me pappy." Like, he wrote "me pappy." He's looking at it, going "me pappy." I'm like, that's really funny. Also, in Popeye is the movie that they got the song from Punch Drunk Love. He needs me, he needs me. That song, Shelley Duvall sings that in Popeye.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. There's a lot of like tributaries in this. Like, there's a lot of I'm talking about all these stories that kind of branch off out of nowhere, but I think they're interesting.
I like understanding what's going on around that time because this is a little bit off topic, but Shelley Duvall, it blew my mind. She's in the scene in Nashville that they're singing "I'm Easy," which went on to win an Oscar for Best Original Song, right? I was,
or she's. I don't. Maybe she might be in the same bar. I don't know if she's like a primary figure in that scene, but she's in that. She's all over that movie.
It passes her. She's sitting in the crowd. She's just because it came up when I was doing YouTube research on The Shining. I was like, oh, I could watch this right now. And then she's just in the scene. I'm like,
she's everywhere. Well, it's funny that you mentioned that because obviously Nashville's amazing.
Yeah,
and I want to do an episode on Robert Altman one day, which would be like a 4-parter probably. But she only worked. I'm pretty sure she only worked with Robert Altman up until The Shining. Like The Shining was her first non-Robert Altman role, and then she went and was on the movie for like a year, and then her first movie that she filmed after The Shining was Popeye, and like they do one, they go action. Robert Altman calls the first day on set, and she does a scene, and he just walks up there and goes, "You're a different actor now. Like you're not the same as from before The Shining," which I just thought was an interesting, interesting anecdote, and also just shows how good of a director Robert Altman was, probably getting performances out of his actors, that he realized that from the first take. Kubrick saw Shelley Duvall in the movie 3 Women, which is also another Robert Altman movie that he said came to him in a dream, and he wrote a screenplay based off it, and I thought it was really good. Sissy Spacek, who we mentioned earlier, is also in that movie as well. Jack Nicholson wanted Jessica Lange for the role. Jessica Lange was the wife in Cape Fear. So she was more like the traditional like hot blonde that was like described in the book, and that also Rebecca De Mornay plays in the TV series. But they were him and Kubrick and Nicholson were talking about the role of Wendy, and he goes, "I think it should be Jessica Lange," and he goes, "No, it can't be like a conventional movie star woman. It has to be somebody like mousy and vulnerable." And I guess probably like half jokingly, he said it should be somebody that you can understand why Jack would want to kill them. You know what I mean? But also Shelley Duvall. We talked about like Jack Nicholson just got out of a relationship with Angelica Houston. Shelley Duvall also right before The Shining got out of a big breakup with Paul Simon, and then while she was filming The Shining, she also started dating Ringo Starr.
Oh my goodness!
Which is insane. I didn't know.
That's crazy.
I didn't know she went hard like that. Also, I mentioned Emilio, Margaret Adams, and Andros, who we have to mention them because they're very important. With them on the Mount Rushmore of like Kubrick's workers, is also the fourth one on that would be Leon Vitali, and Leon Vitali didn't start out as Kubrick's assistant. He started out as the actor who played Lord Bullington in Barry Lyndon, who was Barry Lyndon's stepson, who hated him. But Kubrick remembered a story that was the inciting incident for Leon Vitali working on The Shining. When they were filming Barry Lyndon, Leon Vitali was, calming down the child actor who played Barry Lyndon's son, Brian. I think his name is David Morley? David Morley, who was like getting nervous on set because maybe he messed up. He's a kid. And he's on like $100 million movie in today's terms, probably, adjusted for inflation. And he's, getting nervous and breaking down and like crying and stuff. And Leon Vitali had to calm him down. And Kubrick remembered how well he calmed David Morley down. And he goes, okay, maybe I can use him for the Danny actor on this movie. So he sent Leon Vitali. And Leon Vitali, who's just an actor at this point, he gets a call from Kubrick going, oh my God, does he want me to be in another movie? And he goes, hey, I'm making The Shining. You read this book. Read the book. And he goes, okay. So he reads the book. And then the next day, Kubrick calls him and goes, how would you like to go to the U.S. and find a boy to play Danny? So for 6 months, Leon and his wife, Kirsty, went to Cincinnati. What?
Cincinnati?
What did I say?
It's
Cincinnati.
You said
sorry.
Cincinnati.
They went to Cincinnati, Denver, and Chicago, and they saw over 5,000 boys to play Danny. And Kubrick picked those cities in particular because he wanted a dialect that was somewhere in between Shelley Duvall's dialect and Jack's dialect. He didn't want the kid to be from like Georgia.
Yeah,
and he'd be like
Southern accent.
Mr. Halloran.
Yeah.
So he was there.
Tony, I live in Sorry.
Boy. But for 6 months they were there, and also Vitali, because around the same time, Roy Walker and Murray Close were also photographing hotels around the country. And so Kubrick was like, why don't you, do the same thing? Like if you see a funny hotel or a cool looking hotel, just take some pictures and so Leon Vitali also had a hand in that as well. Danny Lloyd's dad was a railroad engineer. Like his family wasn't in show business and they didn't want to get their kids into show business. His dad was a railroad engineer who just saw the ad in the paper and sent in Danny Lloyd's words, like, now as an adult, he says, yeah, my dad just sent in my picture as a joke and we got a call back. And then after however many, steps and auditions, I ended up getting the role. They called me on my birthday. And I think Leon called me on my birthday to tell me that I got the role, and his family was like, holy shit. And one of the funny things about that is he also had a brother who's like around the same age. So they're in England, and filming went on for so long, which we'll get to. And but eventually the brother had to go back for school because they started filming in May, so it was like towards the end of school. So then they filmed through all of the summer, and then I guess September rolled around, and they were like, well, Jerry, whatever his name was, has to go back to school. But Danny is there, so how do we sift this out? And in my head, I don't know how it happened, but in my head, I just imagined like, Jerry being like, I want to go back to school, mom and dad. You know what? It's either me or Danny. Choose. And they just like stare and blink at him, and they're like, we're gonna stay here.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just it's just a funny way I imagine it in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Danny came up with the finger. That was his idea.
Crazy.
They were like, do the voice, and he went, Tony doesn't want to talk right now. And they're like, holy shit.
That's dope.
Scatman Carruthers, not Carruthers. His real name is Benjamin Sherman Carruthers. And in 1932, he had a radio audition because his voice was very appropriate for radio. And the guy says, like, you'd get a lot more gigs if you had a better name. Like Benjamin Carruthers is kind of boring. And he goes, all right, like easy.
Scatman.
And then he goes, all right, fine, call me Scatman because I sing a lot of scat and stuff like that. And then that's how he got his name. And also, he had worked with Jack Nicholson. I didn't know this. I thought it was just Cuckoo's Nest, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. But he also worked in The King of Marvin Gardens and The Fortune. So 3 movies with Jack Nicholson. Yeah. So they were not friends, but like they were very experienced acquaintances of each other and acting partners. And Nicholson subsequently suggested Carruthers to Kubrick for the role of Halloran. Now, sometimes you find a conflicting thing where it's like, oh, well, he got the script because of this, but also he got the role because Nicholson suggested it. It's like both can be true. Like both of those things could have been happening at the same time. And I only bring that up because I cannot believe this is true. But it's in these books, so it has to be true to a certain extent. Apparently, Kubrick, his first choice to play Halloran was Slim Pickens, who's the guy who rides the nuke down at the end of the world in Doctor Strangelove. Like, yoo-hoo! That guy. Mm-hmm. He's like, he's the guy in Doctor Strangelove where he goes, he's talking about the survival kit when you jump out of the airplane, like 1 little miniature Bible, 2, lipsticks.
Yeah.
And he was going to be Halloran because in the book he's black, and there's very racist stuff about him in the book. Not like Stephen King was being racist, but characters are very racist to him. So like him being black is a very important thing to his identity in the book. So it's sort of left field that Kubrick was like, maybe Slim Pickens. You know what I mean?
He just couldn't pick someone with a regular name.
Yeah, he was like, somebody needs to have a crazy name. Oh my God, if only Meta World Peace existed in 1970. What else we got here? Anna Jackson, who plays the doctor. She talks about, she has like a good little anecdote in the books about, her time with Kubrick and sorting out like, what the doctor would wear. And she talks about her first day on set. They're doing the scene where she's talking with Wendy about, these things happen with kids all the time. I'm actually kind of a useless doctor when you think about it. And she didn't say that, but the audience is thinking that.
Yeah.
And they did like 30 takes. And she's like, Stanley, like, what do you want? He's like, no, it's no problem.
Everything's
like, what's the problem? He's like, there's no problem. Just do another take. And she's like, all right. So she's sort of not understanding like, what does he want from me? Mm-hmm. And she ends up doing like 32 takes of the scene. And she later says, and then I go and fucking watch the movie. He used the first take.
The first take.
But as she was like walking out of her first day on the set, she ran into Barry Nelson, who plays Ullman, who was an actor friend that she knew. And he's like, hey, how'd it go? And she's like, just call me when you're done with your first day, because he hadn't filmed anything yet. And he goes, okay. So like a day or two later, he calls, and she just picks up the phone and goes, how many takes? And they both sort of started laughing. Yeah. Because they both immediately knew.
Both understood.
And then the last story before we get into the next section of the filming process was Tony Burton, who plays Larry Durkin, the gas station attendant guy who owns the gas station, who gives Ullman who gives a Halloran the snowcat near the end. He was played by a guy named Tony Burton, and Kubrick saw him in a movie called Assault on Precinct 13, and he gave him the role. And the funny story about him on set is the day, I think one of his first days off, or like the day before he was about to film, he showed up on set, and there was not a lot to do. He's like, all right, well, I'm here, might as well just chill for a few minutes while they set up the next shot. I want to get in their way. So he goes into like a room and he finds a chessboard, and he starts putting the chess pieces on there. And just as he's just about to start like playing a game against himself, or just moving some pieces around, Stanley Kubrick walks past the doorway, and then he reverses back and goes, chess? and he goes, yeah, you want to play? He's like, yes. And so he's like, oh, nice, Stanley Kubrick's playing chess with me. This is sick. Like, he's the best director in the world. I'm playing chess. And Tony Burton was good. Not as good as Kubrick, because Kubrick won most of the times.
Yeah.
But they spend all day playing chess.
That's cool.
They're supposed to be filming, and they're like, Stanley, like, Shelley's here. He's like, shut up, I'm playing chess.
Yeah, yeah.
And actually, Tony Burton beat Kubrick once.
Nice.
Which nobody had seen anybody do before. Because Kubrick, he wasn't a grandmaster or anything, but he was a chess hustler. Where like you see those videos on YouTube of like guys in Manhattan, Central Park, wherever they are, and they're just playing chess all day for quarters and stuff. That's how Kubrick basically made his living for a few months of his life at one point in the 50s. Oh, so he was very, very good at chess.
In Brooklyn, right?
Brooklyn, probably, yeah. In the Bronx, maybe, I forget exactly. Somewhere in New York. But yeah, so the fact that Tony Burton beat him at chess even once, suggests that he was really good.
That's big.
But it was so bad that Kubrick was so distracted, because he was obviously the most hardworking guy ever, but I guess chess was the one thing that he was like, I don't know what movie.
Mm-hmm.
But the next day, the next time that Tony Burton had off, he showed up on set to just like chill again. And he walks on, everybody was like, no, get out of here. You're not, please leave.
Yeah.
Leave. Don't even let him fucking see you. So that was pretty funny.
He's just like, one game of chess?
Yeah, it's just one game. It's
just
like, yeah,
one
bullshit.
game.
It's like on COD. It's like, we can't, we got to keep the win streak going, and we can't end on a loss.
Yeah.
It'll never stop. So
filming was scheduled to take only 7 weeks, but reportedly lasted 14 months, which delayed the productions of other big movies at the time, like Dino De Laurentiis' Flash Gordon, George Lucas's The Empire Strikes Back, and Spielberg's Raiders of the Lost Ark.
You said The Empire Strikes Back like it was your first time hearing about it.
Yeah.
This one movie, The Empire Strikes Back. So if you look at like the actual production dates, it says it went from May 1978 to April 1979, which is 11 months, if I'm correct. Hopefully I am. But all the books and stuff said, production went 14 months. So it's like, does that include pre-production? Like, what's going on here? Because filming only lasted 11 months. So there's a discrepancy about that. I don't know.
Yeah.
But Stanley's contracts with the studio and the actors, similar to Eyes Wide Shut, they were open-ended. So like once they're on the movie, they can just stay forever until they can only leave in the movies. Like they'll get compensated for their time, but they can't leave.
Yeah, and
until the movie's done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the same thing with the studio. Like he was just there as long as he had to have been, or at least, or maybe like he was. He had the contracts, but we'll talk about later that he used all of his prestige and his status and like favors on getting long contracts, and then when he went over, behind schedule, he had to call in more of those favors to get it extended.
Yeah,
like he just couldn't. They couldn't get him to leave.
And if you tried to restructure your contract with him, he would kill you off.
Yeah, yeah, right. Like in
Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah. If you want to hear about that story, listen to the Full Metal Jacket podcast. We're not going to tell you where in the 4 hours.
Yeah, you find it yourself.
Find it yourself, pal. Found it the old-fashioned way. But usually when a movie, like if Avengers Endgame filmed for 14 months. I think it may be like 6 months, that movie. But if it went for 14 months, the budget would be $750 million.
Yeah.
But the reason why Kubrick was able to film for so long and maintain relatively medium budgets is because he barely ever had any crew. He purposely got not that big of a crew for the days they didn't really need a big crew, so that he can film however long he wanted, like on Full Metal Jacket. Or on Eyes Wide Shut. There was never. It's I think it was maybe Spielberg or somebody who showed up on set one day, or maybe it was somebody from Warner Brothers, and they get into a hall and they're filming, and Spielberg, whoever it was, goes, "Where's the rest of the crew?" And Kubrick goes, "You're looking at it. This is it. There's 6 people. What do you mean? This is it?" And so that's probably why they were able to go for so long, because they, if they were paying 50 people rather than 12,
And and his family is working on the film too.
Yeah, his
so
daughter's working on it.
Doesn't have to pay them probably.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm paying you with dinner tonight. How about that? And also Kubrick talked about one of the anecdotes that multiple people said the same thing was, Kubrick would always say he would never waste money. Like the money would always go somewhere. The money would always go into the movie, and they talked about how, like, why do you film so many takes or whatever? And he goes, setting up the set and, like, getting all the actors and the costumes, that's expensive, but like film's cheap. So it's, why don't we do 100 takes?
Mm-hmm.
Not 100 obviously, like it was more like 30 on average, but that was like his whole philosophy, and turns out to be true, because the typical filming ratio on a movie is like 5-1 or 15-1, meaning like you film 5 hours of footage for like a 1 hour movie, let's say, or 10 hours of footage for a 2 hour movie, or in the 15-1 would be like 30 hours of footage for a 2 hour movie, I guess. But Kubrick shot 102-1. So for every hour of footage, they filmed 102 hours of footage, which took months and months and months to sort through all that. For Ray Lovejoy, the editor who we'll talk about later, to sift through all that material. And I think the total amount of film came out to 1.3 million feet of film. So we mentioned Garrett Brown earlier, who was the inventor of the Steadicam, and how he decided that he wanted to work on the movie after seeing the tour of the sets. And he comes up in this story again when Emilio was tasked with picking him up from the airport. And so Kubrick goes, Emilio, I need you to go to the airport and pick up Garrett Brown. He's a Steadicam operator. And he goes, all right, what does he look like? And he goes, he's the tallest guy you'll ever see. You don't even need to know what he looks like. And he was like, are you sure? Like, you don't even want to give me, like, he's like, just go.
Just go.
So he's like, I don't know. All right, fine. Like, if I miss him, it's not my fault. It's your fault, Stanley. And then he's at the airport and he sees a guy who has to duck through the doorway. And he goes, that's him.
Yeah.
So Garrett Brown was just like 7 feet tall by all accounts or whatever. I don't know exactly how tall he was. But they talked about when Brown showed up to set for the first day with the Steadicam and he was showing it off to everybody. And everybody was impressed. They're like, ooh, ah, and stuff. And Stanley was asking a bunch of questions. And these are verbatim, these are the questions that he asked. Ready? Can you lower the camera? Garrett Brown says yes. Can you rotate it completely? Yes. Can you keep it focused on a fixed point? Yes. Can you frame that chair when you move around it? Yes. Can you frame the top of those stairs when you're going up them? Yes. I can do whatever you want, Stanley. Just stop asking me questions. And then he talked about, he's like, Stanley, you want to try it on? Like, Kubrick was so excited by it. And then as soon as he was like, hey, you want to try the Steadicam on? He's like, no. He was like scared to try it on almost. But I mentioned Garrett Brown took a pay cut earlier because I think they said that, filming was, to go like 7 weeks or something like that. But of course, Kubrick probably knew it was going to take longer. So in Garrett Brown's contract, but they couldn't conceive of it going more than 6 months. Like Jan Harlan was like, there's no way it's going to go that long. Of course, they doubled it. But after 6 months, Garrett Brown's contract expired or ran out or whatever. So they had to make a new one but Kubrick didn't want to lose him. But also he took a pay cut. He didn't take his normal rate, but he goes, hey, after that 6 months, like you're going to be paying me my full rate.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the full salary. And they said, okay. But the problem was after 6 months, he had to go film Rocky 2, Garrett Brown. So he alternated from week to week because Kubrick still wanted him as much as possible. So for 1 week, he would shoot The Shining for his normal rate after that initial 6 months. And then he would get on the Concorde on the flight to the U.S. and go film Rocky 2 for a week. And while he was filming Rocky 2, Ray Andrew, who was basically his understudy on the Steadicam, would operate the Steadicam. And he was teaching Ray Andrew how to do it throughout that first 6 months. And so he would just go back and forth between Rocky 2 and The Shining, which I thought was an interesting anecdote. And Ray Andrew is an important character to bring up in the story because he has a couple of good anecdotes and stories that may or may not be true, but that are a good indication of what it was like on the set. And Ray Andrew recalled one story where they were filming the scene where Wendy drags Jack into the pantry, and of course that would require a certain amount of physical, activity from Shelley Duvall. And they're ready to film the scene. He's like, "Well, Wendy, let's go. Come on, like let's film." And somebody goes up to, I think it was Ray Andrew, maybe goes up to Stanley and goes, "Shelley wants to, talk to you in private." And he goes, "I'm not fucking moving, Shelley. Like, what do you want?" Yeah. She's like, "Stanley, I just want to tell you in private." And he's like, "No, whatever you could say it right here. Like, what do you want?" And she's like, "I'm on my period." And he just goes, right. And then so he called a nurse to come look at Shelley, and the nurse said that Shelley needed 3 days off.
Oh, he was probably...
Because also she was there was because people talk about like the abuse and stuff she suffered, like just like I said earlier, like the stories of Kubrick being a genius are exaggerated to a certain extent, and the stories of him being this manic monster are exaggerated as well. And I imagine you can apply the same thing to his treatment of Shelley Duvall. Because in this entire research, I never found one thing where I was like, "That's fucked up."
No.
Like like all the stories are basically just him being a little bit of a dick to her, which both of them knew it was sort of on purpose. And I'm not totally justifying anything that he did do to her, but you know, it's less sensationalized than the sensationalistic stories tend to make it, you know, seem to be.
Can I just say, I feel like from watching some of the behind the scenes footage, it seems that they had a pretty good relationship actually from the small little things you get from them. But she also seems to have pushed back at him a lot too.
Right.
It didn't seem like it was just one way.
Right. She wasn't like she wasn't like Wendy in that she was totally defenseless. Like she was, and also there are, because you mentioned the Vivian Kubrick's documentary that shows them bickering at each other, or mostly, you know, Stanley bickering at her, I guess. But it should be brought up that, and we'll talk about it a little bit more in detail later, that the scenes of him being like warmer and friendlier with the people on set were cut out on purpose.
Yeah.
Which we'll get to. And also, Emilio never heard Stanley treat Shelley unkindly, according to him. He was like, I never, because he, I guess, knew the stories in the paper about, you know, he's abusing her on the set and making her crazy. He never found anything. The worst he found, like the worst he heard about, you know, Stanley treating Shelley was one of the drivers that Emilio like knew during the production was tasked with driving Shelley home every night. And he goes up to Emilio, the driver, and goes, "Hey, Shelley's crying. I can hear her crying in the back seat every night when I take her home. Like, is everything okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, everything. Just tell, like, reassure her and tell her that like Stanley's very happy with how she's doing."
Mm-hmm.
And there was another story, and you know, the driver told her like, "Stanley loves what you're doing. He thinks you're doing great." And there was another story where Vivian Kubrick was like, "Yeah, I didn't really know what was going on because I would be talking to Shelley like during breaks, like maybe they were setting up the camera or whatever. She would come and like sit down and talk to me, and we would just talk or whatever. And then my dad would walk in, and she'd immediately get up and leave." And so I was like, did he tell her like not to talk to me or something? So that's like you find a lot of consistency with people's stories about like their relationship. But there was never anything about like Kubrick causing physical or severe mental harm on her. Most of the stories about her treatment on the movie were mostly just how exhausted she was with doing the many, many takes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that, and she also explains that she just got out of a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
She left her home in the United States, moved to a new country. Yeah. And she's super far away from home. So she says in that documentary too how she just feeling sick from multiple things that are going into it. It's not just Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah, and that's a good point, because even in the documentary you see her become sick. Like she lays down at one point.
Yeah.
And they put like 700 pillows on her, which is like, what, you know.
From the attitude of everyone in the hallway in that scene, it seems as though she had done that a few times, because the one guy, he goes, "Now you're going to see me being homely," and he puts a blanket over her, and it seems like a big joke kind of thing.
Yeah, that's actually good, because they don't seem that concerned.
Yeah, exactly.
Not that they're not concerned for her, but this is something that they've done before.
Yeah, it seems like it wasn't the first time.
And because obviously thing would, in the context of Shelley, her mental state on set and whether or not it was like, the best experience for her. Emilio was talking about this. In Emilio's words, he says, "Jack's personality didn't exactly help calm things down. He loved to rule the roost. He was always making vulgar remarks full of sexual innuendo, and he made faces at anybody who turned their back on him. So like they would be like, 'All right, take care, man,' and then he'd be like, 'Bye.' And he'd be like, he made faces at people, and he flirted with anything in a skirt. To be honest, I didn't hit it off all that well with Jack myself. On the few occasions I had to drive him somewhere, he always had something to say about the girls we passed on the street. And at one occasion he said, 'Hey, Emilio, slow down a bit. I want to take a look at this wonderful lady.' And then Emilio had to slow down to keep him happy. And he goes, 'Aha, that one was really special.'" So but never, you read stuff like that and you're like, okay, this guy was in the 70s.
Yeah.
Is there anything like, but thankfully as of now, nothing's come out about him that suggests that any of that personality was
Led
harmful to anybody. It was more just like, yeah, that's just, he was sexually, I guess.
Yeah.
What do you call it? He had that personality seemingly in a benevolent way and not in a creepy or harmful way.
Yeah.
Is the best I can say about it.
He has have you ever seen the thing where he walks up behind Jennifer Lawrence where she's at an interview?
Oh yeah.
And she's saying something like, "I love you," and he's like, "You're lucky we're not the same age, otherwise you'd be my girlfriend or something."
Or
like
no,
that.
I know exactly. So he says Jennifer Lawrence just won the Oscar for
Yeah.
Silver Linings Playbook, I think. She was relatively very young. She was like, I think younger than us. And he comes up behind her. He goes, "I loved you in the movie. You're great. I'm sorry to interrupt." And she's like, "Oh, you're being very rude," like as a joke. And then he goes, "You look like an old girlfriend of mine." She goes, "Oh, really?" And she goes, "Do I look like a new girlfriend?" And he goes, "I thought about it and stuff." So yeah.
Mm-hmm. But sorry to keep bringing up the behind the scenes too. Right in the beginning when Vivian's recording him,
Amazing.
She goes in the bathroom and it seems as though he's almost in character already.
Yeah.
Because he stands there in the doorway and I felt like from the camera, she starts to block out so she can get on the other side. It felt like weird almost.
Really?
It didn't feel weird, but like I could tell that he was being like almost creepy on purpose. It didn't feel like he was being creepy to be creepy.
He was just like messing with her.
Yeah, he was messing with her
yeah.
because he was saying he needed to go to the bathroom, and then she went in the bathroom, so he like follows her.
Oh yeah. Also, she was like 18.
That's crazy.
But also I don't think he ever had a weird. But we'll talk about the individual scenes from the documentary when we get to the post production stuff. Actually, no, you're exactly right. We're going to talk about it right now.
Oh,
it's the very next note here. I thought it was later.
Right.
So Vivian was the birth of that documentary. Vivian's documentary. It's the making of Shining, which is the documentary we're talking about. Vivian was working in the art department because she wanted to work on the movie, and Kubrick was like, "Try working with them. That's a good way to learn some stuff. You can learn some stuff in the art department. That's an important part of the filmmaking process." And then she asked Stanley. She goes, "Hey, Dad, I wanted to make a documentary about the making of the movie." And even though he was very sort of secretive as a director and not a recluse, but somewhat reclusive publicly, because he didn't like going out in public in actual publicized events, not in he liked going to the store and the library because nobody recognized him.
Yeah.
But he goes, "You want to make a movie about the making of it?" And she goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "Well, are you going to finish it?" Because she was known to be very, very ambitious and take on too many things and then have to not finish them. But he was like, it's not just all fun and games. Like even if it's a short movie, it takes a lot of work. Are you sure you're going to finish it? And she's like, "Yes, I definitely will finish it." So then she got a little 16 millimeter camera that I think Emilio gave her, or Emilio pointed out to her. I think it was 16 millimeters, and she attached a microphone to it with a little bit with a little light, I think. And then she just went around the set, and he told her be omnipresent but invisible.
Mm-hmm.
Because he didn't want her, interfering with, and also and that's probably one of the reasons why there wasn't a making of documentary for any of his other movies up until that point, because he didn't want an outsider on the set filming something. But the fact that it was his daughter, it sort of maybe just felt like a home movie to him.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But also like we were just saying, the documentary is amazing. It opens with Jack Nicholson, and it's also a fascinating document to see how people mess with each other at that time, because now we're just like, "Hey, remember that video? I saw this meme one day," and it's like that. But she walks in with the camera, and Jack sees her, and he's telling people "Hey, well, yeah, why don't you just make some rice or noodles with it or something? You know what I mean? All right, I'll see you later." And then he hangs up the phone and goes, "Why do you need to know about my rice and noodles?
Yeah.
What if you're coming in here and I'm talking business?" Even in real life, the delivery of all of his lines are amazing.
Yeah.
And then we mentioned that he goes into the bathroom, and also the thing that we talked about with maybe the flirtiness in him or whatever. There's one thing I remember my mom going, "Oh, I don't know," where he goes, he looks at Vivian and he goes, "You look cute today in your red shirt, hon."
Yeah.
Which is probably the most overtly flirty thing he says
directly to her.
Yeah, directly
other
to
than pulling his zipper down, and she's zooming in.
Oh yeah.
On the zipper, and then the chest hair.
Are we completely wrong about this? Was it way more? No, I don't think.
No,
I
think that's
him.
just. I don't know. They're having fun.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't think any of them.
You can't judge him off the standards of then with today's standards. Obviously, if he said that in a documentary from today and we knew it was an 18-year-old girl, everybody would be like,
Yeah. Let's get into the specifics of men and women relationships really quick in this podcast, because we definitely are very qualified to speak on that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few of the, but you get to see Jack's personality, which is very fun. There's a section where Stanley's mother visits. And also his dad, Jacques, they called him. Stanley Kubrick's father was there too. It's in the scene in the gold room where she's like, what are the the points of all the colored scripts? And he's like, so it's you can look around and see that everybody has the same script. And also her name is Gert. And it occurred to me when I was watching it, I go, that's the movie Moon with Sam Rockwell, directed by Duncan Jones. Kevin Spacey, who was not a pedophile at the time, according to the public, was the computer was Gertie. And everybody saw that the Gertie computer was a reference to Hal in 2001, but Gertie is Kubrick's mom's name. So I wonder if that was a reference as well. But anyway, so they're there one day and they're filming the Halloran death scene, and Kubrick's parents are there and he's telling everybody like, just make sure they're okay. Like maybe Leon or somebody. He's like, make sure I just don't want them to get frightened by the scene. Mm-hmm. He's very nervous about it, and then they play the scene and Halloran gets axed to death. And Kubrick goes, cut! And his mom stands up and goes, claps. And she's like, yeah! What wasn't that? But they were excited by the scene rather than frightened by it. So Kubrick was like, oh, thank God. Also, speaking of the gold room, also they did like 1 million takes of Halloran getting axed to death. Mm-hmm. And apparently it messed up Scatman Carruthers' back a little bit. Or I guess he was 61 maybe at the time. 69. I think he turned 70 while filming. And so he had to fall 50 times.
Oh, wow. So he was falling backwards.
Yeah.
That would.
But speaking of the gold room, there's a really, really funny scene where they're placing all the extras around in the gold room and figuring out like what's the best way to do this. And there's a scene where I forget the exact guy's name because I feel bad. He's the one who's rehearsing Shelley's lines with her when they do that one shot of Shelley rehearsing her lines, Jack rehearsing his lines, and then Stanley typing. It's that guy. I forget his name. I'm sorry. But he goes, hey, could somebody at this table? We just need 2 people to go fill out one of those tables all the way in the back there. And you could tell all the extras are just looking at each other like waiting for somebody to tell them to move.
Yeah.
And you could tell once somebody picks like those two people are like, fuck.
Yeah,
They're like, shit, that was going to be right in the front of the shot. Now I'm going to be all the way in the back.
I was thinking that because I saw, you can see he says that, and the one lady's literally like, trying to be invisible.
She's trying to act natural.
She wanted to be right there, and instead she's gonna be all the way in the back.
Yeah, it sucked. And then you tell when they stand up, they're like, God damn it.
Yeah.
One of the other great scenes in it, that's probably the most interesting few seconds of the movie, is because everybody thinks Stanley Kubrick, super intensely pre-planned the shots of his movies, which I'm sure he did to some extent, but he actually was pretty open about, I'll figure out the shot when I get there. You know what I mean? So there's one scene when Jack's trapped in the pantry and he's talking to Wendy through the door. And you see Kubrick with his little viewfinder. And you can see him like testing out the shot. He goes, I think it's best to play it as a medium shot with the situation. And then he lays down on the ground and he goes, that's not bad. Try that. And that's the shot that's in the movie of, from the ground of Jack going like, Wendy. Yeah. But Ray Andrew, who we mentioned earlier, who was the understudy for the Steadicam essentially for Garrett Brown, who would operate the camera on the days that Garrett Brown wasn't there. He has a story that is related to that scene where, they were trying to figure out like how to pull off that shot. And this guy, Dennis Lewis, who was working on the movie, was like almost angry or impatient with Kubrick because Kubrick was taking a while to try to figure it out, like how to film it. And then he was like, he was like acting up a little bit and like, chirping. And then Cooper was like, I want you off the set. They had a little fight about however they needed to get that shot, they had a fight about it. And then however much time later, Dennis Lewis comes back on set and is like, yelling like, I don't know why Stanley just doesn't want to lay on the ground for the shot. Like that's the easiest way to do it. Mm-hmm. And according to Ray Andrew, Kubrick like grabbed his neck and like threw him against the wall and choked him and was like, don't you ever tell me how to run my movie on my set, whatever. But that story and also, of course, after tempers cooled, Stanley demanded an apology. And he was like, yes, I'm sorry. But also, I don't know. That story might be apocryphal, and they even say in the book that I got it from, like, that might be exaggerated because Stanley wasn't really known as a physical person.
Yeah. So the section where we see Danny going into the table on the side when he's hiding, and then he gets out and he runs back with that guy who it seems like
that's Leon Vitali.
Okay, I was gonna ask. That's him.
Because they were trying to make it like a good experience for him.
Yeah,
that's why Leon Vitali was like, "Let's go!"
Woo! Yeah, it seems like they're playing a game because Danny just runs off.
Yeah.
It's also funny when Danny in the interview section he goes, I mean, I imagine I have at least $600 or $700.
Yeah.
It's
Well, it's funny because they're all like, Danny's like, wow, this is it was a fun movie or whatever, and then Shelley's like, yeah, it was pretty intense, but I'm really happy. I really appreciate the experience. Jack Nicholson's like, I want the director to have the control, and then they cut to Scatman. He's just crying.
Yeah.
He's like, it was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
It was like working with my son.
Yeah.
And it's like, holy shit, he had an intense
tears
experience.
of joy.
There's tears of joy. It's insane. It's heartbreaking, honestly.
Because we know that he is one of the people that they mentioned some other time where he is one of the people who they had to do more takes than normal because he couldn't remember the lines at all.
It was like a 5-minute scene between him and Danny when he's like, I'm not supposed to. He's like, who told you you're not supposed to? Like, there's certain things that shine. People who can shine can notice. That scene.
Kitchen.
That also, he's great in the movie.
Yeah, he's amazing.
He has a very heavy personality that I didn't really appreciate until I saw the TV series. Sorry if that actor who's in the TV series is listening, but the character's just different in the TV series. But they did 148 takes of that scene with Danny, and apparently it was just because he didn't know the line. I don't know if it was totally. It's probably a mix of maybe he stumbled on some lines. In a few cases, in the other cases, Kubrick was like, "Good, let's do it again."
Yeah,
because that's what he did. Because people talked about, like, the crew started to complain to like Emilio and stuff. Like, just tell him like, what's the problem? Like, why are we taking so long? Why do we need to do so many takes? And Emilio was like, "Hey, Stanley, like, the troops are getting angry or whatever." And Kubrick was like, "Don't listen to them. Like, they're fine or whatever." And the actors described, like, from an actor's perspective, if Kubrick wasn't telling them why they were getting so many takes. You know what I mean? So, like, let's say Anna Jackson, who played the doctor who we mentioned, she would be doing a scene and like 30 takes in. She's like, Stanley, what is the problem with what I'm doing? And he'd be like, no, there's no problem. Let's just do another one.
Yeah.
He just wanted to do another one. So the actors sort of got discouraged a little bit by doing all the takes. But, it's possible that he wasn't really, it didn't come from him being dissatisfied with their performance. It was just, again, he's like, film's cheap. Let's just get as many takes as possible. You know what I mean? And, things were taking so long that producers on other movies were freaking out. Spielberg, of course, was directing Raiders of the Lost Ark, and I think he might have been also a producer on it. And he was like, I need to film my movie. I was supposed to film this, whatever. Like, because with movie scheduling is very precarious, especially if you're casting movie stars. Because like Harrison Ford, who, Star Wars came out 3 years earlier, it's like he might just be available to shoot in this 4-month window. And if you can't get in there, you're screwed.
Yeah,
like you have to wait another 2 years to be on the movie. Spielberg and Stanley had an acquaintance already, but of course Spielberg was getting frustrated. So Stanley, since he was sort of his friend, invited Spielberg on the set to like sort of calm him down, be like, "It's okay, don't even worry about it. Look how cool this shit is.
Yeah,
forget that you're angry at me." And also in pre-production, Kubrick also sent the book to Stanley, The Shining. I'm sorry, Stanley sent the book to Spielberg, and he goes like, "Read it because I'm gonna make it." And he goes, "Okay." So Spielberg reads it. And then Kubrick gets on the call on him, and he goes, "What do you think the most commercial part of the book is?" And Spielberg goes, "Oh, it's obviously the boiler." He goes, "The way it like builds tension throughout the whole book and then explodes at the end, that's definitely the most commercial part." And Kubrick goes, "Well, I cut that. We're gonna do something different because I got a better idea." And then he goes, "What else do you think is the more commercial part?" And he goes, "The woman in the bathtub is pretty good." He goes, "Yeah, we're doing that all different." So like every time he mentioned, so Kubrick was like, "Fuck." But then Spielberg hadn't met. He only knew him on the phone.
I know.
Spielberg.
That's so interesting to know.
Yeah. And then he met Spielberg, or I'm sorry, I can't fucking talk. But then he met Kubrick on the set, and and this is his account, Spielberg's account of meeting Stanley. He goes, "He was a slumpy little man with a thick beard and pants that didn't fit and a sweater that was 2 sizes too big for him, shuffling around in house shoes. He had in his hands a little periscope viewfinder, something that he had just invented, and then walked over to me and said, "Hey, do you want to see what I just built?" And he immediately got me looking through this viewfinder and showed me how to discover his angles through the little miniature cardboard set that he had. And he had these little cutout figures on models and stuff. And as Spielberg is looking through it, Stanley just goes, "This is how I plan my shots." Like, proud of himself. Like, and there was also something like juvenile in the way that Kubrick got excited about certain things that he was doing in film, like, especially on the Steadicam. Like, he was so excited about that. It was almost like a boyish excitement, you know? So just a couple more stories before we head into the editing section of the production. There was one story where they were filming The Maze, I guess, which is in stage 1, I believe. And while they were like it was sort of their first days with this, like they weren't filming in there yet, but they were doing like planning and stuff and whatever. And they were discussing if the maze was built properly and discussing if it was good enough or if it was confusing enough as a maze.
Mm-hmm.
And Kubrick was telling everybody, like, it's too easy. They need to make it more maze-like so we get lost in it. You know what I mean? And they're like, fine, go into the center and find your way out. And he goes, all right, fine. And like an hour later, Kubrick's like, fuck. He was like, God damn it. And they're like, Stanley, you in there? He's like, shut up, I got it. Like, don't worry about it.
I'm figuring it out.
Yeah, it reminded me of the story that we talked about on Full Metal Jacket, where he locked himself in the bathroom and was called. I forget who he called on the radio, but he was like, yeah, come over here.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, Stanley, where are you? He goes, shut up, don't just come over here. And then, of course, he was locked in. He didn't want anybody on the radio to know that he was locked in the
I
bathroom.
love these stories because, again, everyone views him as this, higher being almost as a director.
Yeah.
And then the stories like that, stories like him getting lost in the thing. And then even in the behind the scenes when Jack Nicholson walks down and he meets up with Stanley, and Stanley's like, all right, let me talk to you real quick.
Yeah.
Jack Nicholson turns around. He's like,
yeah.
And then this is one of the parts of the documentary that make me think about the relationship between Stanley and Shelley being not as bad as you think, because Stanley Kubrick says something like, don't enable her. And then Shelley's like,
yeah, he's like, I don't sympathize with Shelley.
Yeah, don't sympathize with her. It enables her. And she's just like...
And they also have a pretty good back and forth that seems friendly.
Yeah,
like there is a tension to it, but it is friendly where he's like, it's not going to help you. And she's like, yes, it does.
He's
like, no, it's not. Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a good point to bring up about like showing these stories that kind of humble him humble your image of him.
Yeah.
Because it actually makes him more relatable as a person.
Definitely.
Where if every story was like, and then he turned out to be the smartest guy ever, the end, you'd be like, okay, it'd get boring after a while.
Yeah.
But then you hear stories like of him getting locked in the bathroom or getting lost in the maze, and it just makes him more human in my eyes. Speaking of the maze, Garrett Brown also talked about how when they were filming in there, it was super hot. It was like 110 degrees maybe, and he talked that they were seriously concerned with if a fire broke out.
Yeah,
they're in a maze. If the maze caught on fire, they're dead.
Yeah,
they're stuck in a. You know what I mean? But I bring that up because in February 1979 there was a fire, and I think it was on stage 3. It was the Colorado lounge set, and the whole thing completely burned to the ground. Like the entire building of stage 3 was just dust. And there's a crazy photo of Kubrick like laughing. He's like smiling in front of it's like the Hindenburg just blew up behind him, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just posing and smiling with the
cool.
wreckage. Because he knew, but also like, not irresponsibly in an irresponsible way, but they talked about how he was never really concerned because he knew that the insurance money would cover it and it wouldn't affect the cost of the production and his relationship with Warner Brothers. But he also was aware that, whenever there's, something happens like this on a movie set, it will increase the insurance rates for the next movie, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
But his next movie would be 7 years away, so they probably forgot about the fire in the first place. They'd be like, "Oh, you haven't had a fire on your set in 15 years."
Yeah, awesome.
Eyes wide shut. Your insurance is $10 a month.
The editing of The Shining. In the spring of 1979, filming on The Shining finally completed, and editing would take yet another year of work.
So I think earlier I may have mentioned the editor Ray Lovejoy having to sift through all the material that they filmed, the 1.3 million feet of film. And he was hired at like the beginning of shooting. And Kubrick goes, Ray Lovejoy goes, okay, well, I'm hired. When do I start editing? And Kubrick goes, 7 weeks. He goes, cool. So I get, 7 weeks of free money, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And then, production takes 6 months. And he goes, hey, if you just give me the footage, I can just start editing. He was like, no, don't you start without me. And so he's like, all right, well, can I at least go and work on other movies? And he goes, no.
Oh.
So he just had to wait. He basically just waited around and just walked on the set for like a year until they started editing. And then they, of course, once they did start editing, it took them months to go through the footage. And they started the editing at Elstree Studios in that Enigma building that we talked about earlier. Yeah. And I mentioned, Stanley getting the long contracts and facilitating extensions, et cetera on the contract. And eventually they just had to go, Stanley, like I think somebody described it as he exploited his prestige. He called in every favor. You need to leave the studio.
Yeah, you're done.
You have to be done. And he said, okay. So then they moved all the editing stuff to Chidwick-Bury, which was Stanley's new home at the time.
10 minutes away.
Probably,
right?
Yeah, it was like 10 minutes away, probably. And because he had a cutting room there already. He built a cutting room in the garage. And they edited the rest of the movie there. He only had to go back to Elstree once they were doing the sound editing. And speaking of sound, Wendy Carlos and Rachel Elkind, they did the music on Clockwork Orange, and Kubrick also asked them to come back for The Shining. But one of the things, I don't know if you know this, I don't know if this actually became an actual musical instrument or it was like a one-and-done deal, but for the music, they used something called the circular controller. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
So maybe it was just like a one-and-done thing. Essentially, it's a cross between like a piano and a pedal steel.
Okay.
So it's basically so they can get music that mimics vocals.
Okay.
So they raise it up and like you know what I mean. They raise the sound of the music up and down so it sounds like somebody's singing.
Yeah.
Even though it's music, it's weird. The piece of music that they wrote that for and used that for, I think, is in the credits. Or no, I'm sorry. It's at the end of Vivian's documentary, The Making of The Shining. It plays over the credits. It was cut out of another scene that they filmed for The Shining. They put the music over it, but that scene was ultimately cut out. And the last thing about Wendy and Rachel that I thought was a very important anecdote that they had in their role in The Shining was Wendy talked about how her image of Stanley in her head, because this interview I think was conducted after he died. She goes, my image of Stanley in my head is after like hours and hours of talking to him, when when you would leave his house and he would escort you out the door, he always had a cat in his hand. It's like the thing I remember about Stanley most was like he would always have a cat in his hand while he waves goodbye or whatever. I thought that was a very endearing and realistic image of him, and also a relatable one. I'm sorry. So the music that they made with the circular controller was actually for a scene when a ghost rolls a ball up to Jack. So the scene in the movie where the ball rolls up to Danny, that was a mimic of the original scene that probably took place. That Jack gets the ball from the ghost or whatever, but that was subsequently cut out, and we will probably bring that up when we talk about who opened the pantry door later in the movie, and when we get to the big theory, Shining theories section of this podcast. So the original ending that was actually in the movie, I think we talked about a little bit in our full filmography episode on Kubrick, but we'll get into it way more in depth here, was after Wendy and Danny leave and survive and they drive away in the snowcat, we cut to them in the hospital, and Ullman shows up, and he's wearing that big coat that we mentioned when we were talking about the book for The Shining. It was just the big brown mohair coat that he's wearing. And he shows up to the hospital, and Danny and a nurse at the front desk are playing. They call it Snakes and Ladders, but I think maybe that's the precursor to Chutes and Ladders. That's what I know it as. And he's like, "Hey, Jack, you doing good?" And Jack's like, "I'm okay, Mr. Ullman, okay." And then Ullman goes into the Wendy's room. Also, they clear out they cleared the patients out of an entire hospital floor so that they can film the scene, and they ultimately cut it from the movie. And so Ullman goes into Wendy's room, and she's in bed, and he's like, "Oh, it was just terrible what happened up there." And then I'm gonna read out what he says to her.
They were playing Escalators and Eels. Escalators.
Oh shit, eel! Holy shit, I forgot about that. So Ullman says to Wendy, "Danny's looking real well. He seems to have adjusted very well, all things considered. Oh, and also I spoke to Lieutenant Elliott on the way over, and he said that they finished the silly business about their investigation. He said he'd be over here this evening to tell you himself." And Wendy goes, does this mean we're free to leave? And Ullman says, of course you are. Oh, about the things you saw at the hotel. He told me they've really gone over the place with a fine-tooth comb, and they didn't find the slightest evidence of anything out of the ordinary. Mrs. Torrance, I think I know how you feel about this. It's perfectly understandable for someone to imagine such things when they've been through something like you have. You mustn't think about it anymore. And then, of course, he goes on and says, hey, you can stay at my place if you want.
Mm.
And then he goes out into the hall after, and Wendy's like, what? Like her line is, yes, no, but she's like, horror. You get the sense that she's horrified. And then, Ullman goes like, all right, take care. Let me know if you want to stay at my place in LA. It's great. It's the beach. And then he goes into the hall and he goes, all right, Danny, I'll see you later. And he goes, oh, I almost forgot. And he takes out a tennis ball and he tosses it to Danny and it like gives him a smile and then he leaves. Like in giving you the sense that like, oh, Ullman knows that this is happening. Maybe he's sort of like a proprietor for people for the hotel to kill, or he doesn't want the bad publicity of the murder at the hotel again, so he covers it up, kind of thing. And also, so I forget, it might have been the interview that the Kubrick series had with Lee Unkrich. The Kubrick series after this, there's if you wanted like more interviews with like people who worked on the movies and stuff. This guy, I forget the guy's name at the Kubrick series, but you can find on like Apple Podcasts and some episodes on YouTube of the interviews he does with those people. And one of them was with Lee Unkrich, who wrote this big giant coffee table book about The Shining that's like $1,500. It's like a collector's edition. I wasn't able to read it. He also directed Toy Story 3. And he talks about, I think it was him, so bear with me. But he goes, yeah, and somebody who was on the set told me that Kubrick was very adamant that the ball bounced 3 times before it gets to Danny. So, take of that what you will. But so, this ending was in the movie for a very, very long time in pre-production. So far, it was actually in the movie during its release.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there a version of this that was released to DVD or anything that has that ending?
I'm about to get into that.
Okay, all right.
So this guy, Julian Caesar, who was a Warner Brothers exec, he was invited to a screening of The Shining at Stanley's house because, of course, they have to see the movie. And Kubrick was like, fine, I'll let them see the movie, God damn it. Because we talked about how he was very secretive about the script. So he comes over and watches the movie, and then they're walking down the hall afterwards, and Julian Sr. goes, Stanley, the most extraordinary shot in the movie is just when you dolly onto that shot of the photo of Jack in 1921. He's like, that's your movie right there. I think that's where it should end. And Kubrick's like eyes go black, and he stops walking, and he turns around. And he goes, Stanley? And Stanley just looks up and goes, don't you ever fucking tell me how to make my movie ever again. And then
he's pissed.
Yeah. And then he goes, all right, Stanley, fine. Like, I won't mention it. Keep the movie in or keep the ending in. He goes, well, I am going to cut the ending now. Like Kubrick was like, don't you ever tell me how to direct my movie. I am going to take what you said and do it. Like,
Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion.
That's like what it sounds like when the guy was saying how to get the shot. He's just Stanley, lay on the ground. Don't ever tell me what to do.
Oh, I didn't. Yes, I didn't mention that. And then of course he made the guy apologize. He like yelled at him, and then he went, "All right, I'm gonna go lay on the ground.
I'm gonna get on the ground."
Yeah, exactly. So maybe he just had to because maybe there was a barrier that he didn't want broken of especially a suit, where he didn't want the studio to be right with a suggestion because that would set a precedent for them doing it in the future. So maybe it was a mix of his ego, but also like a business strategy type thing. On May 23rd, 1980, The Shining premieres in New York and Los Angeles in limited release in 10 theaters in those cities. And it premieres with the original ending that we described, this cut ending. And I think it might have been like the day of or before or 5 days later that Kubrick realized, oh no, I want to cut this, this ending out. And he recalled the prints and then cut the movie and then sent it back out. I think 5 days later is when it started playing like the corrected version. I think so. It was probably May 28th.
Yeah.
And also they say the only thing he did was cut the ending. But Tony Burton, who we mentioned was the guy who beat him at chess, who was playing chess with Kubrick, he played Larry Durkin, and he said that there was a scene that he filmed because he filmed 2 scenes in the movie as Larry Durkin. It was the one where Dick Halloran calls. He goes, hey, Dick, what are you doing down there? He's like, oh, I can get you a snowcat. And then he filmed the second scene outside where he, escorts Dick Halloran into the snowcat and goes, "All right,
okay.
good luck, pal. I hope you don't get axe murdered." And he goes, "When I saw the movie in Los Angeles, I remember seeing that scene." So I think it's possible that Kubrick cut that ending and also that other scene that I did as Larry Durkin. And also Stanley on the, we actually have words of Stanley on why he cut the ending. And he said, after several screenings in London the day before the film opened in New York and Los Angeles, I was able to see it for the first time and saw the fantastic pitch of excitement which the audience reacted and reached during the climax of the film. I decided that the scene was unnecessary. And he just wanted to tighten it up a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know the detail. Actually, we'll get to this. We'll get to the European cut later. But and I think one of the reasons it was cut because Kubrick did talk about he didn't want the conventional ending to the from the book, so he made like the own thing of like Jack freezing up and then the hotel doesn't blow up at the end, like evil still survives, whatever. He sort of made like a more abstract ending, but I think maybe he cut this because maybe he realized like, oh, this is sort of a conventional ending where like, oh, this is just going to happen over and over again, and it kind of tied a bow. It kind of tied the whole thing too perfectly and kind of didn't leave that many loose ends, maybe that he wanted. And so I think it was, that ending represented a conventional ending that he wanted, didn't want in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And also you asked like before, is it on any DVDs or anything? He destroyed him. Like he destroyed all the footage of that ending.
Okay.
So the only things we have of it is the script. And we have some stills, which is how we know that Ullman was wearing the mohair big giant coat. And then we have stills of like Danny playing Snakes and Ladders, or was it Snakes and what? Snakes and Ladders.
Escalators and
Eels. And then we see Wendy in the hospital bed. That's all we have of it. Like, so it's
there's
gone.
No version of.
He destroyed it.
I'm having I feel like I've seen the scene before. Maybe it's just because it's been described to me so many times.
Yeah. I mean, but to be fair, like if you saw the movie in those first 5 days in America, you did see that scene.
I know. Yeah.
Like it's possible that one of our parents was walking around going, "Oh yeah, remember the ending of The Shining when Ullman comes at the end?"
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, it's not in there, dude. And also, since in that scene, Ullman says like there is no, we didn't find any, evidence of foul play. There's nothing strange or out of the ordinary there. Then that means that they either cleaned up or it was like some kind of ghostly, wipe of the overlook that, Halloran's body wouldn't be in that lobby hall, which is significant because when we cut to the shot of the photo on the wall, it starts on like a dolly in that hall. So I don't know if it's confirmed, but it's likely that the head of that shot was trimmed and then it showed that whole hall being empty, confirming what Ullman told Wendy.
Okay.
But then once they cut that ending, then Kubrick, cut into that shot later so that we didn't see where Halloran was killed.
Mm-hmm.
Because that would confirm that,
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, if it showed that he wasn't there.
Yeah.
Then it would.
Because he goes, that doesn't. Him not being there doesn't make any sense now.
Yeah.
Also, speaking of cutting stuff, I mentioned that a lot of the scenes of Kubrick being warm and jolly and stuff on the set of The Shining were cut out. That's because he took over the editing of the documentary. Like Vivian was like, "Dad, I finished it. Here it is." And let's say it was 36 minutes, and he said, "Oh, nice. Let me see that." And then he cut out all the stuff of him being like nice.
Really, I wonder why.
Maybe he knew that that whole mystique and the image of him being like a maniac. Helped. He knew that helped his movies maybe a little bit.
Probably, yeah. And
he just wanted to maintain like that image.
Or maybe he just didn't like footage of himself, Yeah,
maybe the scenes of him being warm and jolly were like him telling jokes and then nobody laughing. He's like, "Fuck, nobody can know."
Yeah.
Nobody can know I told that bad joke. And before we get into the release of The Shining, there's one more documentary that I saw that you can find. It was made for Japanese TV. It's a feature length documentary. It's an hour and 24 minutes long, and it was directed by and stars this Japanese filmmaker named Junichi Yaoi. I definitely pronounced that right. I looked it up, and the first 20 minutes is him getting a tour of the sets, and he shows up to like the Enigma building, and he sees they're working on the promotional material, the marketing for The Shining, and I forget the guy's name who was in the beginning, But he goes, and look what Stanley did with this 5 seconds of footage. Ready? Like, watch how he, captivates you with only 5 seconds of footage in this ad for The Shining, and they play it. And it's like, it's Jack running outside with it going, Danny! It's all snowy and shit. And the shots of the maze, and it looks crazy. And so that was just an interesting, like, seeing that for real and, like, placing yourself in that time where The Shining hadn't been released yet or just was released is fascinating. And then Vivian shows up 20 minutes in because she was still working there, editing, like, some commercials or something like that. She was doing another project sort of separate from The Shining. But since since Kubrick and The Shining team had still had their offices there, she was working there for that stuff. And she takes they call him Jim, the Junichi Yaoi, I guess because it's easier. He said, like, call me Jim to them. And she's taking him around the sets, and they're not, you think, like, oh, well, they have their offices there and they only have the sets there, right? But they have, like, a lot of equipment stored there. So Vivian shows him, as she brings out this big case, and she's like, so these are actually the lenses we use for Barry Lyndon, the Zeiss lenses that were also used on the moon landing footage. Not the very same lenses, but the same kind of lenses that Kubrick got from Zeiss. They were like a 0.7 f-stop. So the aperture was wide open so that they can film in the candlelight. And you think, like, oh, they were probably the size of that water bottle or something, right? Where you don't think the lenses are that big. This fucking thing is the size of, like, 3 footballs long.
Oh my!
It's giant.
Really?
It looks like it weighs like 60 pounds. I didn't expect it to be that big. And then she also shows him, I mentioned earlier, when Kubrick sent the team to Africa to shoot the plates for the background of the Dawn of Man sequence, they also had stored there the original plates for those photos.
Oh, wow.
And they're just at Elstree Studios. So they were just storing them there, which I thought was fascinating. And that was used for the front projection, which we talked in detail about in our filmography episode on Stanley Kubrick. But Junichi Yaoi was supposed to have an interview with Kubrick. And either Kubrick was, like, too anxious or scared or, like, didn't have the time to go back to the studio to talk with him. So he ended up calling. He has a phone call with him, and Kubrick is saying, like, I'm very sorry for not being able to be there. I'm actually calling you from a phone booth right now. So they're talking for like 6 minutes, and every 2 minutes, let's say, it goes boop to, like, because you have to keep putting change. So Kubrick's in, like, fuck, putting change in, and he's talking to him, and they just talk about the story, and it was interesting because they talk about UFOs and stuff, and I'm like, holy shit, Kubrick's talking about a guy with UFOs, and then the guy goes, so what is what's the ending of 2001 mean? And then Kubrick's like, well, I try to, avoid explaining my movies, because it might sound trite or ridiculous when you say them out loud. You know what I mean? And then Junichi just goes and plays a silence card.
Yeah.
And then Kubrick goes, but Bowman at the end, and he goes, what the idea was that he was sort of abducted into this, this extraterrestrial higher being zoo. And they sort of morphed him into, like, this higher being at the end, and then he goes back to Earth with, like, immense power, and he just explains the thing, and then he goes, nice. So what about The Shining? What does that mean? And he goes, well, the ghosts, the ghosts are suggested to be, like, sort of like psychological manifestations of the Torrance's psyches, and and it just explains everything.
He says about the reincarnation.
Yeah,
cycle.
yes, he mentions suggests a sort of seeing the photo at the end sort of suggests a reincarnation cycle. And he goes, again, I don't, it sounds trite when I explain. I don't really like explaining it.
Yeah,
and it's because we talked about Kubrick with chess, and he never explained anything in his movies. We talked about in Full Metal Jacket when Joker comes out and says the duality of man, the Jungian thing, sir. I'm like, holy shit, he just said the movie out loud. Like, that never happens in a Kubrick movie.
yeah.
And so him saying it here to Junichi in chess terms is a huge blunder. Because I don't think he realized, like, oh, the internet's going to happen 30 years from now.
And everyone's
and they're going to be able to, he's like, oh, it's airing on Japanese TV.
Yeah, it's just
nobody I ever meet's going to hear about that
in
his head. And then, now it has like 1 million views on YouTube probably. And so, that's just a thing where the mystique of the movie. He
Yeah, he kind of he said he
took a hit.
explains it. He explains it, and then right after he's like, "Well, that's kind of why I avoid explaining things."
Yeah, he's like, delete that.
I feel like he realized he messed up right after he says it.
Yeah.
But the release of The Shining. In the U.S., The Shining opened in limited release on May 23rd, 1980, followed by a wide release on June 13th. It made over $40 million domestically off a $19 million budget. While audiences were thoroughly thrilled and chilled by the movie, the critical reception was mixed at best. Critics famously tore the movie apart, and The Shining even received 2 Razzie nominations, one for Shelley Duvall as the worst actress and another for Stanley Kubrick as worst director. It did not receive a single Oscar nomination.
So we talk about how for movies that were released, let's say pre-1995, 1990, it's hard to get international numbers for their box office grosses. So we only have access to the domestic numbers for The Shining. We don't really know how much it made, let's say in London in England or, the whole of Europe or whatever continents. So we're just going to go with the domestic numbers and adjust those for inflation. So imagine a $73 million movie comes out today and it makes $154 million domestically. And today, you can roughly say that it'll probably make double that worldwide when you account for the international numbers. So it's like a $73 million movie making like $300 million worldwide, which is a success, especially for a horror movie. And for a horror movie, it's insane. Horror movies today are usually very, very low budget. Like you never see a horror movie that's above $50 million. You know what I mean? I think the only one I can think of in recent memory was James Wan directed *Malignant*, I think, and the budget for that I think was $50 million.
Mm-hmm.
So the limited release weekend numbers were insane because it made $600,000 in 10 theaters, right? Which gives it a per theater average gross of $60,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's an insane number because if you look at a movie to put it in today's standards, if you look at Avengers Endgame, which made $357 million opening weekend, in let's say 4,000 theaters, the average per theater gross was $33,000. Which of course, obviously, there was a lot more theaters, which kind of dilutes the number a little bit. But it's still like that's the pinnacle of how many people you can fit in a theater in a weekend was Avengers Endgame, and The Shining saw a higher per theater average that in 10. And even when Oscar movies come out still now, if they're released in 4 theaters, usually the average is like 25,000 for, specialty releases or the initial limited releases for Oscar movies like, the Zone of Interest or something like that. You know what I mean? So that was I thought that was very impressive. And also, Empire Strikes Back made $6.5 million in 126 theaters, which is a per theater average of like 50,000.
So,
which is insane. Anyway.
But the Shining still technically outperformed it then, right?
Well, on a per theater basis, yes, but also adjusted for inflation, I'm sure Empire Strikes Back made $1 gazillion.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And there's not as much merch for The Shining as the Empire Strikes
Definitely
Back.
not as much merch, but I would say that The Shining merch is probably the Star Wars of non-Star Wars movies in terms of merchandise.
Oh, yeah.
Or in terms of like cultural impact, too.
Mm-hmm.
It was the first Kubrick movie in 23 years to not be nominated for an Oscar. Do you know what that other one was?
The first one, or the first one, but
the last time he made a movie. The last time he made a movie that wasn't nominated for an Oscar before The Shining.
Was it? It wasn't Dr. Strangelove, was it? I don't know. Then
you fucked up big time, dude. It was Paths of Glory.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that makes sense because that wasn't.
Because you think that's a terrible movie?
No,
you just said that though.
No, it was because he wasn't a big, big director yet. I
can't believe you don't like that movie.
Fuck you.
So also, Shelley Duvall's Razzie was rescinded in 2022. I think around the same time she died a couple years ago, sadly. But they rescinded it in 2022 because of Kubrick's abuse, which again we described how it probably wasn't abuse. It was more of just like a relationship with some tension, the same way that Frederick Raphael, the writer of Eyes Wide Shut, had tension with Kubrick as well. Okay, ready? For the research for this movie, I couldn't get a book on The Shining because the only one that's available is $1,500. and they have an abridged version that's coming out soon. That's $150. So I'm like, I'm not going to spend. So I just read the Shining chapters of all these books. So Stanley Kubrick by David Mickix, Stanley Kubrick and Me by Emilio, the Stanley Kubrick Archives, edited together by Allison Castle, Kubrick, An Odyssey, written by Robert P. Kolker and Nathan Abrams, and Stanley Kubrick, A Biography, written by Vincent Labruto, and Stanley Kubrick, The Complete Films by Paul Duncan. And the Stanley Kubrick interviews up there, edited by Gene Phillips, I didn't really get to because there's no interviews that take place around the time of The Shining in there. It goes from like 75 to 87. And so, yeah. What was I saying with that? So I just read the chapters from those books, and not in any. And also, I watched everything I could watch. I didn't watch like people's interpretations on YouTube, but I watched like the commentary tracks by Garrett Brown and John Baxter. John Baxter also wrote a biography on Kubrick. That is the only one I haven't read that I know of. You know what I mean? But I did not see anything that suggested that Kubrick did something that is like cancelable in today's terms to Shelley Duvall. It was always just, a wrought relationship, or if wrought is the right word, or a relationship fraught with tension. But there was, yeah. And also just keep in mind these stories about Kubrick are exaggerated in every which way, the positive ones and the negative ones. But yeah, rescind her Razzie because I don't think her performance is bad in this.
I like the idea of the Razzies rescinding something because of the abuse. Meanwhile, the award that you're giving out is mean-spirited and, like, technically bullying.
Yeah.
Telling someone they're the worst actor, you're awful too, Like, what are you talking about?
See, at the Razzies, when somebody's abused, we take away the Razzie, whereas with the Oscars, if somebody commits abuse, we give them an Oscar, like in Will Smith's case. Also, yeah, but, like, again, critics, this was like, if this movie came out today, it would have, like, a 39 on Metacritic. It would be, like, red. And it would have, like, a 40 on Rotten Tomatoes. The critics hated it. And but audiences, I'm sure with every Kubrick movie, there's always a level of something being like the reactions being mixed. But I do think overall the reaction to The Shining was very positive because if you go to every single mom and dad, and they'll tell you like, oh, The Shining was so scary. Like none of them will ever say that's a shitty movie, dude. Except like, the only time I see people say it's a shitty movie is on the internet. So I think most of the time most audiences were exceptionally thrilled and chilled by the movie. But Stephen King talked about his thoughts on the movie, and I think this interview might have been in 1986, but it just gives you a good example of why the critics and people like Stephen King didn't like it. And Stephen King said, "There's a lot to like about it, but it's like a great big beautiful Cadillac with no motor inside. You can sit in it, you can enjoy the smell of the leather upholstery, and the only thing you can't do is drive it anywhere. It's like there's no engine in it. So I would do everything different." The real problem is that Kubrick set out to make a poor picture with no apparent understanding of the genre. Everything about it screams that from the beginning to the end, from the plot decision to that final scene, which has been used before in The Twilight Zone, which is true. I know that it was used in The Twilight Zone. I forget what episode it is, but I know that it was used because in the first episode of the reboot they did with Jordan Peele, that the one with Kumail Nanjiani, it ends the same way. Spoiler alert. And this, like, he also later said, he goes, my movie was supposed to be like an uplifting and, and even though it ends negatively in a certain way with Jack dying, it's a positive experience because it talks about how like somebody can change or something like that. Or he goes like, I wanted to make a movie that, helped people. And he goes, I think Kubrick set out to make a movie that hurt people, which I don't think is, because it's a horror movie. I don't know. I sort of know what he means by that, but I sort of don't.
I can't think of what it could mean.
Maybe that's just a way of saying that like Stanley Kubrick's a cynic and I don't agree with it or something. Also, again, if you're a Stephen King fan, you're like, I hate these guys. They don't like Stephen King. I like Stephen King. I don't have that. I don't obsess about him like I do with Kubrick. You know what I mean?
We're just trying to analyze what he's saying. We're not.
I'm just
have an opinion on it.
Trying to make sense of the context of people's reactions around the movie.
Right,
and also here I have. Also, this might be tedious, but if you don't care about it, just skip ahead a few seconds. This is all the marketing details for the release of The Shining. So I'm just going to read it off here. So Kubrick's plan that he came up with a year in advance of the release. He said the movie would open in New York and LA on Memorial Day weekend in 10 theaters, And then on June 13th, it would open in 750 theaters, sustained by a 4-week national TV campaign concentrating on the ABC television network because Kubrick learned that they had the highest ratings for the 18 to 34 age group demographic, a population considered to be the best for the film-going segment. Like they were the most film-going of that demographic. The trailer of The Wave of Blood Pouring Out of the Elevator played in theaters throughout the Christmas season, and Kubrick's marketing study calculated that by the 4th week of release, 93% of all adults in the 18 to 34 demographic had seen the trailer at least 7 times, and 88% of all households in America had been exposed to the ad 10.8 times. Signet or Signet Publishing was reprinting Stephen King's novel with the movie imagery on the cover, so like Jack in the door with go, "Here's Johnny," which is like a low, not a very well-known image from the movie, but I guess it worked for the book. That's sarcasm if anybody's listening. And they reprinted like a 1.5 million copies of the book to be sold. And Saul Bass has to be mentioned. If you look at Saul Bass, like the posters for Psycho, Vertigo, a bunch of Alfred Hitchcock movies, and a bunch of Otto Preminger movies. If I show you one of the posters, which I'm gonna, you'll immediately go, "Oh, I recognize that style immediately." He was like the greatest poster designer in film history ever, probably. And Kubrick got him to do the poster for The Shining, and I have a bunch, and I'm a journalist, like I scooped them. No, I just got them off the internet. They're the original poster drawings and mock-ups that Saul Bass made of The Shining that didn't work, that Kubrick rejected, but they also have Kubrick's notes written on them. So they're incredibly interesting. Yeah, so right now I'm going to show Danny Saul Bass's posters, and then I'll show you guys the posters that were rejected. All right, so this is the first one. So for those of you watching, I'll superimpose the photo of it on the screen, and if you're just listening, I'm going to be narrating it anyway. So this one, it just says The Shining, and above it is Danny's tricycle, and then it almost looks like a hedge maze hand coming out of the ground and like enveloping the tricycle. And on the page are Stanley's notes that say, "Hand and bike are too irrelevant. Title looks bad and small. Looks like the ink didn't take on the
part that goes light.
On the part that goes light." Yeah.
I get that. It does look like it didn't.
Yeah,
it didn't print.
It looks like the top of the Shining logo kind of just fades out. It looks like a printing error. And then this one it says The Shining, but it's like sort of like a shadowed 3D, lettering, and it has a bunch of dots again as like I guess the main theme is like dots that Saul Bass wanted to make the poster out of just a bunch of dots, and you could see the figures of Jack and Wendy and Danny, and it looks like they're sort of backlit. And Kubrick said it looked like a science fiction film, and that it was too hard to read the Shining title. And then this one is the same lettering that we saw in the first one of The Shining, where it fades out at the top, and but then the main logo is an eye, that is the pupil of it is a maze. And Kubrick's notes here says the maze is too abstract and too much emphasis on the maze. And then for the title, he said, "See comment number 3," which is the original comment he made on the title.
I wonder, do you think he just delivered multiple things all at once? You know what I'm saying?
I think maybe in chunks. Yeah, I don't know if it was one by one, but it was definitely he might have gotten a batch.
Because I doubt he would have used this again if he knew that.
Yeah. That's actually a good point. You're right. He probably sent them like 3 or 4. And then this one is the same Shining title that's faded out on the top, but it's the family, Jack, Danny, and Wendy, running into the maze. And Kubrick wrote down here, he goes, "Maze and figures places too much emphasis on the maze. I don't think we should use the maze in ads." And also, if you hear me reading like this, because I'm reading his handwriting.
Plus, they never really go into the maze altogether.
Right, like
as a family.
If you watch these right now, like none of these suggest like horror or terror. They always suggest like this is going to be a crazy maze, confusing story.
I get the sci-fi thing too.
Yeah,
that he says the dots.
And then here's another one with the dots. This is it's basically, this one is a smaller version of the one I mentioned in the second poster, where it's like a 3D text with like shadows that spell out The Shining. You know what I mean? And then on top of it is this picture of the Overlook Hotel from like a super wide angle, where it's like it looks like it's getting stretched vertically. And then basically just the hotel and like the snowy white sky, and then there's rows of dots that like make up the snow or the field. And then on this one, Kubrick wrote, "Don't like the artwork. The hotel looks peculiar. Artwork is too spread out and too sprawling and not. I don't know what this word is. I think it's
not compact enough.
Compact. He got it. Me and my mom spent like 5 minutes trying to get that word.
Wow.
She was like, compact? You're right. It's not compact enough. Holy shit. And on the bottom of this, he wrote, I don't like the dots for the logo. It will not look good small. Even the size above is difficult to read. And then here I have a note that Kubrick wrote Saul Bass after this first batch. So you're probably right. This was like 5 or 6 of these.
Yeah.
He probably got a batch that Saul Bass maybe spent like 2 weeks on. And then Kubrick was obviously not disappointed, but not satisfied with these designs. And so he wrote Saul Bass on October 10th, 1978. And this is what he said. Dear Saul, tried to ring you a couple times without success. Have very little time due to filming. I hope this note will suffice. So this is during filming. This is like 6 months in, let's say, because they started in May. And it's October right now, so maybe 5 months. My reaction to the ads you sent is that they are all beautifully done, but I don't think any of them are right. My specific comments are noted on the stats I'm returning with this note. May I suggest that the way to proceed is to do a great many pencil roughs so that we can agree on basic artwork and idea before you spend a lot more time bringing very few ideas to a pretty close stage to a finished piece of art. I think this might also get us going a lot sooner. Many editions of the novel are being published, which would use our logo, once we agree on it. By the way, what happened to the face version which you showed me in London? If you want to discuss this, I suggest you phone me in London at 9 p.m. London time on, I'm not going to say Stanley Kubrick's phone number because I don't want to dox him.
Yeah, right.
Best regards, Stanley Kubrick. And then at the bottom, he wrote, P.S. I would like to suggest it is a film of terror and the supernatural. And then under the supernatural, he wrote an arrow that says, if possible. And then under terror, he double underlined it and then put an arrow and said, a must. So the must is the terror. So that's eventually how they ended on, The Shining, and then Danny's face, like, terrorized. You know what I mean? And then it's like yellow and black suggests, like, a violence or a danger or something like that.
I wonder how close his original face idea was to what they ended on.
Yes, because
him suggesting that.
Because that was one of the first things he showed him, probably. That's probably, so you're right. I didn't even put that together, that the face idea was the final poster. So yeah, if you find that fascinating, I hope you did, and if not, I hope you skipped through it.
I think that's interesting because I get where
interesting reading.
I get where he's going with because he points out in the other one where it's the dots. He says it looks too science fiction-y.
Yes.
And it does. It looks like something scanning. You know what I'm saying? That looks like something's being scanned.
It looks like they're being scanned by like some kind of futuristic laser or something. That's a good point.
And being sure not to place too much relevance on the maze or
the bike, yeah.
Or the bike.
He really didn't want the maze in the marketing material at all. Because he knew people would think they were going in to watch like a thriller.
Yeah.
Like a conspiracy thriller. Okay. So this is funny. Because we mentioned that like Stephen King didn't like the movie and he like publicly was like, that movie sucks. Stanley Kubrick's the man, but he fucked up on The Shining. It was basically his attitude. And, my movie was very warm. His is very cold. Like he did it to hurt people. And then after, I guess, 16 years or 15 years of doing this, he was like, I want to make, let's just make our own version of The Shining that's like faithful to the book. I'll write the teleplay, it's fine. And then we'll get it'll be a mini series on TV, so we don't have to cut anything out. And then they go, that's great, let's do it. And then somebody was like, Stephen King, Stanley Kubrick like exclusively owns the rights to all screen adaptations of the book. And he goes, fuck. So we had to go to Stanley and be like, hey, can I get the, can I get the rights? And this is probably while he was making Eyes Wide Shut or like in pre-production for it or writing it maybe. This is like maybe 96, 95. And Kubrick goes, fine, I'll give you the permission under one condition. And he goes, what? And he goes, never talk about my movie publicly ever again.
Seriously?
And King goes, fine.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
And then luckily for King, Kubrick died 4 years later. So I'm sure after that he was like, all right, I'll talk about the movie a little. Because he still talks about it now.
Still talks about it, yeah.
Which is pretty funny.
That was more probably just like a handshake kind of thing.
Yeah. But I did, like I said earlier, I did buy the DVD for Stephen King's The Shining. You can't stream it anywhere. And on Amazon, there was like I found like a $7 used copy, so I'm like, sick, I'll get that.
Mm-hmm.
And also in our original episode, we were joking around that like how the TV series was inferior to the movie, and I said, and also they did make a faithful version of the book, and it sucked. And I go, well, I shouldn't say it sucked. I haven't seen it.
Oh yeah.
I go, I shouldn't say it's bad because I haven't seen it. And then I made a joke like, yeah, it's mid. No, I haven't seen it, like that kind of. And then we made a short for it, like a YouTube short, and then I deleted it because I didn't want to make shorts anymore. Not because the comments were negative, because the comments were very funny, even though they were all negative.
Yeah, they're all negative.
And it was like, so this clown never seen the show, but he knows it's bad. Bro needs to get a fucking job. Like, it's hilarious stuff. So to silence the critics out there, I fucking watched it. So now
to silence the one critic.
that one guy who's probably a bot in India. So yeah, but now, I have to say, after watching the series, I can truly say that I still think it's bad.
Yeah. Now you can confidently say.
And I don't like publicly saying that stuff is bad because people worked hard on it, and it's just like it's easy to just call anything bad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But there are choices in it that are inferior. Like, for example, in the movie, of course, Tony is, Danny isn't here, Mrs. Torrance, and it's just that. It's just a voice and a finger. That's it, right?
Yeah. And
you can film it with just a kid and a camera. You don't need anything else. But in the TV series, it's Tony shows up. He's like, Danny's playing outside, and Tony shows up, and he's floating in the air. Like, it's an adult man dressed like he's in the 90s, like the John Lennon glasses with like that dumb hair that parts down the middle. And he's wearing like 90s clothes, and he's just like floating, and you can tell that he's on harnesses because his chest is like puffed out.
Yeah.
And he's like, Danny, and he takes a one-way street sign or something, or like a crossing street sign, and he turns it to show like a skeleton just to signify death. And it's like, that's so bad, dude.
Yeah.
And there's other stuff like the hedge maze thing. They don't change, or there is no hedge maze. They kept it as the hedge animals. But they don't do the weeping angels thing from Doctor Who where it moves when you're not looking at them. They just show them moving. It's like shitty CGI, and when it's not CGI, they're like moving it's like an animatronic type thing. It doesn't work really age well. Just overall, it's exactly what, like, all the cliches of a horror movie are in it. It's like everything that Kubrick avoided to a certain extent, because like there's some foreshadowing in like The Shining that's in Kubrick's version that is sort of cliche when he's like, well, rest assured, Mr. Ullman, that's not going to happen with me. Like, that's like a typical trope in a horror movie. And like the moldy skeletons do prop up at the end of the movie, which we'll get to later. So there are cliches in the Kubrick's The Shining, but like Stephen King's is just full of them. Yeah. And we'll try not to spend too much time on it because I know people are here for The Shining, Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, but I'm going to explain part of the ending. Because in the book, it ends with Wendy and Danny escaping in the snowcat, and then it cuts to a few months later, and they're at Halloran's house or something, at a lake house, and they're fishing, or maybe just sitting by the lake, and they see whales, and they're like, wow, that's beautiful, Mr. Halloran, and then everything's fine, don't even worry about it. But in the TV series, they changed it. And you know how I mentioned Tony was like an adult man, like floating in the air? He didn't even need to be floating. He could have just been standing there. It would have been more ominous. It doesn't cut to them at like a lake house fishing or something. It cuts to like years later when Danny's graduating from high school and he's like an adult, and then they go, Danny Torrance, and then he gets his diploma, and you'd see it's Tony, like Tony was his future self. Yeah. And then while he walks off the stage, he sees Jack, who of course died in the boiler explosion. How the book ends? Oh, I didn't mention that the book ends in a giant boiler explosion. And the hotel is, engulfed in flames. And you see Jack's ghost, and he goes, I'm proud of you, Danny. And he, like, blows him a kiss. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
Thanks, Dad, who almost killed me.
Yeah, it's a little bit cheesy. But it's a TV series from the 90s, so what do you expect? I'm sure it was fine for its time. But the funny thing is, and remember before you mentioned, The Shining got more popular than the book? Or whatever. Remember we were talking about that? The only Stanley Kubrick movie that he adapted from a book where the book was still more popular than the movie after the fact, or the book was still the primary version of that story, is Lolita. When people talk about Lolita, they don't go, the Stanley Kubrick movie, they go the book, and they go, well, yeah, Stanley Kubrick also made a movie off of it. They don't say, the movie isn't the primary thing, but everyone else, every other movie is the primary version of it is the movie. That's true with 2001. That's true with Clockwork Orange, Barry Lyndon. Some of them were obscure books, but still, Full Metal Jacket, The Short Timers, and then Eyes Wide Shut, of course, Dream Story. And The Shining, of course, is probably the most popular book that Kubrick adapted. But the movie, I think, has more cultural staying power because a lot of the times when you see imagery, like on like a version of The Shining that isn't Stanley Kubrick, and that's the Stephen King version, it has imagery from the movie.
Yeah.
So,
Definitely.
for example, in the DVD menu to this, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy does not pop up in the book. I'm 100% sure. Hopefully, I'm 99% sure because I read through it and I never wrote it down or anything. And I searched it in a PDF and I couldn't find it. And I'm pretty sure that all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy does not pop up in that thing. But on the TV series DVD menu, which is the Stephen King version, the background says all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy.
Oh.
So the fucking animators or the graphic design artists were just like, oh, what's a Shining thing I can put in there? And they were like, oh, well, that all work. It's classic. All work and no play. So that's an image of the movie
that's not even
that people. It's not even in that version of the story, but it's just in people's consciousness.
Yeah.
And I thought that was very interesting. And also another funny thing though is all work and no play make Jack a dull boy pops up in Stephen King's book Pet Sematary, which was written in 1983. So it doesn't pop up in The Shining that he did, but then of course Stanley Kubrick put it in The Shining, and then Stephen King puts it in the book. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, I guess it is a common saying, or was a common saying back then. I don't know how common. Like, I don't know. I wasn't alive, but it's just fun. It's just a weird how that worked out. So I think the Shining movie is more popular because even if you look at the cover to that book, it's just the shot of the door with red rum on it is the same composition from the movie. And in the book, I don't know if the door was ever broken in the book.
The door with red rum on it.
Like the fact that that door is axed open, I don't think happens in the book. So they just took that image from the movie. But this is Stephen King's The Shining.
Yeah,
which is funny. Also, Dr. Sleep. I talked about with Dr. Sleep that was a movie that came out in 2019, directed by Mike Flanagan, starring Ewan McGregor, Obi-Wan Kenobi, who plays adult Danny Torrance. That movie was based off the sequel that Stephen King wrote to The Shining, not the movie, his version of The Shining he wrote a sequel to, called Dr. Sleep, and it's about Danny Torrance who finds another girl who can also shine, and he has to protect her or whatever. I haven't read it, and I haven't watched the movie. I'm sort of scared to watch the movie because I don't know if the movie... Because Joker 2 came out recently. And not only is Joker 2 a bad movie on purpose, sort of, but it actively makes the first one worse.
Yeah.
Because if you watch it, then there's certain interpretations and ways I see the movie, the first one, that are just ripped out and torn away and done away with by watching the second movie, and it actively makes the first one a worse movie. I don't want that to happen with Dr. Sleep. I'm not saying Dr. Sleep is a bad movie, but there might be things in it that will make me not see things in The Shining anymore that I do see now. Yeah. That will, kind of dilute the impact of the movie. Right. Like, if let's say that something happens in The Shining, I'm like, oh, is there, does Jack Torrance have some shining ability or something? I don't know, because he sees the ghost much more prevalent than Wendy. And then, Dr. Sleep goes, actually, Jack Torrance, he had The Shining too the whole time. Definitely. So now when I watch The Shining, I'm going to be watching Dr. Sleep. So I'm scared to watch it. Yeah. And you might be going, well, why did you watch The Shining book then? Because that might do something similar to you. Because now you're watching The Shining knowing that Jack, he beat up a kid for slashing the tires of his car. That's how he got fired from school in the book. I read the book so I can see where Stanley Kubrick was trying to get the ideas, where he got the ideas from. You know what I mean? So I was reading the book, imagining myself as Stanley Kubrick going, why did he, oh, maybe that line, maybe that, where Ullman says it's like a maze. Maybe that's what the catalyst for
that was.
The hedge maze was, you know what I mean? And I can't get that from the Dr. Sleep because Kubrick died 20 years before it was made.
Yeah. That's where I I would have trouble letting it influence me because I know none of those ideas were ran through Stanley Kubrick before they were put onto the script and the
Right.
screen. So I feel like for me, I wouldn't let it affect how I feel about The Shining. You know.
Yeah, but the thing that's interesting about the Doctor Sleep sequel is that it's both a sequel to Stephen King's book, like it's an adaptation of the book,
Mm-hmm.
but it's also a sequel to Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. So it's like a hybrid sequel. It's weird.
Yeah.
So it's faithful to the book, but he goes back to in the commercials. I remember he goes back to the Overlook Hotel, which is still there, because in the movie it doesn't blow up.
Mm-hmm.
In the book, it blows up, and then he sticks his head in the same hole as in the bathroom on the bathroom door, right? And he sees red rum and stuff. So there's stuff from the movie that's in the sequel.
So the doors hasn't been fixed.
No, it's just abandoned, I guess.
Oh, the whole hotel got abandoned.
Yeah. Which
Okay.
is like I don't like that I know that, you know. Like we're probably spending too much time on it, but it's just I think Doctor Sleep is a weird like artifact of movies. So talking about Doctor Sleep is actually a good segue into talking about all the actual fan theories and big interpretations that people have about the movie, which the movie is famous for, because there are some things I've heard this because I haven't watched Doctor Sleep and I don't want to. I don't want anything spoiled for me, but there are some theories that are started or confirmed in Doctor Sleep that have to do with The Shining, if that makes sense. So if you're wondering why we didn't bring a couple of those up, it's because one, I don't know what they are because I haven't seen Doctor Sleep, and two, see reason number one. So we have a big list of maybe like 15 or 16 of the theories. Some of them big, some of them smaller, and we're gonna go through them in order and detail. I'm gonna detail like the argument for them, and then detail my thoughts on them, and then you're gonna detail your thoughts on them as well. And then I have a surprise of how we'll do the rating system for whether we believe in it or not.
Okay.
Okay. So let's do the first one.
All right. The first one is it's about American Indian genocide.
So this is probably, I think this is pretty sturdy.
Yeah.
Because, of course, in the book and in the movie, the hotel is built on an ancient burial ground. And basically, what this theory basically entails is that Kubrick put in all of these allusions to Native American Indian culture and genocide. Like, of course, the Indian burial ground idea, but also the place is filled with Indian art and aesthetics. And you can see there's like portraits of American Indian, Native American guys throughout the entire hotel. And there are like Jack is throwing the ball on the wall, and you can see it's like these Indian like art pieces on the wall that he's just throwing the ball against.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like rugs hanging and stuff like that. And they also talk about how they had to repel a few Indian attacks while they were building the hotel, right?
Yeah.
And I forget the journalist's name. His name was Bill Blakemore. And he talked about when he saw The Shining, him and his friends were floored. They're like, damn, that was scary. And he goes, oh my God, that movie was about the genocide of the American Indians. And they go, are you crazy? What the hell are you talking about, right? And he talks about how he grew up, there was the Calumet like Bay where he grew up, and he knew that was associated with American Indian, Native American stuff because he grew up there. And he knew the lineage of that word, Calumet. And then behind Halloran, when he goes, how would you like some ice cream, Doc? That you could see the Calumet baking powder in the background. And basically, and then you see, from this interpretation, you see the river of blood coming out of the elevator represents, the river of blood that was left by the displacement and the genocide of American Indians, Native Americans throughout America, and stuff like that. And also, I've heard people associate Wendy and Halloran with the American Indians. Like Halloran's a black man, so he's a minority like the Indians, so he's associated with them. And like I don't know, that seems like a bit of a stretch, especially Wendy, because they're like, oh, she wears a certain pattern at one point, so associating her, I'm like, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But also another thing that pops up that calls attention to this idea is when Jack says white man's burden, Lloyd, white man's burden. We brought that up earlier and described how that basically was from the colonist perspective. That saying was from it was basically the colonizers had to impose their civilization on these poor savage Indians. That's not my words, that's theirs. and Jack used that to express a sort of resentment on his expected role as a father. But that also has, connotations and allusions to the whole American Indian, Native American, through line through this movie. Also, if you're wondering why I'm saying American Indian, Native American, we described this in when we talked about gangs in New York in the third part of our Martin Scorsese series, where I don't know. There's Native Americans, American Indians who will tell you that the proper way to say it is Native American, and there's other people who will say the proper way to say it is American Indian.
Yeah.
So I just say both, so I can cater to everybody, or upset both people.
Or just upset everyone.
Yeah. Or people go, dude, shut up! I don't want to hear you say that like the whole thing.
And before you get too far on, you mentioned Calumet and knowing the meaning of it. It means peace pipe.
Yes, you're correct.
It means peace pipe. And I actually thought about that when you were saying that, because it means peace pipe. And he looks over and offers him ice cream through their telepathic.
Oh.
And he's kind of offering him like a peace offering. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because he starts to realize that Danny is getting a weird sense from him. So he looks over and offers some sort of peaceful reconciliation.
Yeah.
Just a small.
That's a good. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to rate it?
Rate it? Yeah.
No, but you can't rate it because you don't know the rating scale yet.
Oh yeah. Give me
some music. Dun, 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 dun.
The
The Gladiator 2 rating is back, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know how I
don't know how you didn't guess that.
Yeah.
So again, we got these when I saw Gladiator 2. I think that people in the theater expected people to give a thumbs up or a thumbs down in the movie, but nobody did that. Also, if you're listening, we have these foam fingers that are foam thumbs, like a thumbs down and thumb, because of Gladiators. So the scale is going to be if you like it, thumbs up. If you don't like it, thumbs down. And if you don't know, thumbs sideways.
Okay. Or thumb this way.
Thumb this way, yeah.
Yeah.
So with this theory, there's not a lot of like narrative to this theory. It's just the presence of it is sort of like buried under it's basically just one of the things to color the Overlook's like dirty past.
Yeah.
And I'll get to, the broader implications of it in my head when we talk about our overall thoughts later. But I do think this was an intended thing by Kubrick. I don't know exactly if the blood in the elevator representing the genocide of the Native Americans was entirely meant by Kubrick, but I do think it's a perfectly viable explanation and interpretation in the movie as well.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give it a thumbs up.
I give it a thumbs up as well. For the same reasons that I think it does have implications on just the way that for the Overlook being built on the path of murdering, it sets the tone for how the Overlook and the shine of the Overlook goes on for its entire existence.
Yeah, the Overlook is this like haunted, scary place, and its genesis and it was the implication of its genesis was that it was built on horrors and you know what I mean?
Exactly. Which is something we can talk about more into.
In the same way that Halloran says, like some like the way you smell toast somewhere, like some things can burn themselves into a location, the same way that like the genocide of the Native Americans would burn itself into the hotel, which is why it's haunted. Yes. I love that we're talking about this while we're
that's how we have to wear this the whole time.
Yeah, we're wearing it the whole time. Let me try to pick up this paper with my foam hand.
Okay.
All right, let's try to take this on a lighter note since we're wearing our foam fingers. What's the next one?
It's about the Holocaust.
Let's take off the foam fingers.
Yeah,
so we'll put them back on. So the Holocaust thing, right? It sort of occupies the same mechanism or the same space in the movie that the Native American thing does, because I think people look at the same things about like the Native American thing and they associate it with the Holocaust instead. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So one of the first things is they talk about the number 42 and how that keeps propping up, and also this is in the room 237. I think it was Jay Widener, who was like the proponent of this idea, and he talked about how the number 42 is basically associated with Germany because that's when they started the final solution. And the number 42 associated or in tandem with images of eagles throughout the Overlook Hotel also associates it with the Holocaust because eagles were a prominent symbol in the Nazi regime. And 42 pops up like a ton of times in the movie. So, for example, room 237, if you multiply 2 times 3 times 7, it's 42. Danny's wearing a number 42 like sports jersey when he has the seizure in the bathroom, where Tony shows him the Overlook Hotel, like in we see the blood pouring out of the elevator for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 42 cars in the parking lot in the overhead shot of the Overlook, which I was like, I didn't even realize that. Like, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good catch.
It's like obviously a really good catch, with the greatest coincidence of all time. And the movie they're watching, Danny and Wendy, when he goes, Mom, can I go upstairs and get my fire truck? Before he goes up and sees Jack, and Jack's like, I'll never do anything to hurt you. They're watching the TV. Then the name of that movie, I think it was in 1971 it was released. I think it actually won a few Oscars, or was nominated for a few Oscars. It's called The Summer of 42,
mm-hmm.
which is very interesting. And in the documentary, they talk about in Lolita, he goes, Kubrick maybe got this idea from Lolita, because in the book, the number 242 keeps coming up over and over again in Humbert's life. Is sort of like a comedic way to show, like a sort of like a farcical. I don't exactly know the exact implications of the idea, but it was sort of like a comedic effect.
Yeah.
That why does he keep seeing this 242 over and over again? And the only thing of that idea that survives in Kubrick's version of Lolita is that the hotel room he stays in with Lolita, where he first has sex with her, is 242, right?
Yeah.
And they go, I think they associated this number. Kubrick knew to associate this number with the Holocaust or whatever, but it's like, why 1942? Why wouldn't it be 1939? Why wouldn't it be like there's many stages in the Holocaust,
yeah,
that
people
signify
say,
Nazis in the Holocaust. But 42 is pretty good. I mean, if the
people
final
say
solution
that
started in
1942 is when he delivered the orders to actually start.
All right, so that's pretty good,
yeah.
man.
Mm.
But also, like, there is a weird thing you can do with numbers, like the 237 multiplying.
Yeah, that's where I get whenever there's math involved, where people are just saying, "Oh, you start multiplying and dividing." That's where I kind of get lost.
Yeah,
Not like lost, like I can't do the math, but it's more like you could say 2 plus 3 plus 7 or
right.
divided by, or
once you start doing stuff like that, you start to lose a sense of what is actually significant and what is just like injured. And like, a lot of this is good, but also at the same time they go, 242 was a very, like, Kubrick knew what he was doing while using this number, and he tries to associate, the number 42 with 242 in Lolita, but it's like, there in terms of like, in the case of it being a coincidence, like my house number is 242.
Mm-hmm.
So if I put 242 in my movie, then this guy would be like, oh, he's referencing Lolita. It's like, no, I'm not. It's just where I grew up. So, I think, and also one of the other things they said is the typewriter that Jack uses is a German model. It's an Adler, typewriter. Do you know what Adler translates to?
Eagle,
because our ex-boss, his last name was Adler, and we worked for Eagle Productions. And then there's also an eagle statue in Ullman's office, and there's also Jack, his shirt, the school he used to work at, Stovington Eagles.
Yeah.
And I don't know if the Holocaust thing, and they also associate the blood in the elevator with the Holocaust. The same way that they say that the blood in the elevator is the American genocide, they associate that with the Holocaust, which is like, that's what I mentioned earlier, where it's the same mechanism that they're of the Native Americans that they're applying to the Holocaust. I don't know if I have that, other than like, sometimes numbers are just coincidences. I don't know if I have that much to debunk this one, because it's hard to debunk any of these. But if my rating system is based off what I get the sense of versus, what I think was meant, or what I don't see or whatever, I don't really see this that much as I see the Native American thing.
Oh yeah.
And also the Eagle things I don't really buy, because the Eagles are also very prevalent in American culture, which I'll bring up later as well.
Yeah.
So it's like, now we're just down to the number 42. So, and then the theory becomes, okay, so now just because 42 happens 3 times in a very, serendipitous way, the whole movie's about the Holocaust? I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it doesn't have as much grounding as the Native American thing, but it makes sense that people would relate it to that because at its core, it's still about genocide.
Mhm.
So it's just pulling from the Native American thing, I think, and they're just two common themes that come together. And I get why people would bring up the Holocaust, but I don't think it has as much weight as the Native American thing.
Yeah, I agree. But also, I do like the numbers in the parking lot, the number of cars in the parking lot, and the summer of like when I learned that movie was the summer of 42, I was like, okay, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, no, I think there's still him. I think there's still intention. He's still intentionally putting the numbers there for
Right.
some reason or another, and pulling on using the Holocaust as a device to get to the point of the movie is still it's a good way of doing it, but I don't think it's about the everything about the movie is about that. It's just something that he uses to make the point in his own movie.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and also it could be like a Lolita situation. Like Lolita has 242, but nobody associates that with the Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like used as like a narrative tool, right? So maybe Kubrick did the same thing with putting the number 42 in. Maybe he didn't intend for it to be meant for the Holocaust, but he's meant for it to be intended for an effect.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm just speculating. I'm not saying it's one way or the other. Also, these theories have, whether Kubrick meant them or not, it doesn't matter in the context of these theories unless the theory explicitly states that he did mean it.
Yeah.
Which we'll get to in a few of these. Do you want to rate it?
Sure. For me, I'm gonna do it like halfway up. I
Yeah,
like
yeah.
halfway, not fully half, but like
Yeah,
a little
yeah.
bit past half, because I think there's weight to using it as something to get to the point of the actual of the film. Do you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, I pretty much do the same thing.
The next one, it's Kubrick's moon landing confession.
Okay, so the first indication of this is in the movie, rather, not in like actual history. Is Danny's wearing the Apollo 11 sweater, and when he stands up, it looks like the rocket's taking off, of course. And this is also another idea that was propagated by Jay Widener in the documentary Room 237, which popularized it. So he talks about how Danny stands up and then he goes into Room 237, and he says if you look at this is like known. He goes, if you look at the letters on the card key tag thing, it says room and then number, right? But the only capital letters on a number like NO, like the abbreviation, and the only numbers on it, or I'm sorry, letters on it that are capitalized is room and N, right? And he goes, the only words you can make from those letters are moon and room. And Kubrick is saying this is the moon room where he filmed the moon landing, and he staged the moon landing because that's a very popular conspiracy. And also 237 was changed from 217 because the Timberline Lodge, the original story was that they requested the room 217 be changed to 237 in the movie because they had an actual room, 217 that they didn't want guests to be scared to stay in. So Kubrick changed it to 237. But according to Jay Widener, he called and asked if they had a room 217, and they said no. I don't know whether it's true or not. That's just what he says. So he goes, Kubrick changed it to 237 because that's how far away on average the moon is from the Earth. It's 237 miles away. However, I did see people try to look into like textbooks at the time that would have said 237, like where he would have gotten that number from. And like they can't really find anything. And if you look up the actual number now, because it's probably more accurate than it was 50 years ago, it's 238,900 miles away on average, right? So that number sort of seems incidental, and
Just happens to be kind of close.
yeah, really close. But also in the moon room thing. But somebody says, there's the famous thing is, well, you could get room and moon from those letters, but you can also get moron.
Yeah.
Which is like pretty ironic and hilarious. I'm not saying if you believe in this you're a moron or that Jay Wadner is a moron. I'm just saying it's funny.
Yeah, that goes for any of these theories, right? We're not, even if we disagree or agree, we're not trying to put you down if you believe one or the other. I like the fact that everybody has their own interpretation.
Yeah, the fact that somebody's enthusiastic enough in this movie to have a interpretation of it in the first place is good enough for me.
Exactly.
Also, people talk about the carpet pattern on the ground or on the floor where Danny's playing with the trucks. it's like a hexagonal shape,
Mm-hmm.
right? And they go, that looks like the launch pads. Launch pad. It was A39 was one of the launch pads, and that design looks like one of the launch pads. So it looks like the rocket that's on Danny's shirt is taking off from a launch pad. And then you look at the photo of the actual launch pad, and the actual launch pad is an octagon.
Mm.
Like a hexagon and octagon are completely different shapes. You know, it's not. It's
Yeah.
just because they look they're
sort
of. And also the carpet design was already in production before the moon landing even happened. The guy David Hicks he designed that carpet, and it was already like on the market in the '60s. So it wasn't like specifically made for the movie.
There's also the scene with Jack saying, "I made a."
Yes.
I signed this or whatever, and people say that's him saying to, like, Stanley talking to his wife, saying, "I made this decision. I can't talk about it." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like he talks about like, do you ever think about my responsibilities to my employers? I
Yeah.
can't, that's basically like, Jack expressing Kubrick's frustration on not being able to tell his wife or close ones about filming the moon landing. Let's get into more of the context about the actual conspiracy of Kubrick faking the moon landing, because I do think like the only also similar to the Calumet baking powder, there's also people also refer to there's cans of Tang.
Yeah.
And in the pantry all the time. And Tang was basically, it was like powdered orange juice that was made for the astronauts. And I've asked my parents about it, and they said, yeah, they used to advertise it like you're eating the food of the astronauts, and people used to buy it all the time. So I like that. But then people talk about with Barry Lyndon, the conspiracy goes that Kubrick was faking the moon landing, and that 2001 was sort of like a research and development project to fake the moon landing footage. And he used front projection to fake the moon landing footage. And if you on 2001, I explained they had those plates that they had to go to Africa to shoot, and then get that image and then project it onto a highly reflective blank canvas through a projector. The projector would shoot the image through the transparent part of the one-way mirror,
Mm-hmm.
and then it would hit onto the canvas on the back of the set, right? And then it would reflect back into that lens with the one-way mirror on it. And then the other side of it was a mirror, of course. And then it went down 90 degrees into the camera. Am I making that?
Yeah.
And so it was basically like a real-time analog green screen that was pretty good. And there was, but the one side effect of it is if you're looking for it, you sort of could see the separation between the set and the blank canvas, and the canvas that the image is projected on. And when you look at some of the moon landing footage, it does look like front projection. Like I do give give credit to that, not like credit like it's that I'm deciding that it's fake or not. It's just an interesting parallel, given that people have said he used front projection. And they also talk about that the only reason he got the lenses from Zeiss to film Barry Lyndon for the candlelit scenes is that Zeiss made similar lenses for the moon landing, and since Kubrick directed the moon landing, he knew he knew where to get them. They gave him the lenses. Now, I think this theory has historical implications that you have to believe in order to get this theory. I don't believe we went to I don't believe we faked the moon landing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and argue that because I don't know anything about it, and we'll be here forever. Like we could figure it out. In 20
there's
minutes.
no reason to discuss that.
But the one thing I will give this theory credit for is that the Apollo 11 sweater is like significant. Not that it's significant in the sense that Kubrick is saying anything, but it's not something I can debunk or something and say like, well, that's obviously this. Like, I can't explain why it's there other than Stanley just has a lot of kids stuff on his shirts. Like he has Mickey Mouse, he has Apollo 11. Also, of course, people make Disney connections because he's wearing a Mickey Mouse shirt. So whatever shirt he's wearing, people are going to make connections.
Yeah,
you know what
exactly.
I mean? But I like the sweater. I'm like, I'll give you that. Okay, that's pretty good. The Tang I like the Tang.
The Tang is interesting.
I like that a lot because and then the front projection thing is interesting. But
the Tang is interesting. Sorry to cut you off.
No,
the Tang is interesting, but at the same time, it is something that was culturally relevant at the time to make a realistic feeling place. So it's interesting, but maybe not as interesting as it may seem to the time period, And
one more thing, I mentioned that the launch pad for the Apollo mission was A39, and then you look in some of the boxes in the pantry that are like the fruits and stuff, like sliced tomatoes, canned peaches and stuff. All of those boxes have the number. It's like 39000, and people are like, "Well, that's another moon connection." It's like, I don't know how real that is. That might just be another, numbers game scenario, because people wear 13 number. Like, there's a girl who walks past Jack when he's reading the Playgirl magazine, and she's wearing a number 13 jersey. And I'm sure somebody would look at that and go, "Oh, he's referencing A-Rod. He knows about the steroid scandal." You know what I mean? But in terms of, the carpet pattern isn't compelling to me. The moon room, of course, isn't compelling to me. The 237 change to that isn't really compelling to me at all. Mm-hmm. What do you think?
It's for me, this is one of those things. Like, again, I believe we went to the moon. I'm not going to sit here and argue it.
Yeah.
Just for that fact alone, I can't say this holds any weight to me.
Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, if I believed that we didn't go to the moon, I might look at this and go, "That's pretty good."
Yeah. If there was something that proved the front projection thing, then I would say okay. But also, I find it like, why would he make a horror movie to admit that?
I understand that. Like, he's sort of, if Kubrick had a certain lore and a mystique around him, doing something like that, if he did fake the moon landing, would be pretty baller. Mm-hmm. Or maybe it is possible that he was just having fun with it too. Like, if that was a theory at the time and he read it in a newspaper, he was like, "I'm going to make a joke about that. I'm going to make him wear an Apollo 11 shirt." Mm-hmm. All right, so what do you give it on your rating scale, your Gladiator 2 scale?
I give it a thumbs down.
Damn, really?
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Damn, I didn't know you were an American government shill, dude. I'll give it like 75% of the way down.
Okay.
The 25% is for the sweater, the tang, and the front projection, which I like. Mm-hmm. All right, yeah. What's the next one? These are been kind of depressing. Let's do a fun one next.
Okay. I don't know. Jack was sexually abusing Danny.
Oh, good. So this one obviously is like a very touchy one, and you hear it and you go, "What?" And I don't even know if I, fully like believe it. Like, I see it when I watch it. In terms of, I'm not convinced that Kubrick, meant it. It might just be incidental, and we'll talk about the details. So if you're going like, "What the hell are you talking about?" Right? So basically, I'll try to give you like the best rundown of the theory that's proposed. And this is also proposed mostly by my exposure to this was a guy named Rob Ager, who makes videos about Kubrick's movies on YouTube and stuff like that, and other movies as well. And he's the one that I first saw talk about this idea. And so basically, when the movie starts and Danny has this traumatic episode when Tony tells him about the Overlook, the doctor visits him, and they have this sort of weird conversation about like, who's Tony? And he goes, "He's the little boy that lives in my mouth," and then he goes in my stomach, and stuff like that. And we get the sense that Tony is sort of like a trauma response that was developed when they moved to Colorado. And they talk about that. They go, "When did Tony start to appear?" And she goes, "When we moved to Colorado." And we know that Tony is a trauma response because later in the movie, when Danny goes into room 237, he's completely possessed by Tony. We don't see Danny for like 20 minutes, let's say. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And just remember the bear pillow behind Danny, because he's lying on a pillow and the bear's face is right in the frame, like right behind him. Mm-hmm. It's very significant. If we never saw a bear again, it wouldn't be significant. But we see bears a couple more times in the movie, which I'll explain. And also, he has no pants on during the doctor scene, which isn't solve anything, but it is just like a weird detail for him to be not wearing any pants, and he's like covering his genitals a little bit. It looks like. And then the next indication we get to this idea is when the Torrances get to the Overlook Hotel, and we see Jack eating and like reading a magazine when Ullman and Watson come over and go, "Jack, how was the trip?" And we see that he's reading a Playgirl magazine. And somebody found also that Playgirl magazine is like the alternative. It's like the sister magazine to Playboy, which is for guys who are into girls or girls who are into girls. It's 2025. And the Playgirl magazine is like naked dudes and stuff. You know what I mean? So Jack is reading that. First of all, it's 1980. Why would you openly be reading that? Like, there is articles in it that you can read, but you're also in a hotel and your boss is right there.
Yeah, your potential boss is walking up to or
Right.
no, it is the boss.
It is his boss. Yeah,
at
Ullman.
that time.
At that, he has the job at that point.
Yeah.
But somebody did some research on the Playgirl magazine and they found the exact issue, and they found that one of the articles, because there is articles in it, is titled. One of the articles is titled "Incest: Why Parents Sleep with Their Children," which is pretty weird,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a weirdly specific thing to put in there. And like, we're talking about, like, we're speculating if Kubrick meant to put any of this in the movie. Do I believe that he put that in the movie expecting somebody with the internet to figure out what copy that was and see that incest is on it? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. But it's definitely like a weird thing. And also, like we said with the moon landings, it could just be like a weird joke. It's like, hey, what if he's just reading a Playgirl? Like, nobody's ever going to notice, because you can only watch this in the theater. You can't pause in the theater. Maybe somebody will notice it and go, what the hell?
Yeah, why?
That is a possibility. And then, okay. Now, this is going to be long-winded, but just bear with me. I'm sorry. So then we see Jack playing with the ball, right? And he throws it away. He does the most impressive throw I've ever seen down the hallway and somehow doesn't hit any of the chandeliers and then hits the wall. And then the next time we see the ball is when it rolls up to Danny. And we think a ghost rolled the ball up to Danny. And he's playing with the trucks. And then, of course, this crosses over with the whole Apollo 11 thing. And he goes into the room 237, like, somebody's, come play with me in the room 237, the same way that the twins say they keep saying, come play with us.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes in there, and then it cuts to Wendy in the boiler room, I believe. Yes. And then she's in the boiler room, and there's like a poster on the wall that says, like, the dangers of choking, what to do if somebody's choking. And then we hear Jack yelling in his sleep, and he's having like a terrible nightmare, and she runs down to Jack and is like, Jack, what happened? He wakes up and goes, I had the most horrible dream. And she goes, and he like kind of looks around, like he is having a traumatic experience. It's true, but you can tell like he's like part of the possessed part of him is like looking around still.
Mm-hmm.
He's not looking in her eye that much, and he's like, I had a dream that I killed you and Danny, and like it's possible that he very much did have a dream where he killed Wendy and Danny, but if you look at his performance closely, you get the sense that he's not really telling her everything, or you could if you're looking for it. And then Danny comes over and goes, you did this to him. Danny comes over and he's all, beaten up. He's all choked up and his shirt is all ripped.
Yeah.
And the last time we saw him was going into room 237. And then Wendy blames it on Jack and goes, you did this to him, didn't you? And he's looking at her like he has no fucking clue. And then she leaves and she goes, you bastard. And then he goes, oh. And I'm like, why does he say oh? Like, he looks like he has like a moment where his face kind of hardens and goes, oh. And then I think the next thing we see is him going to the gold room. And he's like, rawr.
Yeah.
And then he walks in and sees Lloyd. And then he says all this stuff about Wendy, like the old sperm bank upstairs. And then Wendy comes down like crying, like there's somebody else in the hotel with us. Jack said, there was a woman up there,
Mm-hmm.
and she tried to strangle. Or I'm sorry, Danny said that there was a woman up there that tried to strangle him. And he goes, "Are you out of your fucking mind?" Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's a movie called Rashomon that is a nonlinear story. I think it was Akira Kurosawa that takes place. It's like showing many different perspectives on one event, and The Killing does something similarly, which is also one of basically Kubrick's first like mainstream good movie. And I think there's sort of like an influence of that, nonlinear multiple perspectives idea in that, section of The Shining I just described, because it's right in the middle of the movie. It's like a huge intersection in the movie. And if we just accept that the chronology of those scenes are a little bit different, maybe in reality,
Mm-hmm.
then we'd say that, all right, Danny goes into room 237 and we cut to black. And then what really happened when Jack was having his nightmare, he was having the scene of him going into room 237 and seeing the old hag.
Yeah.
Where like that was like a nightmare that Jack was having, right? And then he wakes up, and then Wendy's like, "What happened?" Right? Okay, so like that, him going into room 237 chronologically of what I just explained to you happens last, but we can assume that it happens like second, let's say, or third. And the reason why people associate Jack and Danny in room 237 and maybe that sort of being representative of him sexually abusing Danny is because earlier in the movie, when Danny goes, "Can I go get my fire trucks?" He walks in and he sees Jack sitting on the bed. And the layout to the Torrance's room is sort of similar to the layout of 237. Like it's the same idea. Like there's a room and then there's a step onto the bedroom and then past the bedroom is the bathroom. And when Danny walks into the Torrance's room, Jack is sitting on the bed in the same orientation, like facing screen right as the woman in the bathtub was. And he goes, "Dad, can I get my fire truck?" And then Jack kind of moves his arm like this. He kind of like brushes his arm to the right to Danny. He goes, "Come here." And then later in room 237, when Jack goes in there, the woman in the bathtub does a similar thing where she moves the curtain out of the way. And she gets out. And also at the end of that scene, when Danny... Am I rambling or is this good?
No.
And at the end of that scene, when Danny goes and sees Jack on the bed, he comes over, goes, "Come here," and he sits down next to him. And if you watch the scene under this, like looking under the context of maybe he's sexually abusing Danny, it is really, really weird.
Yeah,
like, I never do anything to hurt you. And you get the sense that like something terrible is about to happen.
Even just how uncomfortable Danny feels in that scene.
Yes.
Like, why should he feel so uncomfortable walking into a room with his dad when he just wants to get his fire truck?
Exactly.
And he walks in and sees that he's still awake. Why, if something weird wasn't happening, why is he so uncomfortable? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So when Jack goes in there, so if you imagine Jack's nightmare, which is him going into room 237, is essentially him, re-experiencing him sexually abusing Danny inside room 237. Mm-hmm. Because again, the only person that's associated with the ball is Jack. So it had to be Jack that rolled the ball up into that room.
Mm-hmm.
And to lure Danny in 237. And then we see Jack go in there, and on the carpet is like this weird phallic imagery. And that is like I mentioned the octagon carpet or the hexagon carpet, like not lining up with the whole moon landing conspiracy. But I think this is a lot more significant because it does look like a penis in the design on the carpet. Like there is a very suggestively phallic symbol on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it could be incidental. But then Jack goes in there and sees this hot lady, and then she gets up and he like starts kissing her, and then in the mirror he sees that she's this disgusting old hag. And then right when we see that, it cuts to Danny like screaming.
Yeah.
And Danny is heavily associated with that moment. Heavily.
Yeah.
And so the idea is that is like the whole hag lady is Jack like, getting riled up and thinking that maybe sexually abusing Danny was a good idea. And then after it's done, he sees how disgusting this is, like what he's actually been doing to Danny is terrible. And he's horrified by it. And that's the nightmare where him screaming is the hag, like, laughing him out of the room. And then what he does is he goes out into the hall and he locks the door and like sort of locks that memory away, which would make sense if he sort of forgot about it temporarily when he woke up, when Wendy goes, "You did this to him, didn't you?" And he goes, "Oh." Like maybe that's him realizing that something was real or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Something's happening there. And also, like, it's also possible that, like, Rob Egger was talking about in that moment when Wendy goes, "What was the dream?" Well, she never asks, but he says, "I had a dream that I killed you and Danny." It's possible that he had that dream of, like, the old woman in room 237, or had a dream that he consciously knew was about him sexually abusing Danny. And he didn't want to tell her that, of course. So he was just like, "I had a dream that I killed you and Danny." Like, he could have just lied.
Yeah.
Because later he... What?
Well, later he does lie to her and says there's nothing in there.
Right, but he could be telling the truth.
Yeah.
Because maybe he did go into room 237 in real life after he said, "What room is it?" And when she goes, "Did you see anything?" He goes, "No, I didn't see a goddamn thing." He looks her straight in the eye. It doesn't look like he's lying to her at all.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that experience has been locked away again. I don't know. Again, is this making sense?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Also, during the scene where Jack is having his nightmare, and when he's running to get him, and during the 237 scene with the hag, the same music is playing.
Oh, okay.
As well.
I don't know if I caught that.
I caught that this time when I watched it yesterday again. And this would make sense if Tony is Danny's trauma response from whatever his dad is doing to him. It makes sense because right after 237, we mentioned earlier, Tony completely takes control of Danny. And also there's a scene where they're talking. Oh, and Jack comes back and goes, I think maybe he did it to himself.
Yeah.
Which is like a really weird. And they cut to Danny on the bed, and he's like traumatized, like scarred for life, it looks like. And, obviously he could just be like, yeah, he fucking saw an old lady choke him out, or like Jack did beat him up.
Yeah, yeah.
But it also could be that, Jack did something more than beat him up, right? You know what I mean?
It also plays on the denial of like Wendy kind of denying earlier on how we know how he kind of hurt Danny by pulling. And the way she plays it off is very denial. It worked out in the end. He doesn't drink anymore. And her even just believing that there's another woman all of a sudden in the hotel plays into her just denying all the facts.
Right. She's willing to believe something crazy
just
in order to not believe the most reasonable explanation. That's a good point. I like that. And also that's perfect. That's a perfect segue into my next point, which is at the end of the movie, during the climax, when Wendy's running around the hotel trying to find Jack and Danny with the knife, and we hear this chanting, which is like horrifying. She goes up the stairs and she sees the man in the bear costume, performing oral sex on the guy in the tuxedo, right? And we associated already Danny with the image of the bear in the beginning when we first brought up like Danny's trauma responses with Tony. We mentioned the bear pillow that was right behind him.
Yeah.
And then now we see a bear doing that, right? And Wendy, and it's horrifying Wendy. And that could be Wendy's psyche finally realizing what Jack has been doing to Danny. And also there's pictures of above Danny's bed in his room, there's pictures of two bears. Right?
Yeah.
So that's the idea of that theory. The rest of the conversation that I have to say about this is I want to know if this is true, where could this idea possibly have come from in Kubrick's head if he did mean it, which it doesn't matter if he did or not, but I'm interested in that angle on it. Because I read the book and I'm trying to find instances like where could he have gotten this, like the same way he saw Ullman say, yeah, this place is like a maze. He's like, oh, maybe we should do a hedge maze.
Yeah.
So in the book, Jack is writing a play, where in the movie he's writing a book or something like that. But in the book he's writing a play about a guy named Paul DeLong, who was a child molester, and Jack, in his own thoughts, says that he sympathizes with him. And Paul DeLong had an abusive father, which Jack does, which the novel states. And Paul DeLong also had a homosexual experience in grammar school. And I'm thinking, like, is this where Kubrick? Because this in the book doesn't mean that Jack in the movie is like this, right? But I'm bringing this up because did Kubrick read this and go, oh, maybe Jack is a child molester? Is Jack gay? Right? You know what I mean? And not that if he was a child molester it means he's gay. I'm just saying, like, in this, and also there's the other section of the book I talked about the guy in the dog costume in the book. In the book it's a dog costume, but in the movie it's a bear costume. But the guy Roger, who dresses up as a dog, is in a bear costume, and he's a dog costume, and he's in a homosexual relationship with Harry DeWent, who's like the CEO or the owner or whatever of the company that owns the Overlook, or just owns the Overlook. And at that point, when we realize that they have this homosexual relationship in the book, the dog man shows up to Danny in the hall and starts calling him pup. Because now because that's significant. Because why are they calling him pup, associating him with a weird sexual experience? You know what I mean, in the book. And again, I don't want to say this out loud, but I have to because it was in the book. The dog man tells Danny, "I'm gonna eat you up, little boy," and I think I'll start with that plump little cock. Yeah, which is like a crazy
thing to
a crazy unmissable idea.
In
the book, right? And it's possible that Kubrick saw all this and was like, okay, maybe this has to, or maybe it's so strong that it was just incidental that it ended up in the movie. You know what I mean? And also after that scene in the book where the dog man tells Danny that, Jack and other apparitions in the book start randomly calling Danny pup and puppy.
Yeah.
So it's like, what the fuck? So it's 100% possible that Kubrick saw all that and like sort of subconsciously threw that into the movie. You know what I mean? But I'll give this like a 75% yes, Because when I do watch the movie, I do see it now. Like there's some ideas, like I remember, we'll get to it later, like the Overlook is hell. I remember that was like my first interpretation, and now I barely think about that when I watch the movie. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it could change. But yeah, this is pretty insane.
Yeah, I'm just about there too. Maybe even more. Just because for me it's still just so strange the way he's acting when he walks in the room and Jack is sitting on the bed.
Right.
I don't know how many other reasons other than the fact that, I mean, he is acting weird the whole time, but to me, that one stands out to me as him being super scared to even just sit next to him and all the other reasons that you talked about. So I'm more 80%. If you're 75%, I'm 80%.
All right, good.
Next theory, the ghosts don't exist.
So when I was researching the writing of the Shining script, Diane Johnson talked about how her and Kubrick continuously discussed the concept as a ghost bordering on the physical and the mental. So sort of like ghosts being, psychological manifestations of the characters, you know what I mean? Because I remember, and also remember when Kubrick was talking about how, the Stephen King's book had a great relationship between the supernatural and the psychological, and as to lead you to think that the supernatural would be explained by the psychological, right? I think that's an idea that sort of survives in the movie as well. As I mentioned, like with Wendy seeing the man in the bear costume with the rich guy, who in the book is Harry DeWint as well. That could be like represent her psyche finally consciously realizing what's going on between, Jack and Danny. And in the same way, and so that would be consistent with the idea of ghosts bordering on the mental and the physical. And another reason that tracks is because when Wendy is running around the hotel, after she sees the man in the bear costume, she goes downstairs to the lobby, the lobby, and she sees Halloran's body, and she's like, "Oh my God!" And then she keeps walking, and then she screams, and then turns around and sees a ghost. She doesn't see the ghost and scream. Like she knows the ghost is there before she even sees it. And he goes, "Great party, isn't it?" So that would be another indication that there are no ghosts per se. You know what I mean? Which I thought was interesting. What do you think about that one?
This one's harder for me because I guess I haven't thought much about it because I've only ever watched the movie just taking it at face value, like, oh, those things are definitely there. So I don't know. Is there any other evidence to suggest that they're not real, or other than
there probably is that I can't name off the top of my head right now, like little things. But it's interesting because it's funny because with this movie I have contradicting like interpretations but I do see all of them. Like I see this, right? Like the ghosts are supposed to represent their psyche, right? Like so maybe that doesn't mean like that could still be true while the ghosts actually still exist to a certain extent.
Like the ghosts are playing off their psyche, like they appear to show them something about themselves more than the fact
that's pretty good. I like that.
Yeah.
But also like I look at this and I go, yeah, the ghosts don't exist. It's all in their head. But then I see other theories of like, well, the ghosts are like it's a reincarnation thing or whatever. Like the ghosts are real. And I go, I like that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. My only problem with saying the ghosts don't exist is the fact that the movie is called The Shining, and they talk about a concept called The Shining, how the past leaves a scent, basically. And those ghosts are sort of representations of that past, of being able to shine and see the past. So do you know?
But also that can I guess that can be like sort of like I don't know the difference between like metaphor and allegory and stuff, but that can also just be like sort of a metaphor for like trauma and stuff. Like traumatic things happen and they have a way of sticking around.
Yeah.
But going back to the Jack sexually abusing Danny idea really quick, because you just reminded me of something. Halloran tells him, sometimes people with a shining, they can see things that haven't happened yet. And sometimes they can see things that happened a long time ago. So when Danny is in, his bathroom, and Tony's like, I don't want to go to the Overlook Hotel. He's like, why? Just tell me. Because maybe Tony is his mechanism for seeing the future, his subconscious seeing the future, and seeing that the Overlook Hotel is going to be where Jack abuses him.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I forgot about the fact that he can see the future and the past.
I forgot about that too.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. I raised my score to 80.
Boom, we figured it out.
Yeah, I raised my score to 80 for that theory.
But what does it even mean to exist?
It's really about the human condition.
So even if they don't exist, but they see them, they still exist.
I don't know why, but I just imagine you as Tom Hardy in Venom, going like, "So, but you telling me that the ghosts don't exist, Venom, but like they do, but also they don't.
But they don't.
My legs, they were broken, and now they're not broken." All right, let's rate the ghosts don't exist. For me, the ghosts don't exist. I'm gonna give this like a solid 85%.
You don't.
I think the ghosts don't exist. I don't know if they don't exist entirely. But the idea that they relate to the Torrance's psyches, I heavily agree with.
Yeah.
So I'll give it an 85%, even though
Okay.
I'm not sure if I believe that they are not supposed to exist at all in the movie.
Yeah. I'm more smack dab in the middle. I guess a little bit lower.
Yeah.
Just because of my thoughts on the fact that it's about The Shining and the past and future, I guess, leaving hints of stuff happening. So
yeah. I mean, I understand that. I mean, everybody's entitled to be wrong, so.
yeah, whatever, dude. You think you're right about everything. You think you know movies.
You're wrong about that.
All right, next one. The gold theory.
So this is another theory that I also have only heard that guy Rob Ager talk about. And I think it's interesting. And I'm going to explain the theory and then I'll explain my thoughts. So he basically talks about how what Kubrick is trying to do is, in the same way that there's like a hidden narrative with the whole Native American Indian genocide thing, there's a hidden narrative about the origins of the Federal Reserve in America and the U.S. dollar getting off the gold standard. So I'm not going to pretend like I know anything about economics or how it worked, but basically, pre-1920s or late teens, and also 1960 after Nixon, every dollar bill was basically just like a piece of paper that said, "This is how much gold this is worth."
Yeah.
So like the money wasn't valuable; it was
Backed by
the gold that was valuable. So you would go and be like, "Hey, you can get $20 of gold with this." Like, oh shit. So, but then I think something in the 20s where the Federal Reserve was enacted and the U.S. was like partly, taken off the gold standard, and then in the 60s, Nixon completely got the U.S. off the gold standard because I think what happened was the U.S. was in so much debt because we kept promising people American money, which was on the gold standard, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like the whole idea is that if I give you $60 million, you can pay that back to me and I'll reimburse you in that amount of gold.
Yeah.
But America was just writing out so much money to all these countries that I think France, or somebody, finally called the bluff and was like, "Hey, here's $60 million. Give us all of our gold." And then Nixon was like, "We're off the gold standard."
We don't do that anymore.
Because the whole idea, because there was a thing that happened where the U.S. confiscated they're like, "You have to give us all your gold," and then they put it in Fort Knox or something, and then nobody's checked on it since. So like we could have zero gold. Nobody knows. I have no idea what I'm talking about in terms of that, right? But Rob Ager talks about how there's the through line of the gold throughout the movie. So for example, there is no gold room in the book. The gold room is something that was specifically made in the movie. And also basically the biggest part of this theory is the scrapbook that Jack finds, right? Because in the book, it's about the hotel's dirty laundry and stuff like that and like murders that have been committed there. And according to Rob Ager, he said when he went to the Stanley Kubrick Museum or the Stanley Kubrick Archives, whatever it was, he was able to see the full prop of the scrapbook that was made. And he said it was full of stories about the creation of the Federal Reserve and America getting off the gold standard, which I don't know if you can use that for the movie because it's not in the movie anymore. I mean, it is, but you can't read it. You know what I mean? But also, according to Emilio, because he talked about putting together the scrapbook in his book Stanley Kubrick and Me, he talked about how Alexander Walker put together a bunch of Colorado newspaper clippings. And he says he used his skills as a journalist to put together articles that describe the mysterious past of the Overlook Hotel, filled with inexplicable accidents, unexpected suicides, and escaped crimes. Stanley gave Alex 35mm microfilms containing 50 years of front pages from the Denver Post and the Rocky Mountains News. Finally, after 6 weeks spent inventing headlines for imaginary news in the style of these two turn-of-the-century newspapers, the job was done. In the end, the sequence where Jack looked through these articles was never actually used in the film. So there's nothing about like the Federal Reserve or anything in here, but there is. Stanley Kubrick gave the guy prints to use, so maybe Stanley Kubrick had some Federal Reserve stuff that was in it. I'm not calling Rob Ager a liar or anything. Both of these could be true. It can be possible that there's Federal Reserve stuff in the scrapbook, and that Emilio just didn't know about that. You know what I mean? There's also a scene where Jack goes to Lloyd, the bartender, for the first time, and he goes, "How's my credit in this joint?" Because he doesn't have any money for the alcohol, and he goes, "Your credit's fine." And then later, when he travels back to the past, and everybody's there, all the ghosts are there. They're in like the 1920s, right? And Lloyd goes, or Jack goes, here's the money I got the money, and the money's from 1980. And then Lloyd goes, no charge, Mr. Torrance. And he goes, He goes, your money is no good here, which is just a way of saying that you can't, it's on the house, but it's, the double meaning of that would be your money's no good here because it's not backed by anything.
Yeah,
it's backed by numbers on a computer screen. You know what I mean? And what else we got here? And also and also I'm not saying this isn't me saying I believe any of this. This is just me pitching the idea.
Mm-hmm.
And then Rob Ager also talks about how at the end of the photo that Jack is in at the end, he says that Kubrick got that photo and gave it. He talked with the airbrush artist who put Jack's face into the photo, and he found a copy of the original photo, but nobody really knows where it's from. So the very next day we recorded this episode, somebody found where the photo is from, and it's from a Valentine's Day ball in 1921, and seemingly the guests were people in the entertainment industry, like comedians and actors of the time, and people on the internet now have been compiling lists trying to identify which face is which in the photos, and you can see the same people in the photos in other photos that were also found that you can find on Getty Images now. And this would debunk the claim that we're going to bring up in a few seconds here that Rob Ager talked about, where he thought that the faces in the crowd were people who were involved in the creation of the Federal Reserve. So, yeah. But Rob Ager talks about, like, this person looks like, a young Woodrow Wilson. This one looks like a young Mary Wilson, his daughter, maybe, and also this looks like his Secretary of State. And this looks like his treasurer or whatever. And he's basically saying that all the people in the photo are faces of people that were integral in the establishment of the Federal Reserve in America getting off the gold standard, right? The only problem with that is that I think that the face thing at the end is a stretch because he's going, this kind of looks like this guy.
Yeah.
This kind of looks like, it's like you have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I don't really believe the faces at the end, but all the rest of it, I think the best way I can explain this is, and this my first exposure to this idea was in Red Dead Redemption 2, where there's this one town, I forget the name of the town. It's like sort of like a mini town on that map in the game, and there's this big building warehouse thing, like a big log cabin that looks like you should be able to interact with it,
Mm-hmm.
but you can't, and it's like weird. Like, why can't I interact with this? And then I later found out that it was cut content, where I was like, oh, you were supposed to be able to do a mission in this house, but we took it out for during development because it wasn't necessary or something like that. And I think that's probably part of what happened with, maybe this theory. If the Federal Reserve stuff is in the scrapbook, it can be an example of cut content where this is a through line that was supposed to happen in the book, but it was largely cut out because the scrapbook was cut out. But the presence of it, on the fringe of the periphery of the idea is still like lurking there. You know what I mean? Because
Mm-hmm.
it is pretty weird. Like, why did Kubrick name it the Gold Room?
Yeah.
And stuff like that. I do think it's interesting. I'm gonna give it like a 55.
Okay.
55% of a thumbs up. I like how we're not even using the thumbs up, thumbs down. We're just saying numbers and then
It's like,
I give it like a sideways thumb.
Okay. I give it, just because, again, I have no idea about anything about the gold other than what you just said.
Yeah.
I give it a thumbs down just because I don't know enough about it to say anything.
Yeah. Also, I should bring up, just because I brought it up earlier, the whole John Jacob Astor Titanic conspiracy that they killed everybody who was opposing the Federal Reserve on the Titanic. I brought that up because in the Shining book they talk about the Titanic. In this movie, there might be something connected to the Federal Reserve. I just thought it was an interesting circle of conspiracy. That was funny. All right, let's do the next one.
Okay. The Wendy theory.
So we won't spend too much time on this one, but basically, I think the guy's name is Rob Navarro. You can watch his video on YouTube. His theory essentially was that Jack is actually the good guy, and that whenever something horrible happens that Jack is doing, it's Wendy hallucinating it. And his evidence for that is whenever there's a continuity error, it's an indication that Wendy's hallucinating. And he also talks about how I don't know what the book Catcher in the Rye is about. I might look it up really quick, but he says that since he's reading Catcher in the Rye, it's a hint or a foreshadowing that she's crazy or something and she's imagining stuff. And there's one example where, and it's actually it is interesting. It's a good interpretation that he came up with in a certain sense, where he talks about how the indication that Wendy is hallucinating this and hallucinating Jack being a bad guy is when she walks into the room when he's typing, and she goes, "Hey, hun," and he goes, "Hey, how's it going?" He's like, you can tell he still hates her a little bit, but he takes the paper out, and then there's a chair on the wall behind Jack's shot. And then she goes, "Hey, I was thinking we can, I can, make some sandwiches for you. Maybe you could take me for a walk later outside." And then we cut back and the chair is gone. Mm-hmm. Which in this guy Rob Navarro's interpretation would be the indication that we're now in Wendy's hallucination. And then right from that point is when Jack goes, "Wherever you hear me typing or you don't hear me typing or wherever the fuck you hear me doing, that means don't come in." Then he suddenly becomes an asshole. So that's a guy. I don't know if I agree with this guy's idea, but that's an example of an observation that I think was very astute.
Yeah.
And interesting, even if I don't believe in it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to see how the mood changes just by seemingly one chair moving.
Right, it could be a coincidence, but he found something there, which I'm excited about. So, but also I don't know if I believe on the theory as a whole, because one, I don't see Wendy being a bad person. And that's something I don't know. It's just something I don't feel when I watch it. But also the continuity error thing. There are examples of maybe some continuity errors in the movie that are deliberate. Kubrick, somebody talked about Kubrick deliberately taking out that chair while they were filming. There is an anecdote that was deliberately moved. It wasn't, because sometimes if they film something, let's say they film, a scene of Danny in the bathroom, and then 3 months later they film it again. Mm-hmm. There's 3 months in between. The chair being different might just be a coincidence, and that happens all the time. And there's continuity errors that happen all the time. In that same scene, Jack takes out the paper when she walks over, and then she kisses him "Hey, Jack." And I think in his wide shot, it's back in there. Mm-hmm. And then at the end of the scene, he never puts a paper back in. Or no, it's not in there. I'm sorry. But then when Wendy leaves, we never see him put a paper back in the typewriter. But when she leaves, he just starts typing. There's already one in there, right? That could be maybe that's the indication that we're out of the hallucination. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just an interesting thing. But I think in a lot of the cases, this relies on continuity errors that are just a coincidence. Maybe, but also maybe I'm conflicted about it a little bit, because I do think there's a certain sense of the spatial impossibilities that are just a consequence of them having to build the physical sets in all these stages. But the side effect of that is that it sort of makes the hotel feel impossible, and sort of in the continuity errors make it feel like it's shifting under you. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I believe that I'm open to the continuity error thing being something, but I struggle to accept or feel or see that Wendy is a bad person or the villain and she's hallucinating all this, because it doesn't feel like it fits. Mm-hmm. What do you give this out of your Gladiator 2 rating?
I give
Damn.
Full straight down with the whole hand in the thumb.
Holy shit.
It looks so stupid.
Thumbs down.
Hand down.
I'll give it mostly a thumbs down. I'll give it a 75% thumbs down.
Next one. It's meant to be watched forwards and backwards at the same time.
So this is something that comes up in the documentary Room 237, which maybe we'll talk about, quick, our thoughts on that documentary as a whole when we get to the end of the theories here. But in that in that documentary, they talk about how, well, if you play the movie, if you start the end of the movie and the beginning of the movie at the same time, and play one backwards and overlap them on each other, there's these parallels or overlapping images that suggest that there's a deeper meaning and another way to watch The Shining that Kubrick intended. And this is the thing where, like, again, like I said earlier, now part of the theory isn't that, hey, there's some interesting compositions and stuff when you play it backwards and forwards at the same time. The proposition of the theory is, hey, there's interesting stuff that happens at the same time, and compositions that happen when you play it backwards and forwards at the same time, and it was meant that to be that way, which is like the part of the theory that has to be proven, which you can't really prove. But I think I can sort of disprove why there's no way it was meant to be like that, right? But I'll give this theory some credit, right? Because there are reflections and mirrors that play a prominent role in the thematics of the story, like the whole red rum thing. That whole thing is based off of seeing it in a mirror, right? There's two Gradys, there's two twins, right? The mirrors might, according to Rob Ager, he talks about like there might be mirrors might suggest the presence of ghosts. And one of the first times we see Jack sort of showing some kind of supernatural lining in his character or in the hotel in general, or maybe not in the hotel in general. That's not fair because we see the twins earlier in the game room. But the first time we see a supernatural lining in his character is we're seeing him through a mirror when he wakes up, and she goes, "What time?" He goes, "What time is it?" And she goes, 11:30. He goes, 11:30. I got to do some writing, and he's eating breakfast in bed. And then right after we see him in the mirror that whole time, we cut back to them in the bed, not in the mirror, and he goes, "It was almost like I had been here before," and that so you can sort of maybe suggest that mirrors are like in the same way that in the Wendy theory that like continuity errors are indicators of a supernatural thing going on or like a hallucination going on. Mirrors can be the genesis of like the ghosts coming about and stuff like that. But also there are interesting, like you watch it and they go, Jack's face talking with Grady, right? When he talks with Grady, you see the images. I think this is correct. You see the dead bodies of the Grady twins, or just the twins, while he's talking to Grady. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's true. And so there's like stuff like that, which are like I'm not going to deny that are very interesting. It is very interesting to watch the movie in that way. But the reason I don't think it was meant to be watched that way, like the Room 237 documentary suggests, is because we talked about how there was a deleted ending. Yeah, and they deleted it right at the buzzer, after the buzzer. Kubrick went to the refs and went, "Hold on, give me extra time."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if The Shining was meant to be watched forwards and backwards, then it would need to be edited in such a careful way that, this has to be here at 2 minutes because at 2 minutes from the credits here, this happens, right? But if you cut out a 2 or 3 minute ending and then cut out the other Larry Durkin scene that we talked about, then that whole theory goes out the window because there's no way that Kubrick could have done the turnaround time to make the movie line up perfectly. Like any parallels that would have showed up after that point would have been incidental.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. And also, there's two cuts of The Shining. We didn't even mention that before. There's a European cut.
Oh yeah.
So there's a European cut. It's like 20 minutes shorter. So, the Shining in the U.S. it's like an hour. It's like 2 hours and 20 minutes, but in the European one's like 2 hours and 3 minutes, right? And in the Stanley Kubrick collection Blu-ray that I have, the version of The Shining is the European version. So I remember watching it going, why does this feel a little bit different? Like, what's going on here? And then the TV scene, I'm like, wait a minute, the TV scene was never in there. So the scene where he's like, "Can I go get my fire trucks from the room?" And she's like, "Dad's sleeping, don't go up there." And he's like, "No, let me go." And she's like, "Fine." That's not in the European cut.
He doesn't even go into the room?
He goes into the room. It just starts with him going into the room. But the whole thing of them watching TV is not in there. There's some other Native American allusions that are cut out for the European audiences, which maybe because they wouldn't really identify with that as a non-American. And also, I think more of Halloran, his journey back to the Overlook is cut out. Like the Larry Durkin scene in the gas station, I think that should be cut out of the final film anyway. That's an improvement on that the European cut has over it. But also, if this theory is true, like it was meant to be watched forwards and backwards at the same time, if you're in Europe, that's not the case. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just there's
and just the fact with this, I don't know exactly what overlaps, but it would make sense that if you played a good story forward and backwards at the same time, some things would overlap due to the fact that there's foreshadowing of things. Like if something from the maze is playing on the screen in the forward version, and then they're at the maze at the end, it's because he was trying to foreshadow the fact that they're going to end up at the. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's an outstanding point, because in screenwriting, like stories, like if you look at like conventional screenwriting books, some of them talk about like the stories should be mirrors of each other. So like the first 15 pages of a script usually sort of mirror the last 15 pages of a script.
Yeah.
So that's a good point that you brought up.
It does seem like a fun thing to do, though. I would like to watch forward and back.
Oh yeah,
we should do that. That would be fun.
It's a super interesting thing to do. Like I'm glad that they're that interested in the movie to even play it backwards and forwards at the same time. Anyway, but to say that it's meant to be,
Yeah, I give this full thumbs down.
I give it a thumbs down because again, like it's not meant to be. It's
plus the logistics of Stanley Kubrick trying to edit it to work one way is already a lot for him to try to get it to do
in a day.
Yeah, both ways is way too much.
Yeah. All right, let's do this one.
Theseus and the Minotaur.
So people are saying that the whole maze and the Jack and Danny in the maze is basically supposed to be, an archetypal parallel of Theseus and the Minotaur, and it's not in terms of theories. It's not one that's like no, I don't believe that, because it's just the same way that this exists in the movie is sort of like a dragon being in the movie. Like dragons are very archetypal creatures, meaning like they're just baked in our subconscious. So like, for example, I forget where I heard this, but if you look at human beings like in our ancestors, like our primate ancestors, right? For millions and millions of years, their prime predators were snakes, birds, and cats. And a dragon is exactly the perfect mix between a snake and a bird and a cat. It's a flying, what is it? Quadrupedal, like it has paws and stuff. Yeah. But it's also like it's like all scaly and stuff. It's basically like a perfect, and that's why dragons pop up cross culturally everywhere around the world, right? And so the same thing with like Theseus and the Minotaur. That's a very archetypal idea that just happens at like the most raw form of our unconscious thought, where creatives and storytellers kind of build on it, and they kind of reference back the same way that a movie will reference back to Shakespeare or something like that for its structure. You know what I mean? And so I think this is true. Like it's perfect, because there also is like the whole thing of like Wendy and Danny being like Theseus was it, mostly Danny being Theseus, and then Jack being the Minotaur makes a total amount of sense, because there's a fucking maze, right? And there's a shot where Wendy and Danny are walking through the maze, and then it cuts to a shot of Jack, and it's a very striking shot, because it's like the way it dissolves is he's moving forward, and Wendy and Danny are like moving towards us, and he's moving away from us. So when it dissolves, like the walls of the maze, it makes a very striking shot. And then Jack goes over there and looks at the maze like all sort of ominously, and then we see an overview of them in the maze. And of course, the overlook is and that's the mirror of that is supposed to be that they're in the overlook, and the halls are maze-like and stuff like that. And near the end of the movie, we see Jack. He's basically just a screaming mess at the end. He's like, oh, like a beastly thing. And also, I think I'm not familiar with the Theseus and Minotaur story, but how Theseus escapes is that he puts like a string on the ground or something to see where he's gone while the Minotaur chases him, to how he got in there, so he can like retrace the steps out of it. And that's how like the Minotaur gets lost in its own maze and he gets out. Wendy hints at that when she goes, I feel like I have to leave a trail of breadcrumbs just to figure out where I came in. You know what I mean? And also but a part of this that I don't believe at all, that is when Danny's in the game room. People are like, this is an indication of that. It's the whole thing is that it's a Minotaur, which is like it doesn't really need any more explanation, because it's pretty archetypically clear. But they go when Danny's in the game room and he sees the twins for the first time, there's a poster behind them that says Monarch, and it's of a skier. And they say, well, why would there be a skiing poster there? Because earlier in the movie, Jack says that there really is no skiing resort up here, because the roads are always blocked in the winter, so there is no skiing. So why is there a skiing poster in the hotel? And they say if you look at the skier, their legs are sort of hunched as they go down, as they're like like riding down the snow, and they look like they have mini legs and they have a big giant body. It looks like a minotaur.
Yeah.
Which I don't know how. I mean, sure, if you think that, I mean, because you're right that there's a minotaur and Theseus thing in the story, but to say that that's the indication that is, you know, that's proof that it's in there, I don't really buy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think the Minotaur, the Theseus and the Minotaur is just a strong storytelling device that he would call upon to make his point. And,
yeah.
And the poster though, I don't know how much weight that carries.
Yeah, I don't think it carries any. All right. So what do you rate the Theseus and the Minotaur theory?
I rate it a thumbs up, but I'm not saying that the theory is the whole movie. I'm saying I think it's very fair to say he probably used that as a storytelling device.
Right. There's no way they weren't conscious of that archetype.
Yeah.
I give it a thumbs up too. I give the whole thing a thumbs up except for the Monarch poster thing.
The poster, yeah.
Because that's we'll get to that poster in the next theory. The same way that people use like 9/11 for like alien theories and then other conspiracy theories. Like every giant mainstream conspiracy theory passes through 9/11. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like that 9/11 is the intersection where every theory crosses, and I think the Monarch poster is sort of like a similar thing, exists in a similar way in this movie as well.
Overlook is a CIA mind control program.
So speaking of the Monarch poster, of course, people say that, the reason why it's a CIA mind control program is because there's when Danny's in the game room and he sees the two twins, there's the Monarch poster up on the wall behind them, and of course, we just explained how that was supposed to be the Minotaur to some people, but to some people, Monarch is supposed to suggest the CIA's MKUltra program because that was like one of the code names for it was Monarch. And the whole mind control program in this is, you know, the CIA is bringing like these caretakers to the hotel so that they can do experiments on them and make them go crazy. So like, you know, maybe they're putting like, you know, gas in the air, or they're putting shit in the water, or there's something laced in the food, like there's LSD in the food or something like that, you know, to make them go insane. Also, if you don't know what MKUltra is, this is true. In 1953, maybe in the spring or March, somewhere around there, Alan Dulles, who was the CIA director at the time, and Sidney Gottlieb, who was like a chemist type guy, he was head of the technical services staff, which was a component of the CIA. He was also like in charge of like some of the things that he was in charge with. Sidney Gottlieb was, you know, lacing Castro's cigars so that his beard would fall off and shit like that, like, you know. And but he was basically the guy who spearheaded the whole MKUltra program, which was the three objectives was one to delete or implant memories in an individual. Two was to make an individual appear or think they're going insane without their knowledge. And three was make an individual do actions that they would never do otherwise and have them be completely amnesic after the fact. And so one of the things they were doing is going out to all these psychologists and hey, we'll give you this funding if you do this research for us and then give us all the data from the research. And they said, sure. So like one of the guys they went to was this guy, Dr. Ewan Cameron, who was the head of the Allen Memorial Institute in Canada. They called it Ravenscrag, and he was this, you know, he was this doctor who came up with this thing called psychic driving, where you would play in like a message in an individual in their bed, and like chemically, you know, put them in an insulin-induced coma, and then play this message a million times while they sleep, and then they wake up. It's all they can think about. He would also do something called the patterning, where like conventional shock treatment is a form of medicine in the psychiatric community. I don't know how much it's used now, but back in the day, they would shock you from like with like what was it like a 300 volt or 400 volt shock for like barely a second, 3 or 4 times a week. But what or no, a month maybe. But what Cameron did was shock you with like 2,000 volts for 30 seconds or until a seizure was triggered, like 3 or 4 times a day. Something like crazy shit, right? And also, you're probably thinking that this guy was just a weird, obscure, you know, psychologist or whatever. He was the president of the American Psychiatric Association and the Canadian Psychiatric Association, and he was also one of the authors of the DSM-1. the Diagnostical and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, I think, something like that, which is like the book on all mental illness stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And this was the guy who was working for the CIA. So this is true. I'm sorry I went off on that, but so they're saying that that's what they were doing with the
Overlook.
The Overlook,
Mm-hmm.
and also they did like LSD experiments in MK Ultra as well, and also a bunch of other chemicals.
It's funny when you started talking about MK Ultra. I was gonna be like, yeah, if you're not interested, just skip 2 hours ahead. He'll be done talking about this by then.
You know what would have been funny if I just shot you in the head? Yeah. And I was like, "What, Danny?" But also another one last component that goes into the whole CIA theory is Watson. Because I talked about how in the book Watson's like yay. Maybe he's Irish. He sort of sounds Irish in the book. In the TV series, he isn't. But he's more of like an actual character, or a caricature maybe in the book. But in the movie, he's just like this boring guy, but they use him very well. Kubrick uses him very well, where you don't really see him throughout the entire conversation. Once Ullman and Jack start talking, it's only on their shots, and then Ullman goes, "He killed his family with an axe and blew his brains out," and then it doesn't cut to Jack's reaction.
Mm-hmm.
It cuts to Watson, and suggests like a very ominous thing, like how is he
reacting to this?
Right, like cutting to him there, I think makes the moment, multiplies that moment so much more than if he just cut to Jack going, "Oof."
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But people think that Watson's a CIA agent because he doesn't really do anything at the hotel. Like all he says is fine. He goes, "Yeah, maybe you could show Jack around later." And he goes, "Fine." And then later he's like, "Yeah, maybe you can help Jack with his stuff." And he goes, "Fine." So like people say like, "Oh, he's a CIA agent," and he's saying fine because he doesn't like being ordered around by Oldman.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Which I thought was interesting. What do you think?
Watson is definitely a character that caught my eye while watching the film. I don't know if my mind immediately went to, oh, he's a CIA agent. I definitely think that it cutting to him after they let him know that there was a murder instead of cutting straight to Jack definitely shows that he has more importance than we're led on by him just being a 2-word character.
Yeah.
But do I think he's a CIA agent? I don't know. I think I would need more to, to prove the fact.
And I did I did try to figure out like where, if it is true, where Kubrick could have gotten the idea.
Mm-hmm.
And in the Shining book, the CIA is mentioned once by Halloran.
Mm-hmm.
But it's while he's driving to the Overlook when he realizes something bad's going down. But like the CIA is only mentioned once. But
what is the context of that?
I forget. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so this is 502 in my copy of the book where Danny is calling Dick Halloran, because in the book Dick Halloran goes, if anything bad happens, you just give me a call with that shining power you got, okay? So Danny's calling Dick Halloran, and now Dick Halloran's going onto the plane to fly to Denver, and then Danny's calling him again, and he like flinches, and somebody's like, "Hey, nervous to fly, huh, pal?" And he goes, "It wasn't that. I got a steel plate in my head from Korea. Every now and then it gives me a twinge and it vibrates, it scrambles the signal." And then she goes, "Is that so?" And he goes, "Yes, ma'am. Is it the line soldier that ultimately pays for any foreign intervention?" The sharp-faced woman said grimly. And he said, "Is that so?" Or she says, "Is that so?" And he goes, "It is. This country must swear off its dirty little wars. The CIA has been the root of every little dirty war in America, has fought this century. The CIA and dollar diplomacy."
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only mention.
Next theory. The Overlook Hotel? More like the Overlook Ho-Hell.
How do you like my joke, Danny?
Ho-Hell.
It was between that and the more like the Overlook is hell. That's the theory, that the Overlook is hell.
Mm-hmm.
So the theory on this is that Jack has to relive the night that he killed Wendy and Danny in real life over and over again in the afterlife as punishment, and it's just torture to him. And he has to end every single cycle, running through the maze all cold, freezing to death, screaming like an ape monster or a minotaur, as some would suggest. And people say like one of the indications for this is like he's selling his soul to the devil. Let's say like there's some demonic or devilish themes that are associated with hell, where the first time we see Jack encounter like a ghost or anything like that, because Danny encounters them. But the first time we see anybody other than Danny like encounter like a supernatural thing is when Jack, after he's accused of beating up Danny, he goes to the gold room and he goes, "I give my soul for just a glass of beer."
Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as he says that, we cut to that shot of right in front of him, and he opens his eyes. He goes, "Hi, Lloyd. A little slow tonight, isn't it?" And he laughs, and then Lloyd appears as a ghost. So like right after he says, "I'd give my soul for a beer,"
Yeah.
Lloyd appears. He gives him a drink. And then later when Lloyd is, "No charge, Mr. Torrance. It's on the house." And he goes, "I'd like to know who's buying my drinks." And he goes, "All in good time, you'll know. Don't worry about it." And that's basically like Jack accepting that drink is sort of him accepting whatever deal that the Overlook is giving him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then right after that, he goes like, "I'd like to know who's buying my drinks." And he goes, You'll know soon enough, Mr. Torrance." And then Grady comes over and bumps into him. He goes, "All right, let's go into the bathroom and and wipe this thing off." And they start talking. And then Grady is just Grady. He's Grady's ghost the same way that Jack's ghost in the photo at the end,
Yeah.
right? But then halfway through the conversation, Grady becomes like the Overlook spirit, whoever's running it. He turns in from Grady like, "That's funny. I don't have any recollection of that at all." Or he says, "That's strange." He's genuinely Grady, and then he turns and he goes, "Do you know that your child is attempting to bring an outside party?" And he's the Overlook. He's not Grady anymore.
Why don't
And
you say the whole line?
No, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going
I'm
to.
just
Nice
kidding.
try, Danny. Look, I know you say that word all the
Whoa,
time,
whoa,
but not
whoa,
me.
whoa, 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 whoa.
But what do you call it? And then that whole thing is like you need to kill your. So that Jack accepting the drink
Mm-hmm.
is basically now the price he has to pay in the deal for accepting the drink. He's selling his soul for the drink, so now they have to tell him what to do. They possess him. You know what I mean? And one of the other indications for this is at the end. In the photo, when Jack's in the photo, his right hand is up and his left hand is down. They didn't change that for the photo because you could see the original photo. There's this big ugly guy in the photo who they overlaid Jack's face onto,
Mm-hmm.
but he's just overlaid from the neck down. So the only thing different is the bow tie and Jack's face, but the rest is all consistent with the original photo. So the guy was originally posed up with his right arm up and his left arm down,
Mm-hmm.
and you can find a lot of I don't know exactly what it's called, but there's a lot of demonic symbols of like a goat head, like
Baphomet, I think it's called.
is that what it's called?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, say that
That's
again?
The Baphomet.
Okay,
I
yeah.
think I'm saying it right. That's the character, the goat character.
Okay, good. So because that's like the pose that that people suggest. Okay, this is definitely a demonic thing, like a hellish thing, like the
Yeah.
devil. Because I see like conspiracy things on Instagram, where it's like celebrity, like the MK Ultra celebrity conspiracies, and they'll show like a celebrity like waving at the camera, and then they point up with their right hand and down with their left hand, like they're doing that pose.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're Satanists or something like that. I don't know how real that is, but it's it shows up in this, which I thought was interesting. What do you think?
Yeah, I get the sense from my personal interpretation that it is some sort of purgatory or whatever beings are there were characters that in their real life acted poorly, so they're in similar situations. Because all the ghosts that we see, I feel like there is something to them that shows that they were bad or doing bad things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Grady killed his wife or something.
Grady, the guy with the chopped head.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't know if that implies that he did anything bad or something bad happened to him.
Yeah.
But
So what do you give it on the scale of nothing to Gladiator 2?
I would say that again. It's hard for me to say like full thumbs up to all of these.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if there's just one theory that can be contributed. So I'll give it about 80% thumbs up.
That's pretty good. I'd probably give it more like a 60.
The Two Jacks.
So this theory, it's actually funny that this is called the Two Jacks theory because Jack Nicholson directed a sequel to Chinatown called The Two Jakes.
Oh.
But the Two Jacks theory, basically, the idea there is there's a Jack that's like a normal guy who's never done anything wrong, or I mean he has done stuff wrong in the past, and he's writing his book, right? And then the other Jack and all the violent stuff we see in the movie and all the ghosts and stuff we see in the movie is in his novel. Like he's like there's a Jack version in his novel that he's writing.
Okay.
And that's what we're seeing playing out is like scenes from his novel. And and people use like the same way I talked about how the continuity errors are the transition into Wendy's hallucinations in the Wendy theory, or like the mirrors being indicators for like a supernatural occurrence happening or something. I think there's a similar thing here where, I mean, in this theory, this isn't what I'm saying. This is just I'm giving you the case of the theory that whenever you see a shot of Jack typing, whatever precedes that scene is not real.
Oh, okay.
So there's near the end of the, like, it's one of the last times we see Jack typing, and it's right before everything, like, goes nuts. And right in the middle of like the scenes, you just see Jack typing. That's the only thing in the scene, right? And then it like maybe dissolves or something. And I remember reading somewhere, like somebody in the comments were like that. They're like that, shot of him typing is so suggestive. Like the only reason it's there is either just to let the movie breathe, which probably realistically is the case, but it's it's so smack dab in the middle of those two giant sequences that it it's hard to miss that they said something like that. And also at one point when Wendy goes, you did this to him, didn't you? How could you? And she has Danny. They're standing, like the way it's framed, you have Jack on the right side of the screen and the typewriter sort of like in the middle to like the middle left of the screen. And then Wendy and Danny, it looks like they're standing on top of it, like they're coming out of the typewriter, which is another indication to this theory that like maybe this whole thing is like Wendy and Danny are parts of his novel. You know what I mean? Like so like Danny having The Shining is fictional. I don't know. Like again, I don't know the full geography of this theory, but that's the best I can give it to you right now. I think it's an interesting one.
Yeah, this is one that I actually haven't heard before or thought of really, but there is a lot of attention to the fact that he is a writer, so I could see how that could make a little sense.
Yeah,
and the fact that if we're going back to the book and Stephen King, he kind of did come up with the idea for The Shining by being at a hotel and it's his own life reflecting on the story of the book. So, all
right, cool. What do you give that one?
I give that one a sideways thumb because it's my first time processing it, and I do like it, but I need to think more about it before I said like either way.
Yeah.
So I give it 50% because I do like the idea that it is interesting that there's not more theories about the whole theme of him writing. Do you know what I'm saying? Because they do make a big deal about him being a writer and wanting to get there to be a writer or to focus on writing. So I like it, but I can't say I agree or disagree with it.
Yeah, I'll give it the same. I'll give it like right in the middle, like a sideways thumbs up. I would give it a full thumbs up if there was more to it.
Yeah,
like the fact that I only have 3 points about it, and I did a substantial, like not like the most amount of research that anybody's ever done, but I did a substantial amount of research for all of these theories, and I didn't find anything that was any more compelling than 3 points. I'm sure if somebody who wholeheartedly believes in this theory, brought up some more stuff, it might sway me. But yeah.
Comment below if you have any more things that can back up any of these. Okay. Jack is reincarnated.
So this goes back to the idea we talked about when I think it was during the editing maybe, or the filming. No, it was the editing. When Kubrick told the Junichi Yaoi on the phone, like, the whole thing of him being in the photo sort of suggests a certain reincarnation. And the reason I think that's interesting is because there's, in the beginning, Ullman goes, we had our previous caretaker, Charles Grady. He murdered his wife and kids with an axe. He had 2 little girls, I think about 8 and 10, right? Mm-hmm. And then later in the story, we find out that Grady, in the past, like the ghost of him in the past, is called Delbert Grady. Like his name is different.
Yeah.
And even Jack recognized that. He goes, Delbert Grady? And he goes, yeah. And then, of course, the twins, who we are thinking are probably maybe Grady's daughters, because he said he has 2 daughters, and nobody else in the movie has 2 daughters, so it doesn't make sense. I mean, or it's you can assume that those were his daughters. Ullman says that they were about 8 and 10, but of course in the ghost version of themselves, they're twins.
Yeah.
And what Jack says, he goes, Mr. Grady, you were the caretaker here. He goes, I recognize you. I saw your photo in the newspapers, right? Since that line is in the movie, we can use this, but he's referring to the cut scene where he looked through the scrapbook that was cut.
Yeah.
He saw a photo of Delbert Grady in there, and now he's recognizing him the same way that we recognize Jack in the final photo. So I always imagine Jack, like I saw this video talking about subplot characters, right? And or like red herring characters. They're like subplot and red herring characters are sort of similar. Where this, I think his YouTube is Lessons from the Screenplay. He was talking about the movie Gone Girl, and he goes, people think that subplot characters are like the protagonist in like the B plot of the movie that runs concurrent to the A plot until they meet up at the climax. He goes, the subplot character really should be, like the red herring or sort of like a an echo of the protagonist or an echo of the possibility of the protagonist, where he talks about in Gone Girl, where he's like, maybe my wife sucks actually. And he goes to Scoot McNairy, who goes, yeah, dude, she was crazy. It ruined my life dating her because when we broke up, she says that I raped her. Like the scene sort of goes that way. And basically that video is talking about how the subplot character is Scoot McNairy, who's warning Ben Affleck, the protagonist, to watch out. Like, don't make the same mistake I did. Yeah. Right? And that would, the same way that Ben Affleck, like in that situation, Ben Affleck would be Jack and Scoot McNairy would be Grady. Because Grady and Jack had a very similar route. Like, they're both caretakers who went crazy and ended up murdering or tried to murder their family. Mm-hmm. And like with and how this relates to the whole reincarnation thing is, we know that Grady existed. Like maybe he was like an original member of the hotel who like worked there. And then we know that in like the real world, let's say, or like in the present day in 1970, he did have a wife and kids that he was, the caretaker with, right? And then he ended up killing them. So it's possible that maybe that suggests that, and Jack is going to the exact same thing, right? Because now we know that he was also there in the 20s, and but he was also in the present day, and he brought some kids, a kid and a wife, as when he was caretaker there. So maybe it suggests like the hotel sends, members of the ghost out to be reincarnated as a person so that they can start a family and then be the caretaker and bring them back. And then they can feed off of their, murdering
the energy of them.
You know what I mean? Something like that. Which So this one I can't. This one, a lot of the, it's like I feel like I'm looking at it through like like foggy glass or something. I can't really get a full picture on it of the mechanism for it.
And it makes it even harder because Kubrick himself said it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like one of those things where you are definitely more likely to look for reasons to understand it, even if you hadn't before.
So what do you rate it then?
I give it a full thumbs up.
All right, cool. Yeah, I give it a thumbs up too. Yeah, maybe not a full thumbs up, but like a pretty solid thumbs up.
Who opened the pantry door?
So this seems like a small theory, like who let Jack out of the pantry? What?
Who let the dog out?
Who let Jack out? But this seems like a small little thing, but it's actually kind of has giant implications on the entire movie.
Yeah.
Because we never see explicitly the ghosts ever do anything physical.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We don't, like, even when the ball rolls up to Danny, I believe that was Jack rolling that ball, right? And it's interesting because they cut out the scene. I think a lot of the stuff that was cut out that I've heard tends to be like scenes where there are examples of the ghosts doing things physically. Like when the ball rolls up to Jack, that could have suggested that the ghosts roll it up to him, right? Grady, there's a scene of Grady like opening the door that was deleted. Like you hear Grady outside, but there was another angle on Grady that showed him talking to Jack, right? Where if they put that in the movie, it would have made it less ambiguous and it would have showed that the ghosts were capable of physically doing stuff. And and also and the other physical thing is that we see, Danny was choked, and I also believe that's Jack.
Yeah.
Because if the ghosts are capable of doing something physically, why do they need Jack to kill somebody for them? Or if they were trying to stop Wendy, like at the end, when she's running through the hotel, they could have easily just like hurt her physically, the same way they hurt Danny physically, if that was them in room 237, right? But they don't, because they can't do anything physically. And like one of the indications of that is when Wendy's like running through the hotel trying to find Jack and Danny while they're in the maze, right? And she's seeing all this giant imagery, like the elevator, the blood of the elevator. She sees the man in the bear costume. She sees the ghosts and the skeletons everywhere. Great party, isn't it? She's seeing all these things, but they're not touching her or affecting her physically in a way. And I think this is the hotel just trying to buy time for Jack to kill Danny. And they're trying to slow down Winnie by just throwing all these random images at her in a certain way, which is why like we see the man in the bear costume that's a crazy image, and then the movie was criticized for the skeletons, all the moldy skeletons and the cobwebs and stuff. That's when Emilio de Alessandro had that conversation with Kubrick, like, don't worry, Stephen King doesn't write that stuff. That's the only instance of like a conventional horror thing that shows up in the movie, and like some people laughed at, like some of the critics laughed at that inclusion. But I think what that isn't the movie genuinely trying to scare you. It's the hotel trying to just think of the scariest thing to show her, to keep her distracted while Jack kills Danny in the maze. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
So I think if that's all true, then it couldn't have been Grady who opened the door. I think an interesting thing to talk about is the fact that, or an interesting thing to bring up as to like who opened the door, because somebody had to have opened it physically if it wasn't the ghosts. Couldn't have been Jack. He was locked in, and it doesn't make sense if it was Wendy. So the only other person in the hotel was Danny. But at that time, Danny was possessed by Tony. And then after the door unlocks, or we don't see the door unlock, we hear it. The very next thing we see is Tony grabbing a knife and going, red rum, red rum, and then he writes red rum on the thing, and then of course it says murder. You can make the assumption that if Tony opened the door, he knew, because Tony could see the future, so he knew that he had to open that door for them to survive, and then Jack had to go get the axe, because Jack does go. He doesn't immediately run to the room. He goes and gets an axe. Yeah. So Tony goes back to the room, gets a knife, and gets the red rum, and wakes up Wendy and warns her that murder's coming, and then Wendy also gets the knife back in her hand for the rest of the movie, and that's what she cuts Jack's hand with and stops him from coming in, right? So I think that's a very logical explanation. Yeah. Since Tony, because you're like, why would Tony do that? Also, why wouldn't Jack just kill Danny immediately when the door opens? He could have easily just opened the door and ran. Yeah. And then Jack,
because we know at this point that Danny can outrun Jack.
Good point.
Because I saw that someone saying, well, it couldn't have been Danny because Jack would just kill Danny right away. But no, we know from the rest of the movie that he can't chase. He's injured. He can't chase him down. Yeah. So he might not have even seen him, so he wouldn't understand.
Right. That seems like a contrived video game logic, where it's like in reality you could have just ran around the corner really quick and he didn't see you. You don't have to open the door and stand there and go, I opened it.
Yeah. Yeah. You're welcome.
Yeah. All right. So what do you think about that? What I just said. What do you think about my theory about who opened the door? So my theory, I probably heard that somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. So you're saying Danny opened the door.
I think Danny opened the door, or Tony opened the door.
Yeah, I think based on the fact that we don't really see any ghosts affecting anything physically, it's fair to assume that it's Danny. Yeah. So I'll give it like a 80% thumbs up.
I give it a thumbs up with the caveat that it's possible that Kubrick maybe realized the flaw, because that would have been a huge logical flaw in the movie. Because he probably went, wait a minute, if they can do stuff physically, why do they need Jack in the first place? So that's why he cut out the ball rolling up to Jack, and he cut out Grady opening the door. One, because they showed that they can do stuff physically, but it also took away ambiguity maybe.
The dopey sticker.
So this is something I think in room 237 where they talked about how it's that shot that mimics the shot of Rosemary's Baby that I mentioned in the beginning of the podcast, where Danny is in the bathroom and he's sort of obscured by the doorway a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And on the wall, we see a bunch of stickers on his door to his bedroom. And, there's like Mickey Mouse is on there, Goofy's on there. And then there's like the most prominent one sticker on the door is a sticker of Dopey, who is one of the dwarves from Snow White, right? And then Danny goes into the bathroom and Tony's like, I don't want to go there. And he's like, why? Show me. And then he has that like that seizure experience or whatever, where he sees all the scary images from the overlook, like, the foreshadowing or whatever. And then he wakes up later, and they talk, oh, what happened, Danny? Like you passed out or whatever. And then later when they show that same door, all the stickers are there except for the Dopey sticker. And people, the indication or the idea is that people are saying, this is Kubrick saying that Danny is not a dope about the world anymore. He knows that there's danger at the hotel. He's not going into this blind. Like he knows he knows there's something bad about the hotel. And part of me, like I mentioned earlier, sometimes continuity errors are just the fact that they film scenes like 3 months apart, let's say. So it's possible that they forgot a sticker or something like that. But the one thing that makes me think maybe it wasn't like an accidental continuity error is that me and my parents went through it the whole time. We went through frame by frame. The stickers that are there the first time and are there the second time were not moved at fucking all.
Yeah,
they did not. They're the same distance away from each other, the same position. The only difference is the Dopey sticker, and it is the most prominent sticker. So like that might just be a little fun thing that Kubrick did. We're like, yeah, let's put that in there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's sort of like when we made our movie, I ended up cutting it out, but I was like, it'd be cool, like a little fun little visual is like if you see a Rubik's cube in the first act of the movie and it's like not solved at all, and then at the end of the first act it's like one side of it is solved, in the middle half of it is solved, and at the end the whole thing is solved. It could just be a little fun thing that Kubrick did.
Yeah, I don't know. Beyond the fact that, like what you said, he's not a dope anymore. I don't know any other reason why he would do it, but
yeah. All right, what do you rate it?
This one just to me doesn't. I don't care about it. I guess.
Okay.
Like the Dopey sticker.
Yeah, I get that. I actually give it a thumbs up now that I said it out loud. I was always like, you're schizophrenic, but then once I realized that all the other stickers were perfect.
Yeah.
I was like, well, if they put them back perfectly like that, why didn't they put the? It's possible that we broke the Dopey sticker. Let's just fuck it.
Kubrick's face in the clouds.
This you probably, if you watched you watched 237 Room 237 documentary. So you saw there's a theory that in the opening credits, in the clouds when Stanley Kubrick, directed by Stanley Kubrick appears on screen, you could see a photo of Stanley Kubrick airbrushed in the clouds. Jay Weidner in that documentary says, I might have to do some Photoshop for you to see it, but if you look and you pause it, it's there. And you think the documentary is going to zoom in and like highlight where they don't, because I think the guys who making the documentary just fucking. I have no idea what he's talking about. Let's leave it in. You cannot see it. You cannot see it.
Yeah, it's not
I
there.
looked it up. I looked at so many images, and the only time you could see it is when somebody obviously just photoshopped the picture into the fucking thing.
Yeah.
It's like you cannot see it. I have no idea how he even thought of making that an idea to say out loud, Jay Weidner.
And the idea that he's like, I might have to Photoshop it for you to see it.
So it's like, why is it in
how
there?
would you see it in the first place?
I give that 100% a thumbs down. Like I can't. And
I'm not even gonna put the thumb on for this one.
exactly.
That's down. No, that's obvious.
And if you notice, I feel like I'm very empathetic to all these theories where I can see how somebody would see that. I have no fucking idea how anybody would see that with this one. Thumbs down.
Plus, what would it have to do with anything in the story? It has no weight to anything that happens in the story. And why would you, if you were gonna do that, why would you put it in the opening sequence?
That's
so
another.
Everyone's like, oh.
That's another thing. Like this is like he sent guys to Colorado to like take pictures and make measurements of all the relevant hotels that they wanted to use. Painstaking, like, is this tree the right size? And you're telling me that he's gonna send a crew to fucking Colorado to go film the car and then just put his face in the goddamn photo and totally ruin the whole shot?
Yeah, it makes no sense.
I'm getting angry, Danny. I'm getting pissed off.
It's not that big
Don't
of
you
a
touch
deal.
me. Don't ever goddamn touch me.
It's okay. The body in the elevator.
So the first time I saw this was, again, Rob Ager on his YouTube channel. That, when the blood all like rushes out of the elevator, it looks like there's maybe something like a body in it, or just something solid that isn't liquid that maybe fell with the blood, and you can't see. Like I asked my parents, I'm like, can you see anything there? They go, yes, I do see something. It's like when all the blood comes rushing, and then there's one moment where it looks like all the blood is rushing, and it looks like it's getting separated by like some kind of corner of something on the ground, and you can maybe like see some shadow of something in it. And like people have done, like they win like like computer engines, like water physics computer engines, and they poured water from the and they tried to see if it would look the same and stuff like that to see if there actually is something in there, or just it just looks like that for some reason. And people speculated that like, oh, maybe it's Grady's wife, because we never see her, but we see the twins, but we never saw the wife.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I mean, it being something like, if let's say it was like the big giant bag or whatever that they put they wouldn't have put the blood. It was maybe it was just a remnant of whatever mechanism that they used to pour the blood in the first place that got in there.
Yeah.
But either way, it doesn't matter if it was or not. It's something that people see in the movie and could attribute. I think the idea of it being Grady's wife is cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Cool little detail. It's also one of the things I didn't notice, so I have to go back and look.
Yes. All right. There's one more theory. Oh wait, we didn't rate it.
Oh, okay.
Sure, I don't care. Why not?
Yeah, sure. I haven't seen it. I'm gonna have to watch it again and see if I see anything.
Yes.
But I like the idea that people do so much stuff as to go into water physics
how
things.
it works.
Even just, I mean, this is related to the computer thing where modders tried to create the Overlook Hotel based off what they see in the movie, and it makes no sense at all.
Yes.
So, it's good stuff.
Okay, so there's one more theory left, and it's one we brought up in Full Metal Jacket, which is the Kubrick 7 Diamonds theory, which is another Rob Egger thing, where the motif of like 7 diamonds keeps popping up. It happens in 2001 with like these these diamonds that in space that Bowman sees when he's going through the Stargate sequence. It happens in Clockwork Orange, where he goes into this like cafe, and the wood design on the side of this railing in the cafe has 7 diamonds on it. It happens in Full Metal Jacket, and like some of in Hue, Vietnam. A lot of the designs that are like all beat up and blown up on the ground, they form. It's like it's like a diamond it's 2 big diamonds with one smaller diamond cut into the center of them like a Venn diagram, and it makes up 7 diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing with the doors to the movie theater that Animal Mother takes the prostitute in. And it also pops up in The Shining, all over The Shining. In the Gold Room design has 7 diamonds. The thing behind Jack, the Native American blanket on the wall, when he hears the music, I think for the first time, also has 7 diamonds on it. I have no idea why it pops up. I have no idea the significance of 7 diamonds, but it's just a weird, interesting motif that is cropped up in Kubrick's movies.
Yeah, we've talked about this before, and I don't know the significance of it either, but it's definitely something he is always drawn to.
Or maybe just a big coincidence. You never know.
Could be.
All right, so this is we're done with the theories now. This is our overall thoughts, what you've all been waiting for. What did you think about this movie? Explain how many times you've seen it, the first time you saw it.
I've seen it 3 times. The first time I saw it, I was probably like 10. I was at Vito's house. And it was like middle of the day, though, so it wasn't scary. I don't think it hit me as much as it probably would have. As many of these movies do. I have to watch it now to really get a good sense of it. But my final thoughts on the film, like I said when we were talking about a lot of these iceberg theories, were that I don't think one theory can be attributed to the entire meaning of the whole movie. I think he uses things like the American Indian genocide and even the Holocaust as devices to get to the point, which is, I think it's a story viewing someone with inherent evil and what happens when people like that are left to their own devices. So you could see that as being something like the Overlook, where he's sent off to somewhere where people can literally overlook what he's doing, or people overlook what he's doing because he's distanced, he's far away from it, or people are far away from it, and they can't really get a grasp of what's happening. Kind of like how the Overlook was built, Like, I'm sure if a lot of the guests were at the Overlook when it was being built and they were killing Native Americans to be able to build it, they'd have a different feeling about being there. But because they never saw it, they quite literally overlook it. So that I'm trying to say it in a simpler term. I feel like the whole Jack being alone with his family, left to his own devices, where his evil gets a grip of him, is a larger reflection of something like the American Indian genocide, where it's people being able to do those kinds of things with no one really holding him accountable, holding them accountable.
Basically showing like the human tendency of what happens when you're left to operate outside of the confines of civilization.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
And you just run wild. There's an isolation where there's no societal, constraints or rules to follow.
Mm-hmm.
It's just your true nature, like the Donner Party.
Yeah.
Exactly. You fucking nailed it.
Yeah. I think it's a good view of that, because we see what happens. Like, something like the Holocaust can happen when it's out of sight, out of mind.
Right.
And there's no one there to check that power. So I had that feeling when they were taught, because I can't remember what brought it up, but it talks about how Jack does have this inherent evil that seems to be enhanced by the hotel.
I like that a lot. I like what you said about Jack already like sort of being a little bit evil, because one of the criticisms that Stephen King had is like Jack was already crazy. Like, the whole point of the book is that he's a normal guy who gets possessed by the hotel, but Jack already having an evil in him does work better for Kubrick's thematic purposes.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that's like me coming up with my own theory, but that's just something that I kind of built off of with other people saying how it seems like Jack had an inherent evil.
Well, I definitely, like, some of what you said was new to me, because when I was coming over here, like, when I was walking over, I was like, I honestly don't have, an answer for, well, Jack Nicholson was already crazy. Doesn't that dilute the effect of him being possessed? But what you just said about, like, there's already Jack has an inherent evil in him, because, like, all of man has an inherent evil in it, that when it's left, when it's cut off from civilization or whatever, and there's nobody looking, let's say, like at, being like the Donner Party, or, being trapped at the Overlook Hotel, the natural tendency is just violence. And Jack being a little bit crazy in the beginning, or being a little bit evil in the beginning already, is consistent with that idea.
Yeah.
So that was a corridor of the movie. I had no idea, but now you enlightened me. You turn on the lights to that corridor,
cool.
pal.
Yeah, I always tend to figure out these movies like on one try. So.
Dude, I cannot wait for our episode on 2001, and we could talk about how you got 2001 on the first try.
Yeah.
Our first episode, like the first movie you watched, you were just like, 2001, okay, I think it's about this. I'm like, holy shit. You might have just unlocked the whole thing. And if you want to figure out what that whole thing is that he unlocked, watch our 2001 episode in like 5 months.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Before we get into just like, oh, remember that scene, that was good, or any questions we have about the movie that don't have to be tied to like an overarching theory, I'm going to just read off some of my thoughts on, like, not an overarching theory, but like just like if I had to boil down what the movie is in the simplest terms. So I'm just going to read that right here. When reading Stephen King's The Shining, there was an idea that was articulated more literally and verbally than in the movie, which is the idea of exposing the Overlook Hotel's dirty laundry, its mysterious and violent past. In the book, Jack finds the tell-all scrapbook in the basement, and in a fit of temperamental rage, he tells Ullman that he plans to write a book on the Overlook's dark past. But in the movie, this scrapbook through line is largely excised. The only scrap of it remaining is the scrapbook itself, seen on Jack's desk when Wendy interrupts his writing. A scene of Jack finding and reading the specific articles in the scrapbook was filmed, but ultimately cut. We described that earlier. However, the idea of exposing the hotel's dirty laundry survives in the Kubrick movie, only it doesn't depict the idea literally or verbally, but more abstractly. And it broadens the dirty laundry idea far beyond the scope of the hotel being a scary place with a scary past. One way it does this is in the allusions to the American Indian, Native American genocide we talked about, showing that the hotel was built on an Indian burial ground, which is in the book, of course, but the presence of the idea is much more prevalent in the aesthetic of the hotel and other examples we talked about, like the Indian art, the Jack throwing the ball against the wall with the Indian art there, the blood in the elevator and stuff like that. Another aspect of this idea is the gold theory we talked about, how there are possibly allusions to the U.S. getting off the gold standard and the creation of the Federal Reserve. Even though I believe much of these allusions were cut, possibly in the scrapbook through line, I still think the presence of it survives in a certain sense. And most of that presence might just be with it that idea's ties to the elitist guests that we see staying at the Overlook Hotel and that are now the ghosts of the Overlook Hotel. There's movie stars and presidents and the rich. And for example, some of the black and white photos we see on the walls are specifically of American movie stars like Robert Redford. But even before I saw Room 237, I always thought that Ullman was a very Jack Kennedy, JFK type figure, and because he has Kennedy's fluffy hair, and he has a distinct resemblance to him in a certain way. And there's also a tiny American flag on Ullman's desk, and there's also an eagle statue on the windowsill of his office. And of course, that's a symbol for one of the symbols of America is a bald eagle. And in the book, the photo of the grand ball we mentioned in the scrapbook is of August 1945, right? Perhaps celebrating the end of World War II. The atomic bombs were dropped in the very same month. But in the movie, the grand ball picture that Jack appears in is changed to July 4th, 1921, linking a centerpiece moment in the movie to the birth of America. Like, the July 4th is a very significant date that was deliberately put there. So I think that what Kubrick did was take aspects of the novel and he turned them into something distinctly American, which in effect turns the idea of the hotel's dirty laundry into the idea of America's dirty laundry. If the Overlook Hotel is America, then the Jack Kennedy-esque Ullman would be the allegorical president of the hotel. In the same way that the Overlook Hotel is built on an Indian burial ground, I think The Shining shows us and is telling us about the horrors and the ghosts under the foundations of America and its past, and that America is built on tragedies that are going to haunt us forever and ever and ever. And ever. Classic callback to his iconic line in the movie, Johnny. I know I'm kind of hating on America right now, but I'm going to see Warfare on Thursday. So to restore my faith in the country and how we've never done anything wrong and knock this liberal junk out of my head. So what do you think about that?
Sign-up sheets outside the movie theater.
I'm about to Top Gun that shit after I see I'm going to sign up for the Navy. What do you think about that? That's like the most broad theory I have about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I think it actually kind of plays on a similar theme that I was getting at too.
Yes, it does.
In terms of the shine of your own actions too, and so I like that. And the fact that it is July 4th is definitely an intentional thing,
Definitely, yeah. This next part, I think it's very interesting, but be warned that it might be complete nonsense.
Okay.
I have no idea. So we've talked about in previous episodes about how Kubrick's movies explore the overlap between sex and violence, and the ultimate display of love is sex, and the ultimate display of hate is violence. However, Kubrick did not see sex and violence as two tail ends of a spectrum, but as a circle that overlaps itself. Sometimes in Kubrick movies, sex and violence can be one and the same thing. Lolita is probably the first of his movies that deals with this idea. In Lolita, sex and violence are shown to be consequences of each other. Spoilers for Lolita. Skip ahead 10 seconds if you don't really care to listen to them. Like when Humbert considers killing Charlotte so he can have Lolita to himself, or where Humbert kills Quilty for taking Lolita away from him. But there is an argument to be made that the overlap of sex and violence does occur in Lolita because Humbert commits statutory rape on a minor. So fair point. Hypothetical person who is giving us that argument. But and Dr. Strangelove explores the overlap of sex and violence using illusions and association. After the opening narration of Dr. Strangelove, a version of Try a Little Tenderness plays, and the first thing we see is a very phallic, symbolic refueling rod poking over the camera, and the refueling rod then plugs itself into a B-52 flying in the air. And the movie's first joke is Kubrick presenting this scene as a love scene, which is interesting because the B-52s are carrying nuclear bombs. So you're right there, you're equating or suggesting an association between sex and nuclear war. And this association and joke occurs throughout the rest of the movie. Like every time, General Turgeston is talking about like sex, and he goes, "I'll be back before you can say blast off," like associating like the ignition of the engine on a rocket with like a climax and an orgasm. And there's a lot of other stuff. When we do an episode on Doctor Strangelove, we'll talk about all that stuff. It's very interesting. A Clockwork Orange explores what happens when both sex and violence share the very same action, that being rape, where Dr. Strangelove explores the sex and violence idea using illusions and association. A Clockwork Orange explores it quite literally, because you talk about the ultimate form of love is sex and the ultimate form of hate is violence. That's the rape is the exact mix of those two things. In our deep dive episode for Full Metal Jacket, we talked about how it explores the sex and violence idea metaphorically. Skip ahead 30 seconds for spoilers if you haven't seen this movie. That being the whole sniper sequence might be a metaphorical scene for rape, highlighted when Joker shoots the little girl with his pistol after guns, which are a very phallic symbol, not only in like just general media as a whole, but in Full Metal Jacket. It's insane because guns are constantly being associated with sex, and sex is constantly referred to as boom boom, which is what guns do.
Boom, and they literally grab their crotch and say,
"This is my rifle. This is my gun," and they're like, "This is my rifle. There are many like it, but this one is mine." He also talk. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. But they also talk about like you're gonna give your rifle a girl's name, like having like there's a sexual relationship with the gun in that movie. In our deep dive for Eyes Wide Shut, we talked about how Bill's nighttime journey of unconsummated sexual opportunities are later revealed to be near misses when we learn that every single instance of sex and the possibility of sex outside of marriage did or would have resulted in death. Hence the Eyes Wide Shut sex and violence connection. But finally, in The Shining, Kubrick may have been exploring this idea in a Freudian sense. We mentioned that Kubrick and co-writer Diane Johnson researched Freudian psychology while writing the script. Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung both wrote about dream analysis and analyzed their patients' dreams in their psychoanalysis sessions. However, their philosophies on dreams differed in that Carl Jung believed that dreams try to tell you their meaning as best as they can because they are operating at the most raw and subconscious human thought, whereas Freud believed that dreams deliberately conceal their meaning. But Kubrick believed that movies and dreams are essentially the same thing, at least when it comes to interpretation, which is why I believe that The Shining is essentially operates like a Freudian nightmare. The movie constantly feels like it's shifting under your feet and concealing its true nature, and this might be the genesis behind the many theories on The Shining and why it's so difficult to sift out what's real. Now, if we accept the interpretation that we talked about earlier of Jack sexually abusing Danny, then that would mean that Jack operates in the overlap of sex and violence. If The Shining is a Freudian nightmare through the Torrance's psyches, it would explain why Jack sexually abusing Danny is buried so deep in the movie itself. It's a repressed trauma that the Torrances keep locked away in their unconscious, the same way that Jack locks away his experience in Room 237 and then seemingly forgets about it or doesn't mention it in the next scene, right? And if we associate Danny with the image of the bear, then Wendy seeing the man in the bear costume performing oral sex on the man in the tuxedo can be seen as Wendy's psyche finally consciously realizing what Jack has been doing to Danny. There you go. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Zero clue. Zero clue.
No, I mean, you touch on, because we know that he, in the research for this, he was reading Freud and what's the other guy?
They weren't reading Jung, but the only reason I brought up Jung in the context of Freud is because they were sort of like two sides of the same coin. Like Jung was.
Isn't there a Jung book in the movie?
That's Full Metal Jacket. The duality of man, the Jungian thing,
okay,
sir.
Okay.
Oh, the Red Book.
There is a Red
Oh my
Book.
God, we
That
didn't even
is
talk
Carl
about
Jung,
that.
right?
The Red Book. No, that's debunked.
Oh, that's not him?
No.
Oh, that's not the.
I forgot.
Okay.
I can't believe we did not bring that up.
Okay.
Anybody in the comments is going to be okay. Well,
we can bring it up now. I mean, we're talking about it.
No, let's get more engagements in the content.
Okay, yeah.
Also, I totally forgot. I did not in my research for this. I did not come across that a single time.
What the
book? Red Book? I did not. I can't believe I missed. Well, not that I missed it, but it just never came up.
Well, what is it then? If it's not that,
I don't really remember.
Oh,
they're saying that there's a book by Carl Jung that's on the Ullman's desk that explains everything, but it's just apparently it's just a ledger.
Oh, okay.
Like it just happens to be read.
Okay.
I do want to ask you a question. What do you think was the point of having the naked Afro ladies in Halloran's apartment?
That's one of the things. Okay, if I did write notes about that stuff, that's one of the things I would have I was going to ask you actually, because I mean, I had trouble thinking about it, but I do think it has something to do with the fact that Halloran is also a part of that hotel too. So just because he comes off as a good character doesn't mean he wouldn't have taken part in some of those things. So maybe he just has, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
he cares for the hotel because he likes some of the benefits it comes with, you know.
Maybe.
But I couldn't, other than that, like other than the fact that maybe he just likes having some sex, I can't, you know,
Yeah.
I can't come up with a
I mean, if I
movie.
lived alone, I'd probably have the exact same pictures on my wall.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not, it's like, it's clear that there's something to it, but I couldn't tell
Because
you.
I try to figure out, like, the same way I went through the book to see, like, oh, where could he have gotten this idea from? You know what I mean? There's only one instance where they refer to, like, hairdos or something in Halloran's section of the book. And he talks about he's driving to the airport to go catch a flight, and he's like speeding, and a cop pulls him over. Or no, yeah, you know, here's what happens. He's driving. And he's going really fast to get back to the hotel, and Danny like shines and calls him again, and then in traffic, Dick Halloran like goes and then he swerves into traffic, and then they mention how Halloran's hair was like standing up. And the book goes to another couple who saw Halloran in the car, and they go through the guy's thought process on seeing Halloran look that way. And the guy says like it's the most racist. Like I'm not even gonna describe it at all. But like it's like the most racist. Like you know, basically something like I thought it was just one of those hairdos that they have.
Oh, okay.
But he says it in a much meaner way.
Yeah, yeah.
But that was the only reference to like potentially like mentioning an afro or something in the book. But and also I can't believe we're spending so much time on this, but we are, because this has been like my main fascination with the movie this time around. Where I'm like, why I want to know why Kubrick thought that, because he has these very specific ideas sometimes, and I have no fucking clue why. Like in Eyes Wide Shut, speaking of like, you know, African Americans or black, whatever, in that movie, I think the only black person in that movie is one of the morgue workers. When Bill goes to see the body who may be Mandy, the worker's black, and in the movie I just go okay, but then in the script it says a black nurse or something, and I'm like, why did he write that? It's like when he wrote down Alan Cummings, he talks to the gay list, like why is that character gay? He always has these little like this little thing where you're like, why did he? Not that you know it would be uncouth or weird to see a gay guy or a black guy in a movie. I'm just saying to write those into the script.
Specifically wanted
to write into the script specifically with no clear meaning is what I'm drawn to, not because of those people.
Yeah.
But the only reference I saw to this at all in the movie, when I was doing all the research to this scene, is Garrett Brown during the commentary track talked about how they were filming Halloran's apartment in like one of the main, like the stage 7 or 8 or 9. And he goes, and Stanley wanted those naked Afro ladies on the wall for reasons that were obscure. But that's the only explanation. I have no idea. So just a couple more notes and questions that always bug me about the movie is... is the continuity with the freezer doors. So did you notice this when you watched it? So when Halloran is showing them the freezer, they walk through the kitchen, and he's showing around like, this is our kitchen or whatever. We've got some stoves. And then he goes, and this is the freezer. And he opens the freezer, and when he opens it, you can see the whole kitchen is behind them. And he opens it, the handle of the door is on the right side. So he opens it with his left hand, right? And then when you cut to the shot inside the freezer, the door, the handle is on the left side, and he's opening it with his right hand, like it's opposite. And yes, that's correct. I think yes, I'm correct. And then he goes, "This is the freezer, isn't it great? You have 20 pounds of buffalo, whatever." And then he closes the door, and it's still the handle's on the left side, and he's using his right hand to close it. But the kitchen isn't behind them anymore. It's the doors, right? So the camera it's like, imagine they went into the freezer and the freezer stayed the same, but the whole hotel just did a 180 around them.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm like, why why did they do this? Because in the commentary, or I'm sorry, in the documentary, the Japanese filmmaker, Vivian, they're going through that section of the building, and Vivian is going, and that's the two doors we use for the freezer door, in the movie, which is why they're switched or something like that. But she didn't explain why they did that, and I'm like, why did this? The only thing I can think of is because maybe Kubrick realized that to get to the shot he wanted next when they exit the freezer, if the camera was pointed in a certain direction, which he wanted, that is, the camera would walk backwards as they walk towards it.
Mm-hmm.
The only way to get that is if the door on the freezer would swing to the right, so that when Halloran and Wendy are walking out, we can see them and the door isn't blocking them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So for like filmmaking purposes, he was like, all right, we'll just have them go in this door because I like that, how that shot works better. We don't have to change anything. And then the freezer will just be in this room and nobody will notice.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe if they do, they can just say whatever.
If they do, it tracks with all the other.
Tracks with the ambiguity or whatever. Yeah.
Mm.
Does that make sense? Did I explain that?
I think that's the safest bet, to say that he just did it for the sake of getting the right shot, and then he was okay with it being not entirely continuous, you know.
Mm-hmm. Also the music with the voices in it that it first occurs when Jack kills Halloran, and Jack is like he turns and he hears Danny scream, and you hear all those voices like, and they're like, it's almost like they're shouting these demonic chants that are like, it's almost like a ritual that they're all the ghosts are participating in while they watch Jack kill Danny or try to kill Danny. And that music is also significant because I guess let's say Wendy sees 4 apparitions or 5 when she's running around the hotel looking for Jack and Danny. With 4 of them, we hear that chanting before they occur.
Okay, yeah.
And the only time we don't see it is when she sees the bloody elevator. That's the only time we don't hear that. That scary chanting. It's also horrifying. It's so scary. Like that's I hear that music. What?
So that's some of the stuff that makes me feel the most uneasy. It's not even the visuals; it's the noises.
Right. Like when I watch the movie, that's the moment I realize how scary it is when I hear that music.
Mm-hmm.
Also with Jack at the end, when he's all frozen up, I thought that was just Jack Nicholson in like makeup and stuff. That's a dummy.
I figured that was a dummy. I don't know why.
I didn't know. Because every time I watched the movie, I was waiting for him to breathe.
Oh, really?
Or like move. And then Garrett Brown in the commentary was like, that's a very lifelike dummy of Jack. I went, holy shit, I had no clue.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of, I mean, if I were Jack Nicholson, I wouldn't want to see that thing. You know? Because it's lifelike enough to where people don't even know that it's a dummy. So just looking at it like doing a weird face, I'd be so uncomfortable.
Also, there are flaws in this movie.
What are the flaws?
One of the flaws.
This is the part where we're 5 hours in going nuts.
If we cut out our previous conversation, they are probably so confused why we're laughing. But and it didn't have anything to do with anybody having sex with the Jack Nicholson dummy. But I think the scene when Wendy's talking to herself is like genuinely bad. Where she's like, maybe if we got in the snowcat, everything would be fine. She's like walking back and forth with a cigarette, like talking to herself.
Oh yeah.
Like that's like where I'm like, okay, this is genuinely not good.
Mm-hmm.
And also every movie,
it's the performance, or
it's not the performance. It's just having a character walk back and forth, We're 5 hours in. Walk back and forth.
Yes.
And like talk to themselves and like explain like some kind of not exposition, but some kind of thought process that needs to have occurred for the characters to continue in the story to make it seem logical. Like, well, why didn't you think of that? It's just like showing, oh, well, we can't do this because of this, and we can't do this because of this. What if we do this? And just having that play out on screen while she's walking back and forth seems a little bit cartoonish. Oh yeah, there's when the scene when Wendy is talking with the doctor. The one critique of Shelley's performance that I'll give is that it looks like it's her first time smoking cigarettes.
Oh, why?
Where she lights it and she's like I can tell they're just like, just smoke a cigarette, Shelley. And she's like, I've never done this before. Okay. Or maybe she just, that's just how she does it is awkward, but it looked like an actor smoking a cigarette. Also, speaking of the freezer before, this freezer, it's weird because they put a lot of emphasis on it. Like, here's where you'll be, all your meat is going to be stored. It's freezing in here, and then it never comes up again. Like, you think that maybe somebody got locked in there, maybe.
Yeah.
Rob Ager does have a theory that Jack getting frozen at the end, like the whole maze sequence, because if the hotel is the maze and the maze is the hotel, then at the end, Danny doesn't lead Jack through the maze. He leads him through the hotel in real life, and the maze is just like a metaphor or like a, a metaphorical scene for it. And he's leading Jack through the maze of the hotel, and Danny outsmarts him to lock Jack in the freezer, and that's how Jack dies in reality. But it's just like which I thought was an interesting parallel, like drawing the conclusion of like, oh well, if the hotel and the maze are essentially just the same entity in a way, metaphorically or symbolically or whatever allegorically, whatever the right word is.
Showing the freezer could just be foreshadowing for what happens,
If you're listening and you're like, why do these guys sound tired? It's because we started at 3 p.m., 2:45 p.m., and it's now 10 p.m.
Oh my God. Jesus. I didn't realize it was 10 already.
Also, you're going to eat before you leave.
Okay.
Also, the way they roll the ball up to Danny is so impressive. Like, that's such a great little scene. Just the two shots of Danny playing and then the ball rolling up, stopping on the perfect cue, which they got 50 takes of, and then they just cut to there's nobody in the hall. Is such an amazing visual. Also, I didn't explain the shot of the maze from high up.
Yeah.
How they got that? Because I'm like, how the fuck did they do that? Because you're thinking like, oh, it's a miniature, but then you see people moving in it. Like they couldn't CGI people. So what they did is they took a miniature of the maze and lit it at like 45-degree angles. Let's say like the shadows have to be this, right? And then what they did is they went to the top of an apartment building, and down below on the street they built like the main center section of the hedge maze, and they had doubles walk in it, right? And then they waited until the sun was the exact same angle, and then shot them walking around, and then they zoomed at the same consistent rate in both shots. So then they just stitched the real thing in the middle of the miniature, and you can actually tell the difference because if you look at the ground, like the pebbles of the maze in the miniature, it's a little blue, and if you look at the center of the maze that was shot for real, that was superimposed on the miniature, the ground is a little bit more purple.
Oh, okay.
It's like a shade, barely. It's like when you hold up two paint things and there's like these are two different colors and you're like they're both purple, dude. So that was interesting.
The red beetle, right?
The red beetle.
The red beetle on the side of the road, which is a Stephen King reference.
I cannot believe I did not bring that up.
It's okay. I just brought it up.
Oh, God, I'm ruined.
It has to be me.
All right, so we're okay. Stanley Kubrick. This is deliberate. That Stanley Kubrick put a red beetle, like a red Volkswagen Beetle, crushed under a semi truck in the movie, and other than showing that the roads are perilous or whatever, it serves no function in the story, other than King or Stanley Kubrick to go, hey, Stephen King, this is my movie, pal.
Yeah.
And then for Stephen King, I can imagine Stephen King in the theater going, son of a bitch. Because it's so obvious. Because if you don't, the red beetle in the book, the car that the Torrances drive is red. But in the movie, of course, it's yellow. Also, we realized after the fact that we forgot to bring up Room 237 before we talked about the Shining theories. The documentary Room 237, I describe it as like a one-night stand where you're like, oh my God, she's so fucking hot. And then you wake up the next morning and you realize that you were just drunk. And you're like, this isn't really... Because the first time I watched it, I'm like, holy shit, 10, this is the craziest movie of all time. And then I showed my parents, and my parents were like, you realize that this is kind of dumb, right? And I was like, yeah, maybe you're right. And I'm not saying that anybody in the documentary is dumb or that any of the particular theories are dumb, but I'll say this. Guess what the Metacritic for The Shining is?
The Metacritic?
Score, like a Rotten Tomatoes score almost.
Oh. Is it low?
Just guess a number.
40 because you said that.
It's
before.
a 68.
Okay.
Which is like green. It's still solid. the Metacritic score for Room 237 is 80. It's higher than The Shining, but 80, and also 80 is like a substantially good score for a movie to get on Metacritic, right?
Mhm.
But I honestly don't think that Room 237 is a good documentary.
Yeah, no. Other than, I mean, yeah, no, I don't think so either.
Because there's things that do not make like the whole thing we talked about, like the face in the Kubrick's The Face in the Clouds. It's like it doesn't even make it like obviously you cannot see the face in the clouds, right? So any documentarian would go, I'm not going to put that in the movie because it doesn't make any sense if I can't find it. But they just leave it in for no reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I felt like it was. It felt like it was the first draft of a documentary or something of the edit.
Right. Yes. Even the edit, because one of the guys that's talking.
Yeah.
I listen to this podcast, and maybe you're thinking this too if you're listening. My voice is sometimes insufferable the way I talk, right? But this guy, not that his voice is insufferable or he was insufferable, but he was talking like this. Ready? And then Jack is in the overlook lobby. And he's sitting there, and you see there's a behind her there's a girl, and she's wearing a 13 number 13 jersey, and like he's saying 5 seconds of words in like 30 seconds, and anybody who's good at making documentaries or wants to edit at all would edit the pauses in between him talking, because you're not showing him on camera, because you did not film video of him in an actual interview. You went on Zoom and asked them to record their end of the audio. So there is no video, so why don't you just edit the audio to make it flow better? It drives me nuts. How does this have an 80 on Metacritic?
But the thing about that specific part of it is he goes, hold on, can you hear that? Hold on, wait 1 second. And he walks away.
Yeah.
And it's just a freeze frame of where he was, because you can tell he's like kind of controlling where he is on the video so he can talk about it as it goes. He goes, hold on, can you hear that? Hold on, it's my kid. I gotta stop. And he goes and like tells his kid to stop talking or something.
Yeah.
And he comes back and it's just all in the documentary. It's like, cut that out. Why
Even
would you cut that out?
Yeah, like, but also that scene, if they're like if they were filming an actual interview and the kid ran in, you could see it. I wouldn't mind that. 'Cause it's funny, but and also I wouldn't mind it, normally, but what it shows, it basically tells you, because you think in your head you're like, oh, they just filmed actual interviews with these people. But now in your head, you're realizing that they just filmed it in their house, and like it's not even sort of like a real interview. I don't know.
It feels like they just got a bunch of stuff and literally compiled it and just put it one after the other.
All right. So that pretty much covers our Shining episode. We hope you guys enjoyed it. If you're here, thank you for listening. Like always, put a time code in the comments and just say, I made it here. Holy shit. And tell us whether you liked or hated the podcast. If you hated it, I don't know how you made it to the end.
Why are you
If you were expecting like a Kubrick-esque idea of like we would give you money if you made it to the end.
Yeah.
And sorry, you're shit out of luck. Also, if this podcast is 5 hours, I'm sorry we didn't have enough time to get into detail. Please let us know any your thoughts on the movie and anything we missed as well. What were you gonna say, Danny?
I want to hear your thoughts on the theories, which ones you think hold more weight, and which ones you don't really care for. And maybe if we missed one, if you have your own unique theory, let us know. That would be incredible.
Yes. And keep an eye out for our next Stanley Kubrick episode is going to be on Barry Lyndon. And then, of course, after that will be Clockwork Orange, 2001. Dr. Strangelove, and then I might roll in Paths of Glory, Spartacus, and Lolita into like one episode.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
That'd be cool.
But yeah, we hope you enjoyed it, and if you guys keep watching, we'll keep making them, and we hope you guys learned a lot about The Shining, and we hope it deepened your appreciation for the movie. Thank you. We're gonna go to bed now because we've been doing this for 7 hours. We're gonna go to bed separately in separate houses because we started at 3 and now it's 7. It's 10 o'clock.
Cheers.
Cheers. What are you, from England?
Every time I say that, you say, what are you, from England?
Yeah, because you keep saying cheers.
Scatman, play us out. Get a video of Scatman Carruthers scatting.
I'm gonna go. You're gonna go Scatman, play us out. It's just gonna be him in bed going.